Close your eyes for just a moment, and let the rush of the outside world fade into the distance. Welcome, my dear friends, to Stories of Crime. I am so deeply grateful you have found your way to our sanctuary of shadows and truth tonight. There is a quiet, sacred bond between a storyteller and a listener, and tonight, we are about to forge a bond that will carry us through the darkest corridors of the human heart. We begin a magnificent and spellbinding journey into a masterpiece of intrigue, a collection of chronicles known as the Adventures of Heine. Who is this enigmatic figure, you ask? Heine is a man who walks the razor-thin line between light and shadow, a seeker of truths that others would gladly pay to keep buried forever. He is not merely a detector of crimes, but a silent observer of the soul. Through his eyes, we are invited to peer behind the curtain of polite society to witness the fascinating, terrifying duality of the human condition. We often wonder what drives a person to cross the line, what whispers in the dark compel a soul to betray, to steal, or to kill. Is it love? Is it madness? Or is it a desperate search for freedom? The Adventures of Heine does not just offer us puzzles to solve. It holds up a mirror to our own deepest fears and desires. It reminds us that within each of us lies a great mystery waiting to be unlocked. You are not merely listening to an audiobook tonight. You are embarking on an immersive, sensory voyage. Let the warmth of this voice wrap around you. Let the atmosphere of these chapters envelop your senses, and let yourself get beautifully lost in the rhythm of the narrative. Every whisper, every pause, and every heartbeat of suspense has been crafted to lead you deeper into the labyrinth. Do not pull away. Do not let the waking world distract you. Settle in, breathe deeply, and allow yourself the luxury of listening to the very end, until the final, breathless word is spoken and the ultimate truth is revealed. Let us step into the dark together, and let the adventures begin. The Master of Deception. To live a life wrapped in the silk of another man's identity is to walk forever on a tightrope stretched over an abyss of silent judgment. Close your eyes and listen to the cold, rhythmic beat of horses' hooves striking the wet cobblestones of London in the autumn of 1914. The air is thick with the scent of coal smoke, damp wool, and the unspoken, suffocating terror of a world at war with itself. Through the yellow haze of the gas lamps, a figure emerges, his collar turned up against the biting mist. This is Mortimer Heine. To the casual passerby, he is merely another gentleman navigating the gloomy streets of the Empire. But beneath that polished exterior lies a mind that operates with the cold, calculated precision of a master watchmaker. He is a man who exists only in the shadows of his own creations, a ghost who has learned that in the theater of survival, truth is the most expensive luxury of all. What does it mean to truly lose oneself in a lie? We must ask ourselves this question as we step into the labyrinthine world of espionage during the Great War. It was an era when the lines of map-making and human loyalty were being redrawn in blood, a time when a single misplaced syllable, a momentary hesitation in a crowded drawing room, or a trace of the wrong accent could seal a man's fate before a firing squad. For Mortimer Heine, this was not a theoretical game of chess. It was his daily bread. Operating deep within the heart of England, Heine lived a dual existence that demanded absolute vigilance. He was a master of deception, a spy whose very survival depended on his ability to become the mirror of whoever was looking at him. He could be the bumbling scholar, the wealthy neutral merchant, or the fierce patriot, all while gathering the delicate, lethal secrets that would decide the fate of nations. But let us pause and look past the romance of the trench coats and secret ink. Consider the immense psychological weight of such an existence. Imagine waking up every morning and having to remember which face you must wear today. If you look closely into your own life, you might find a quiet echo of Heine's struggle. Have you ever felt the need to wear a mask to protect yourself from a harsh environment? Have you ever smiled through your teeth at a corporate gathering, or nodded in agreement with opinions you secretly despised, simply to survive the day? The stakes for Heine were life and death, but the emotional tax is identical. When we compromise our truth for safety, we build a fortress that can easily become our prison. This chapter is not merely a chronicle of wartime espionage. It is an exploration of the profound human cost of hiding who we truly are, and a guide on how we might navigate the deceptions of our own modern worlds without losing our souls. Let us journey back to a specific evening in late November, inside a dimly lit study in a quiet townhouse in Chelsea. The fire in the hearth was dying, casting long, skeletal shadows across the mahogany bookshelves. Heine sat at a heavy writing desk, his fingers hovering over a seemingly innocent letter addressed to an aunt in Switzerland. To any censor intercepting this correspondence, it would read as the mundane musings of a lonely academic. But beneath the surface of those ink strokes, written in a chemical solution that would only reveal itself under the precise application of heat, lay the troop movements of the British Expeditionary Force. Suddenly, a floorboard creaked outside the door. In that single, agonizing second, Heine's heart did not hammer. It froze. True masters of deception do not panic. Panic is a luxury for those who still believe in luck. Instead, his mind raced through a catalogue of identities, selecting the perfect defense mechanism before his hand even left the pen. He did not hide the letter. To hide it would be to confess guilt. Instead, he reached for a half-empty glass of port, spilled a few drops intentionally onto the parchment, and began to curse softly in a perfect, slightly pedantic Oxford accent, mimicking the frustration of a clumsy scholar. When the door opened, revealing his landlady, Mrs. Gable, holding a tray of tea, she saw only a harmless, eccentric lodger annoyed by his own clumsiness. She apologized for the intrusion, tidied a stack of books, and left with a maternal smile. As the door clicked shut, Heine let out a long, silent breath. The physical danger had passed, but the internal toll was heavy. His knuckles were white, and for a fleeting moment, he looked into the dark window pane and could not recognize the reflection staring back at him. Who was the man beneath the wet tweed? Was there anyone left at all, or had the real Mortimer Heine been completely hollowed out, replaced by a gallery of useful ghosts? This classic dynamic of the double life holds a profound grip on our subconscious mind because it speaks directly to our primal fear of rejection and exposure. From an evolutionary perspective, to be cast out from the tribe was death. Therefore, we developed the ability to mimic, to adapt, and to deceive as survival mechanisms. When we read of Heine's narrow escapes, our subconscious experiences a vicarious thrill, but it also feels a deep, ancestral recognition. We know what it is like to fear being found out. Psychologists call this the imposter syndrome, the persistent belief that despite our achievements, we are frauds waiting to be unmasked. When we watch Heine manipulate his surroundings, we are witnessing our own defense mechanisms writ large on the stage of world history. We realize that the armor we build to protect ourselves from the judgment of others can become so heavy that it crushes our capacity for genuine connection. If everyone loves the mask we wear, then no one truly loves us, because we have never dared to show them the face beneath. This is the tragedy of the master of deception. The more successful the lie, the more isolated the liar becomes. How then do we apply the lessons of Heine's survival to our own lives without succumbing to his isolation? The soothing mentor within us suggests a gentle, step-by-step path of reconciliation. First, we must acknowledge our masks without shame. Do not despise yourself for the times you have had to be political, or silent, or performative. Those masks were your shield. They kept you safe when the environment felt hostile. Thank them for their service, but recognize that you do not need to wear them when the battle is over. Second, identify your safe harbor. Heine had no one he could trust with his true identity, which was his greatest tragedy. You, however, have the power to choose. Find at least one person, or perhaps write in a private journal, where you can speak with absolute, unvarnished honesty. Let the code be broken in a safe space. Finally, practice what we might call micro-authenticity. In small, low-stakes situations, dare to speak your true mind. If someone asks your opinion on a minor matter, do not automatically agree to please them. State your truth gently, and observe what happens. You will find that the world does not collapse, the firing squad does not assemble, and you are allowed to exist as you are. Let us return to the foggy streets of London, where the tension is mounting. The British Counterintelligence Department, known as MI5, was beginning to tighten its net. A brilliant young investigator named Captain Reginald Vance had been assigned to track down a leak in the Admiralty. Vance was not a man of blunt force. He was a psychological hunter, a man who understood that to catch a fox, one must think like a fox. He did not look for forged papers. He looked for anomalies in human behavior. He looked for men who were too perfect, whose backgrounds had no rough edges, whose stories were too seamless. Heine knew that Vance was closing in. He had seen the captain's carriage parked at the end of his street more than once. The psychological chess game between these two men was played not with weapons, but with glances, casual conversations in gentlemen's clubs, and the delicate art of misdirection. One afternoon, Heine found himself sharing a carriage with Vance by seemingly pure coincidence. The carriage jolted over the uneven roads, the rain lashing against the leather curtains. Vance, chewing on the end of an unlit cigar, looked at Heine with a quiet, penetrating gaze. "It must be fascinating," Vance remarked, his voice casual but his eyes sharp as needles, "to study the ancient languages as you do, Mr. Heine. To spend one's life interpreting dead texts, searching for hidden meanings that the author never intended the common reader to find." Heine did not flinch. He met Vance's gaze with a mild, slightly bored expression of an academic whose intellect was being patronized. "It is a quiet life, Captain," Heine replied, his voice soft and steady. "Most people see only the words on the page. But to those of us who care for the truth, the gaps between the words are where the real story is told. The silences, you see, are never truly silent. They are simply waiting for someone who knows how to listen." The exchange was brief, but it was a duel of rapiers. Vance was testing the waters, looking for a tremor in Heine's hand, a sudden change in the rhythm of his breathing. Heine, through sheer force of will, kept his pulse slow and even. He understood that the greatest tool of deception is not the lie itself, but the absolute belief in the reality of the moment you are projecting. In that carriage, for those few minutes, Heine did not merely pretend to be a scholar. He was the scholar. He allowed the spy to sink deep into his subconscious, hidden so thoroughly that even Vance's keen eyes could find no trace of him. This encounter illustrates a profound psychological truth. The most convincing deceptions are those that are grounded in a deep understanding of human nature. Heine survived because he did not try to defeat Vance with strength. He defeated him with empathy. He understood what Vance was looking for, and he gave him exactly what would satisfy that expectation while hiding the truth in plain sight. In our own lives, we often find ourselves facing our own Captain Vances. It may be a demanding boss, a skeptical partner, or a critical parent. When we feel scrutinized, our natural instinct is to build a wall of defensiveness, to argue, or to run away, but the path of wisdom lies in understanding the perspective of the observer. When we can empathize with their doubts and fears, we no longer see them as enemies, but as fellow travelers trying to make sense of a confusing world. By meeting their scrutiny with calm, empathetic clarity, we disarm their suspicion and create space for genuine understanding. As we look back on this chapter in Mortimer Heine's life, we see a masterclass in the art of survival under pressure. We have walked through the damp, shadow-draped streets of London, felt the chill of the November wind, and sat in the quiet study where a single spill of port wine saved a man's life. We have witnessed the silent, deadly duel of wits in a rain-slicked carriage, and we have explored the deep, psychological currents that drive us to hide, to adapt, and to protect ourselves from the world. Heine was a man who lived in the margins, a master of deception who sacrificed his own identity on the altar of a silent war. His story is a thrilling tale of espionage, but it is also a mirror held up to our own hearts. It asks us to consider where we are hiding, what masks we are wearing, and what it would take for us to step out of the shadows and into the light of our own authentic truth. In the next chapter, the stakes will rise even higher. The delicate balance Heine has maintained is about to be shattered by an unexpected betrayal from within his own network. The hunter will become the hunted, and the masks he has worn so effortlessly will begin to slip, forcing him to make a choice between the success of his mission and the survival of the one person who managed to see past his disguises. Join me as we journey deeper into the shadows, where the line between ally and enemy grows razor thin, and the true cost of deception is finally revealed. Step into the shadow war. It is often said that the greatest battles of mankind are not fought on the open, blood-soaked fields of glory, where banners wave and the trumpets sound for charge and retreat. No, the most devastating conflicts are those waged in the quiet, drafty rooms where the lamps burn low, where the ink is still wet on the parchment, and where a single whispered word can topple an empire. This is the realm of the Shadow War. It is a place of quiet hallways, of heavy velvet curtains that muffle the sound of footsteps, and of secrets that weigh heavier than gold. We find ourselves at the very precipice of such a world. Welcome, dear listener, to a journey that will span 270 minutes of immersive audio, an exploration that will require you to cast aside the bright, comforting certainties of the modern day and step instead into the damp, gaslit streets of a world on the brink of self-destruction. Over the course of this journey, we will unravel the intricate, labyrinthine mind of Edgar Wallace, a master storyteller who did not merely write thrillers, but instead mapped the dark, uncharted territories of human anxiety during one of the most volatile epochs in human history. The First World War. To understand the story of Heine, we must first understand the world that birthed him. Imagine London in the winter of 1914. The city is suspended in a perpetual, amber twilight, wrapped in a heavy, sulphurous shroud of coal smoke and river fog that the locals call a pea souper. The air carries the scent of wet cobblestones, draft horses, and the metallic tang of coal fires. But beneath this familiar, domestic scent lies a cold current of dread. Across the narrow strip of the English Channel, the earth is tearing itself open. Millions of young men are digging themselves into the mud, and the distant, rhythmic thud of artillery can occasionally be felt as a faint tremor in the soles of your feet, a heartbeat of violence that never truly stops. In this atmosphere of supreme paranoia, Edgar Wallace crafted his narrative with a style that was entirely revolutionary for his time. He did not write with the dry, detached intellect of a historian, but with the breathless, urgent pulse of a journalist who has seen the dark underbellies of the world and cannot wait to tell you what he found there. His writing is tense, analytical, and yet deeply, painfully atmospheric. He understood that terror is not born from the monster you can see, but from the shadow that moves just beyond the reach of the lamp. He understood that in a world where anyone could be a spy, trust was a luxury that no one could afford. Let us pause for a moment and allow our minds to settle on a single, vivid scene that encapsulates this unbearable tension. Picture a man named Arthur, a mid-level clerk in the British War Office. It is 3 o'clock in the morning. The grand, neoclassical building is silent, save for the rhythmic, metallic ticking of a grandfather clock at the end of the corridor. Arthur sits at his mahogany desk, illuminated only by the green-shaded banker's lamp that casts long, distorted shadows across the oak-paneled walls. His eyes are bloodshot, his collar is unbuttoned, and his fingers are stained with purple popping ink. Before him lies a single piece of paper, a decrypted telegram intercepted from a neutral shipping vessel. It contains only 3 lines of text, seemingly innocuous, a mundane inquiry about the price of grain in Rotterdam. But Arthur knows the code. He knows that if he forwards this document to his superiors, a raid will be conducted on a quiet townhouse in Bloomsbury. A family will be arrested, and a man who has lived as an upstanding British citizen for 20 years will be revealed as an agent of the Kaiser. He also knows that the man in question is his neighbor, a kindly music teacher who once lent him a wool coat during a winter storm. Arthur's hand trembles as he reaches for his pen. The inner monologue that rages within him is not one of patriotic fervor, but of cold, hollow dread. He asks himself, is this the price of victory? Am I a protector of my country, or am I a monster who betrays his fellow man? The ticking of the clock seems to grow louder, matching the rapid, erratic beat of his heart. In this quiet room, Arthur is not our hero in a grand epic. He is a small, frightened man caught in the cogs of a vast machine that does not care about his conscience. He signs the order, his hand shaking so violently that the ink splatters across the page like drops of black blood. He has saved his country, perhaps, but he has lost a piece of his humanity that he will never get back. This cinematic moment is not just a piece of historical drama. It is a profound mirror for our own lives. Why does this classic dynamic of the shadow war hold such a tight, hypnotic grip on our collective subconscious? It is because, in truth, we all live a double life. Every one of us has a public facade, a carefully curated self that we present to the world, to our employers, to our friends, and even to our families. We project strength, confidence, and morality. But beneath that polished surface lies our own shadow war. We carry secret fears, unvoiced desires, and regrets that we keep locked away in the darkest corners of our minds. We are constantly negotiating between our desire to be known and our terror of being exposed. When we read of spies and double agents, we are not just reading about historical figures. We are reading about the fractured nature of our own souls. This internal conflict holds us back because it consumes an immense amount of psychological energy. We spend our lives keeping watch, building walls, and looking over our shoulders, terrified that someone will see past our defense mechanisms and discover the truth of who we are. If you feel this tension in your own life, if you feel the weight of the masks you wear, let me offer you a soothing, guiding hand. The way to survive your own shadow war is not to fight harder or to build thicker walls. It is to practice the art of radical self-honesty. You must learn to look at your own shadow, not with fear or condemnation, but with a gentle, curious compassion. Recognize that the parts of yourself you try to hide are often the parts that are most in need of healing. Begin by identifying one small truth about yourself that you have been hiding from someone you trust, or even from yourself. It does not have to be a dark or scandalous secret. It could simply be an admission of exhaustion, a confession of fear, or an acknowledgement of a dream you have been too timid to pursue. When you bring these hidden aspects of your soul into the light of conscious awareness, they lose their power to haunt you. You no longer need to be a spy in your own life, constantly guarding against self-exposure. Let us turn our gaze now to the enigmatic figure of Heine himself. Heine is the very personification of this psychological complexity. He is a man who walks through the world with an easy smile and an impeccable coat, yet his mind is a cold, calculating instrument that never stops scanning for threats. Let us step into his boots for a moment. Picture him walking down a damp cobblestone street in West London. The fog is so thick that the gas lamps appear only as pale, ghostly halos suspended in the gloom. The air is cold enough to make his breath plume in front of him, but he does not shiver. His gloved hand rests lightly inside his overcoat pocket, his fingers brushing against the cold, reassuring steel of his pocket pistol. He can hear the distant clatter of a hansom cab, the muffled laughter of a couple entering a pub, and the soft, rhythmic patter of the rain. But Heine does not hear these things as a normal man does. To him, every sound is data. The laughter of the couple is a distraction that could mask the sound of a pursuer. The thickness of the fog is an advantage, but also a hazard. His mind is a theater of constant tactical analysis. He looks back at his own life and wonders when he ceased to be a human being and became, instead, a weapon. He remembers a time when he loved, when he laughed without calculating the exit routes of the room, when he trusted the hand he shook. Now, he is a ghost walking among the living, a man whose very existence is a lie. The psychological torment of Heine's existence lies in the absolute erosion of trust. When your survival depends on deception, you quickly realize that you can never trust anyone else, because they too might be playing a game as complex as your own. This is the tragedy of the spy, and it is a tragedy that is remarkably prevalent in our modern society. We live in an age of hyperconnection, yet we are lonelier than ever. We scroll through endless streams of perfect lives, doubting our own worth, doubting the sincerity of others, and constantly questioning whether the people in our lives are showing us their true selves or merely a highly optimized version of who they think they should be. How do we break free from this modern cycle of suspicion and isolation? The key is to cultivate what psychologists call selective vulnerability. You cannot, and should not, open your heart to everyone you meet. That would be foolishness, a tactical error in the journey of life. But you must find a small, sacred circle of people with whom you can drop your defenses entirely. You must find the courage to say, "This is me," without the armor, without the clever words, and without the social mask. It is in these moments of raw, unguarded connection that we find the strength to face the cold, indifferent world outside. It is the antidote to the poison of the shadow war. Let us immerse ourselves in one final, suspenseful scene that illustrates the sheer, suffocating atmosphere of Edgar Wallace's world. Imagine a first-class compartment on the boat train from London to Dover. The year is 1915. The train is hurtling through the dark Kent countryside, its steam engine roaring against the night, throwing showers of orange sparks into the black sky. Inside the compartment, the air is thick with the smell of expensive tobacco, damp wool, and the faint, sweet scent of lavender water. There are only two men in the carriage. One is Heine, reading a newspaper with an air of absolute indifference. The other is an older gentleman, dressed in the fine tweed of a country aristocrat, his eyes closed as if he is asleep. For 30 miles, neither man has spoken a word. The only sound is the rhythmic, hypnotic clatter of the train wheels over the iron tracks, clack clack, clack clack, clack clack. But this silence is not peaceful. It is a battleground. Heine knows that the man sitting opposite him is not an aristocrat. He has noticed the slight, military stiffness of the man's shoulders, the way his hand occasionally twitches toward his left side, and the fact that his boots, though polished, have the heavy, practical soles of a soldier. The old man, too, is awake beneath his closed eyelids, waiting for Heine to make a move, waiting for a slip of the tongue, a nervous gesture, or a moment of carelessness. They are locked in a silent duel, a war of attrition where the first person to show weakness will lose everything. The train enters a tunnel, and the compartment is plunged into absolute, pitch-black darkness. The roar of the engine becomes deafening, a screaming crescendo of steel and steam. In that darkness, the tension stretches to a breaking point. Every muscle in Heine's body is coiled like a spring. He listens through the din of the tunnel for the rustle of fabric, the click of a safety catch, or the intake of a breath. He does not breathe, he does not move, he becomes a statue of pure, concentrated attention. And then, as suddenly as it began, the train bursts out of the tunnel and back into the moonlit night. The light floods back into the compartment. The old man is still sitting in his corner, his eyes closed, his breathing slow and regular. Heine is still reading his newspaper, his expression unchanged. But if you look closely at his fingers, you will see that they have pressed so hard against the paper that they have torn a small, jagged hole in the corner of the sheet. This is the reality of the shadow war. It is not a world of heroic speeches and dramatic victories. It is a world of quiet endurance, of nerves stretched until they are ready to snap, and of a loneliness so deep that it chills the bones. As we bring this introductory exploration to a close, let us reflect on what we have witnessed. We have seen the fog of London. We have felt the weight of Arthur's terrible choice. We have walked the lonely streets with Heine, and we have sat in the suffocating silence of the train carriage. We have peeked behind the curtain of the Great War and discovered that the most dangerous battlefields are those within our own hearts. In the chapters that lie ahead, we will dive deeper into the adventures of Heine. We will watch as he navigates a world of double crosses, daring escapes, and moral dilemmas that will test him to his very limits. But as you listen, remember the lessons of this shadow war. Remember that the struggle between light and dark, between the mask and the true self, is not just a story from a bygone era. It is your story, too. Take a deep breath. Let the tension drain from your shoulders. Prepare your mind, steel your heart, and let us step together into the next chapter, where the shadows grow longer, the stakes grow higher, and the true nature of Heine's mission begins to reveal itself. The train is moving, the fog is rising, and the game is about to begin. Chapter 1: The Coming of Heine. The fog of London does not merely settle upon the streets. It creeps into the very marrow of the soul, blurring the lines between what is real and what is merely projected. We begin our journey here, in the damp, heavy atmosphere of an empire unaware of the shadow slipping through its gates. Let us contemplate a profound truth before we even whisper his name. We are all, in some measure, actors in a theater we did not design, wearing masks we did not choose, simply to survive the gaze of a world that demands our conformity. To understand Fritz von Heine is to understand the quiet, desperate art of survival under the watchful eyes of an adversary. He did not arrive with the blare of trumpets or the clatter of arms. He arrived like a sigh, a soft, almost imperceptible shift in the wind, carrying with him a leather briefcase, a mild-mannered smile, and a mind that operated like a Swiss watch, ticking silently in the dark. Imagine, if you will, the docks of Harwich on a grey, drizzling afternoon. The air smells of salt, wet coal, and the heavy grease of marine engines. The passengers descending from the steamer are a blur of damp wool coats, tired faces, and clutching hands holding onto hats against the biting North Sea wind. Among them walks a man of medium height, dressed in a respectable, somewhat faded overcoat that suggests comfortable but modest means. His spectacles are slightly misted by the dampness, and he pauses to wipe them with a clean linen handkerchief. To anyone looking, he is the very picture of a harmless, middle-aged scholar, perhaps a teacher of languages or a cataloger of ancient manuscripts. He is gentle, slightly clumsy, and entirely forgettable. This is the coming of Heine. This is the moment a master of deception plants his feet on foreign soil, knowing that a single slip of the tongue, a single nervous tremor in his hand, could mean a lonely cell in the Tower of London or a swift walk to the gallows. Let us pause for a moment and look closer at this man as he stands on the rain-slicked wooden planks of the pier. Beneath the wool coat, beneath the spectacles and the mild, apologetic posture, there is a heart beating with a ferocious, disciplined intensity. Heine is a man who has stripped away his own identity, packing his true self into the darkest corners of his consciousness, to adopt a persona that is both a shield and a weapon. His cover story is exquisite in its simplicity. He is a neutral observer, a man from a quiet corner of Europe, seeking nothing more than the peace of English libraries and the gentle companionship of English tea rooms. It is a brilliant strategy. By appearing entirely harmless, he invites the world to lower its guard. Think of how often you have felt the need to present a simplified, sanitized version of yourself to the world. Perhaps you have walked into a boardroom, a family gathering, or a new social circle, feeling like an imposter, desperately hoping that no one would look closely enough to see the doubts and fears swirling beneath your polished exterior. We all carry a cover story. We all have a version of ourselves that we present to the customs officers of society, hoping they will stamp our passports and let us pass without searching the hidden compartments of our hearts. Heine's struggle is our struggle, amplified to a life-or-death scale. The tension he carries in his shoulders as he approaches the immigration barrier is the same tension we carry when we face the judgment of those we wish to impress or fear to disappoint. Let us step into a cinematic moment, a scene painted in shades of charcoal and amber. Heine stands before the immigration official, a man named Mr. Brackett, whose eyes are red-rimmed from the cold and whose fingers are stained with blue ink. The office is small, drafty, and smells of cheap tobacco and wet dog. Brackett does not look up immediately. He is tired, dreaming of his hearth fire and a hot cup of tea. Heine waits. He does not fidget. To fidget is to betray anxiety, and anxiety is the scent that rouses the hunting hounds. Instead, Heine allows his body to go slightly soft, adopting the posture of a man who is weary but patient, a man who has nothing to hide because his life is too dull to warrant interest. When Brackett finally looks up, his gaze is sharp, honed by years of spotting smugglers and runaway debtors. He asks for Heine's papers. Heine's inner monologue in this split second is a symphony of calculation. He must not hand over the papers too quickly, for that would suggest eagerness to please, which is itself suspicious. Nor must he hesitate, which suggests guilt. With a slight, self-deprecating smile, he fumbles in his breast pocket, producing a leather wallet that looks as worn and harmless as he does. He presents his passport, a document meticulously forged to show he is a citizen of a neutral nation, traveling for health and study. Brackett turns the pages. The silence in the room is deafening, punctuated only by the drip of rain from the eaves outside and the scratching of a pen from a neighboring desk. Heine watches the official's thumbs. He knows that the human hand has a language of its own. A sudden hesitation, a tightening of the grip on the paper, would mean Brackett has found a flaw. In his mind, Heine is already reviewing his escape routes, calculating the distance to the door, the strength of the lock, the positions of the constables on the key. Yet, his face remains a mask of placid, slightly sleepy innocence. He even lets out a soft, wet cough, adjusting his wool scarf as if the damp English air is already taking its toll on his delicate chest. Brackett looks at the passport, looks at Heine's watery eyes behind the thick lenses, and stamps the document with a heavy, satisfying thud. "Welcome to England, sir," Brackett says, his voice flat with indifference. Heine smiles, thanks him in a slightly accented, polite whisper, and steps through the barrier. He has crossed the threshold. He is inside the castle. This classic dynamic of the hidden self and the public mask is a profound psychological landscape that dictates much of our daily lives. Why does this resonance run so deep within our subconscious? Because from the moment we are old enough to understand the expectations of others, we learn that vulnerability is dangerous. We learn that to be fully seen is to be fully exposed to rejection, criticism, or defeat. Like Heine, we construct our cover stories to protect our softest, most fragile truths. The subconscious mind views the outer world as a series of checkpoints, and it trains us to present only the credentials we believe will be accepted. However, this constant vigilance carries a terrible price. When we spend all our energy maintaining the cover story, we begin to lose touch with the person beneath the mask. We become estranged from our own desires, our own voices, and our own power. We look in the mirror and see only the scholar, the diplomat, or the pleasing stranger, forgetting the fierce, passionate soul that lies waiting in the dark. This division within ourselves holds us back, draining our creative energy and trapping us in a state of perpetual anxiety, forever waiting for the stamp of approval from a world that doesn't really know us anyway. How do we navigate this in our own lives? How do we find the courage to step out from behind our cover stories without being destroyed by the very real dangers of the world? Let us look at this with the gentle guidance of a mentor. First, you must realize that your mask is not your enemy. It is a tool. Just as Heine used his disguise to navigate the dangerous waters of Edwardian England, you may use your professional persona, your social grace, or your polite reserve to protect yourself in environments that are not yet safe for your deepest vulnerabilities. The key is conscious awareness. You must know when you are putting the mask on, and you must know how to take it off when you return to your own sanctuary. The first step in this practice is what we might call the sacred pause. When you find yourself entering a high-stakes situation, a difficult conversation, a new job, or an intimidating social gathering, take a single, deep breath. Feel your feet on the floor. Acknowledge the part of you that wants to run, to hide, or to put on a grand performance. Speak silently to that part of yourself. Whisper to it, I see you. I know you are afraid. I will keep us safe. By doing this, you prevent the mask from taking over your entire identity. You remain the master of the disguise, rather than its servant. The second step is the cultivation of a safe harbor. Heine had no one in whom he could confide. His isolation was absolute, and that was his tragedy. But you do not have to live in absolute secrecy. You must find at least one person, or one quiet space, perhaps a journal, a trusted friend, or a quiet corner of nature where you can strip away the armor completely. In this space, you do not have to be strong, you do not have to be clever, and you do not have to be successful. You only have to be. It is in these moments of radical self-acceptance that the soul heals from the exhausting work of projection. Let us return to Heine, who has now taken a train to London. The carriage rattles and sways over the iron rails, passing through a landscape of dripping hedges and soot-stained brick chimneys. Heine sits in the corner of a third-class compartment, his knees touched by the wet coats of his fellow passengers. He does not speak. He listens. He absorbs the cadence of their speech, the slang of the streets, the quiet anxieties of the working-class Londoners around him. He is mapping the psyche of the nation he has come to undermine. He knows that a spy does not succeed by being extraordinary. He succeeds by blending so perfectly into the background that he becomes a part of the landscape itself. When the train arrives at Waterloo Station, the sheer scale of London hits him like a physical blow. The station is a cavern of glass and iron, filled with a roar of steam, the shouting of porters, and the frantic movement of thousands of souls. It is a monstrous, living thing, this capital of the world's greatest empire. Heine stands on the platform, holding his single bag, and for a fleeting second, a wave of profound loneliness washes over him. He is a solitary figure against an empire. If he falls, no one will weep for him. If he dies, his grave will be marked with a false name, or no name at all. This is the true cost of deep cover, the slow, agonizing erosion of connection. When you cannot tell the truth about who you are, you can never truly be loved, for any love you receive is directed at the mask, not at the flesh and blood human being behind it. Heine feels this ache in his chest, a cold, hollow space that no amount of professional success can ever fill. Yet, he tightens his grip on his bag, straightens his spectacles, and steps into the throng. He has a mission to perform, and in the service of that mission, his own happiness is a luxury he cannot afford. Consider the psychological weight of this isolation. In our modern world, despite all our connectivity, we are living through an epidemic of loneliness that mirrors Heine's silent exile. We scroll through digital halls, presenting highly curated, beautiful versions of our lives, hoping to gather likes and comments that feel, for a fleeting moment, like connection. But deep down, our subconscious knows the truth. It knows that we are only sharing our cover stories. And so, the louder the applause for our public selves, the more isolated our private selves feel. We begin to fear that if people knew the real us, our messy rooms, our broken hearts, our quiet doubts, they would turn away. This is the shadow side of the digital age, a silent, pervasive anxiety that whispers we are only valuable as long as we are performing. To break free from this pattern, we must learn the art of microdisclosure. This is the third step in our journey of self-integration. You do not need to bare your entire soul to a stranger on the street, just as Heine would not reveal his cipher keys to a ticket collector. But you can begin to share small, authentic fragments of your true experience with those you trust. When someone asks how you are, instead of the knee-jerk response of, "I am fine," you might say, "I am a bit tired today, but I am pushing through," or, "I have been feeling a little overwhelmed lately, but I am taking it one day at a time." These small cracks in the mask allow the light of genuine human connection to enter. They signal to others that it is safe for them to drop their guards as well, creating a bridge of mutual vulnerability across the chasm of isolation. As Heine walks through the streets of Bloomsbury, looking for a quiet boarding house that will serve as his headquarters, he is hyper-aware of the eyes of authority. He sees the blue-coated constables standing on the corners, their capes shining with rain, their eyes scanning the crowds with steady, practiced vigilance. He does not avoid their gaze. To look away is to invite curiosity. Instead, as he passes a young officer, Heine offers a polite, slightly deferential nod, the gesture of a respectable foreigner who respects the law and is grateful for its protection. The constable nods back, a brief, mechanical gesture of acknowledgement, and Heine walks on. This interaction, though brief, is a master class in the psychology of social projection. Heine knows that authority figures, whether they are police officers, bosses, or societal gatekeepers, are also human beings operating within their own scripts. They expect certain patterns of behavior. When you present them with a pattern they expect, their brains process you as noise, not signal, and they let you pass. But if you disrupt the pattern, if you show defensive posture, if you project hostility or excessive fear, you become signal. You become a problem to be solved. Think of how this applies to the high-stakes confrontations in your own life. When you must speak to a demanding supervisor, navigate a difficult boundary with a family member, or stand up for yourself in a hostile environment, your nervous system naturally wants to go into a state of fight, flight, or freeze. Your heart rate rises, your breathing becomes shallow, and you may find yourself either shrinking back or lashed out in defensiveness. To navigate these moments with the grace of a seasoned operative, you must practice the art of physical grounding. This is our fourth step. Before you enter the room, find a private space, even a restroom stall will do, and place both hands flat against a wall or feel your feet pressed firmly into the floor. Breathe slowly, extending your exhalations to tell your nervous system that you are not in physical danger. When you speak, speak slightly slower than your usual pace, and keep your tone level and warm. By projection of calm, you not only soothe your own nervous system, but you also disarm the defenses of the person across from you. You become a steady anchor in a sea of emotional turbulence, and in doing so, you gain the quiet authority that needs no anger to assert itself. Heine eventually finds his lodging, a respectable, somewhat gloomy house on a quiet side street, kept by a widow named Mrs. Gable. She is a woman of sharp eyes and a soft heart for gentlemen who pay their rent on time and do not make a mess. As Heine stands in the small, carpeted parlor, negotiating the price of the room, he does not try to impress her with wealth. He negotiates gently, showing a modest concern for his budget, which is exactly what a real scholar of his standing would do. He speaks of his books, his need for quiet hours to write, and his appreciation for a good cup of tea. Mrs. Gable is charmed. She sees in him a perfect tenant, quiet, predictable, and clean. When she leaves him alone in his new room, Heine does not immediately collapse onto the bed. He stands in the center of the space, listening to the sounds of the house, the creak of the floorboards above, the distant rattle of dishes in the basement, the muffled rumble of traffic from the main road. He examines the locks on the door and the window. He looks for potential hiding places for his cipher books and his invisible ink. Only when he has mapped his physical environment does he allow himself to sit. He sits in a high-backed armchair by the small coal fire, watching the orange flames lick at the dark soot. In this moment of profound quiet, we see the true tragedy of the coming of Heine. He is here, in the heart of England, not to build a life, but to dismantle one. He is a ghost in a world of living men, a shadow that must never leave a footprint. As he stares into the fire, the mask slips for just a second, revealing a face of deep, ancestral sorrow. He is a man who has sacrificed his youth, his peace, and his capacity for simple joy on the altar of a cause that may never acknowledge his sacrifice. He is a vessel of secrets, and secrets are a heavy, corrosive burden to carry alone. Let us summarize this journey of the soul we have taken with Fritz von Heine in this first chapter of his adventures. We have seen how a man can establish a covert presence in a hostile world through the mastery of his presentation, the construction of a flawless cover story, and the meticulous management of his interactions with authority. We have explored the deep, psychological currents that make this struggle so resonant to our own lives, the masks we wear to survive, the isolation that comes when we forget who we are behind those masks, and the profound anxiety of being discovered as an imposter. And we have received, like a soothing hand on our shoulder, the practical wisdom to navigate our own secret paths, the sacred pause to maintain our inner sovereignty, the cultivation of a safe harbor where we can lay our armor down, the practice of micro-disclosure to build genuine connections, and the art of physical grounding to steady our nervous systems in the face of judgment. As the fire in Heine's hearth burns down to a bed of glowing red embers, the room grows cold, and the shadows in the corners of the room stretch longer and darker. He has survived the crossing. He has established his presence. But the game has only just begun. The quiet streets of London are filled with whispers, and every shadow holds a potential enemy. Heine reaches into his pocket, withdraws a small, brass key, and locks his briefcase with a soft, final click. What secrets lie within that leather case? What trials await him as the wheels of history begin to turn, pulling him deeper into a web of conspiracy, danger, and ultimate betrayal? We must hold our breath, steady our hearts, and prepare ourselves to follow him further into the dark, for the path ahead is fraught with perils that will test not only his cunning, but the very survival of his human soul. Chapter 2: The Grey Brother. Welcome back, dear listener, to the quiet, reflective spaces of our shared journey. Take a deep, settling breath, and let the clamor of the outside world gently fade into the background. Today, we step together into the misty, shadow-laden streets of a world defined by secrets, survival, and the profound, invisible threads that bind human souls together in the darkest of times. We are entering Chapter 2 of the Adventures of Heine, a chapter entitled, The Grey Brother. There is an ancient, almost forgotten truth that tells us we are never truly as alone as we feel. Even in our deepest moments of isolation, when the weight of our personal struggles threatens to pull us under, there are unseen networks of support, silent allies, and quiet currents of connection waiting to be discovered. This chapter is a deep dive into that very concept, the mysterious connections and clandestine networks that sustain us when the overt structures of our lives begin to crumble. Imagine, if you will, the scene that lies before us. The air is thick with a damp, heavy chill of late autumn, carrying the sharp, bitter scent of coal smoke and wet river stone. A dense, silver-gray fog rolls off the harbor, swallowing the bases of the gas lamps and turning their light into soft, ghostly halos. The cobblestones beneath Heine's boots are slick with moisture, reflecting the pale, fractured light of a moon struggling to pierce the overcast sky. Every sound is muffled, yet every sound is loaded with potential danger. The distant, rhythmic lap of water against the wooden piers, the creak of a distant iron sign swinging in the breeze, the occasional, haunting cry of a nocturnal bird. In this space of absolute vulnerability, Heine is not merely a man on the run. He is a symbol of the human spirit navigating the labyrinth of its own existential trials. He is searching for his contacts within an underground spy network, a group of shadowy figures who operate in the margins of society, bound together by a shared purpose and an unspoken oath of loyalty. Foremost among these contacts is the enigmatic figure known only as the Grey Brother. Let us explore this first key point: the nature of Heine's contacts within this underground network, and specifically, his encounter with the Grey Brother. This relationship is not born of casual friendship or convenient circumstance. It is forged in the furnace of mutual survival. Picture Heine slip quietly through the side door of an old, seemingly abandoned watchmaker's shop. The air inside is different from the street. It is dry, smelling of brass polish, aged parchment, and the faint, sweet scent of machine oil. The silence here is heavy, broken only by the erratic, unsynchronized ticking of dozens of pocket watches and pendulum clocks that hang on the walls like mechanical hearts, each beating out its own desperate measure of time. From the shadows behind the counter, a figure materializes. This is the Grey Brother. He wears a long, frayed coat of charcoal wool that seems to absorb the little light in the room. His face is a map of quiet endurance, lined with the deep crevices of a life spent in the shadows, his eyes reflecting a profound, weary intelligence. There are no grand greetings, No emotional outbursts. Instead, there is a long, searching look, a silent assessment of souls. In this quiet shop, the Grey Brother reaches out and places a scarred hand on Heine's shoulder. It is a gesture of immense weight and deep, unspoken comfort. Heine's inner monologue at this moment is a turbulent river of relief and lingering suspicion. He thinks to himself, is this man truly my savior, or is he the one who will hand me over to the gallows? Yet, as he looks into the steady, unblinking eyes of the Grey Brother, the icy knot of fear in his chest begins to thaw. He realizes that this stranger understands his pain, his exhaustion, and his purpose without a single word needing to be spoken. Why does this classic dynamic matter so deeply to us? What does it do to our subconscious? Psychologically, the archetype of the Grey Brother represents the shadow helper, the unexpected ally who appears when we have reached the absolute end of our own strength. In our daily lives, we often hold ourselves back by believing we must be entirely self-sufficient, that to ask for help is a sign of fatal weakness. We wear masks of strength, hiding our vulnerabilities from the world, and in doing so, we isolate ourselves from the very networks of support that could save us. When we read of Heine's reliance on the Grey Brother, it touches a deep, subconscious chord within us. It reminds us of our own longing to be seen, to be understood without explanation, and to find someone who will stand with us in the dark. It guides us forward by showing us that true strength lies not in isolation, but in the courage to connect, to trust, and to allow ourselves to be supported. To apply this to your own life, consider this step-by-step guidance. First, sit in quiet reflection and identify the areas in your life where you are carrying a burden alone, refusing to seek help out of pride or fear. Second, actively look for your own Grey Brothers, those quiet, often overlooked individuals in your circle who offer steady, non-judgmental support. They may not be the loudest voices in your life, but they are the ones who show up when the fog rolls in. Third, practice the vulnerable art of outreach. Reach out to one of these individuals, share a small piece of your struggle, and allow yourself to receive their support. In doing so, you begin to weave your own clandestine network of emotional survival. Now, let us turn our attention to the second key point, the use of coded communication within this mysterious network. In Heine's world, direct communication is a luxury that carries the penalty of death. Every message must be cloaked, every truth hidden beneath a layer of seemingly mundane interactions. Let us immerse ourselves in a cinematic example of this coded reality. The Grey Brother does not hand Heine a letter of instructions. Instead, he slides a small, worn leather-bound book of poetry across the wooden counter. To an outside observer, it is a worthless, dusty volume. But to Heine, it is a lifeline. Later that night, huddled in a damp cellar by the flickering, amber light of a single tallow candle, Heine begins the painstaking process of deciphering the code. The smell of melting wax fills the small space as he runs his fingers over the printed pages. The code is a book cipher, a complex system where specific words on specific pages, when aligned with a predetermined key, reveal the hidden message. Watch him closely as he works. His brow is furrowed, his eyes strained in the dim light. He translates the first words, safe house, old mill, midnight. Each decoded word is a small victory, a spark of hope in the darkness. But the process is nerve-wracking. A single miscalculation, a single misread number, and the entire message becomes a dangerous lie, leading him straight into a trap. His inner thoughts race. What if the key has been changed? What if the Grey Brother was forced to write this under duress? Every tick of his pocket watch feels like a hammer blow against his temple, yet he forces his hands to remain steady, his mind focused. This use of coded communication is a profound metaphor for the psychological ways we navigate our own relationships and inner worlds. We'd all use codes. We hide our deepest fears, our most cherished dreams, and our truest feelings behind a mask of polite conversation, dry humor, or defensive silence. We speak in subtext, hoping that those who truly care for us will have the key to decode our hidden meanings. Yet, this can hold us back. When we rely too heavily on codes, we risk being misunderstood, creating walls of isolation instead of bridges of connection. The subconscious beauty of this dynamic lies in the journey of translation. When someone takes the time to truly decode us, to understand the pain beneath our anger or the fear beneath our silence, it is an act of profound love and validation. It tells us that we are worth the effort of understanding. To apply this practical wisdom, start by examining the codes you use in your own daily communications. Are you expressing your needs clearly, or are you hoping others will guess what you want through subtle, encoded hints? Begin by identifying one deep truth about your feelings that you have been hiding behind a code of passive aggressiveness or silence. Step 2. Find a safe, trusted person and present them with a key. Speak your truth directly, without the safety net of subtext. Say, "I am feeling overwhelmed," or "I need your reassurance." Step 3. Practice decoding others. When someone close to you reacts with anger or withdrawal, do not take it at face value. Look for the hidden message. Ask yourself, what is the fear or hurt they are trying to communicate through this difficult code? By doing this, you foster a deeper, more resilient connection with those around you. This brings us to our third key point, a moment of heart-stopping suspense that tests Heine's resolve and the strength of his network to the absolute limit. The near discovery by local scouts. Let us paint this scene with vivid, cinematic intensity. Heine has left the watchmaker's shop and is making his way through a narrow, dead-end alleyway towards his next hiding place. The fog has grown even thicker, clinging to his clothes and dampening his breath. Suddenly, the silence of the night is shattered by the sharp, metallic click of iron-shod boots on the wet cobblestones at the entrance of the alley. A patrol of local scouts, hostile to Heine's cause, has entered the street. Their lanterns cut through the mist like cold, searching eyes, sweeping over the damp stone walls and the piles of discarded crates. Heine's heart leaps into his throat. There is nowhere to run. The alley is a dead end. His mind screams at him to flee, to fight, but his training and his instinct for survival command him to freeze. He presses his back against the cold, slimy brick wall, melting into a shallow alcove behind a stack of rotting timber. He pulls his dark cloak tightly around himself, trying to minimize his physical presence, to become nothing more than another shadow in the night. The footsteps draw closer. The scent of damp wool and wet stone is replaced by the sharp, metallic smell of lantern oil and the leather of the scouts' uniforms. Heine can hear their breathing, the casual, low-muttered conversation of men doing a routine sweep. A beam of harsh, yellow lantern light sweeps across the alley, illuminating the wet cobblestones just inches from where Heine's boots rest. In this moment of absolute suspension, time seems to stop. Heine holds his breath, his chest burning with the need for air, his muscles locked in a state of rigid, painful tension. He can hear the frantic, deafening hammer of his own heartbeat, convinced that the scouts must hear it too. His inner monologue is a desperate prayer for invisibility. He thinks of his mission, of the people depending on him, of the fragile thread of life that could be snapped in an instant. He realizes how incredibly thin the line is between survival and destruction. The lantern light lingers on the timber pile. One of the scouts steps closer, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. He pauses, sensing something, his eyes scanning the deep shadows where Heine hides. Heine closes his eyes, bracing for the inevitable shout of discovery, the rough hands, the cold iron of shackles. But then, a sudden, sharp noise echoes from the main street, the sound of a wooden crate falling, followed by the hurried scuffle of footsteps. It is a diversion, perhaps created by the Grey Brother or another unseen ally watching from the roofs. The scouts freeze, turn, and run towards the sound, their heavy boots clattering away into the fog, leaving Heine alone in the damp silence of the alley. He collapses against the brick wall, drawing in a long, shaky, silent breath of cold air, his body trembling with the aftershocks of adrenaline. This near discovery is a powerful psychological mirror for our own deepest fears. It represents the terror of exposure, the fear that our secrets, our failures, or our perceived inadequacies will be brought into the harsh light of judgment. We all have scouts searching for us, whether they are the critical voices of society, the expectations of our families, or the harsh, relentless judgments of our own inner critics. We live in constant fear of being found out, of being exposed as imposters or failures. This dynamic holds us back by keeping us in a state of constant, low-grade anxiety, hiding in the shadows of our own lives, afraid to take risks or step into our full potential because the threat of discovery feels too great. Yet, when we examine this fear closely, we find that it also holds the key to our liberation. Heine's survival in the alley was not just luck. It was the result of discipline, presence of mind, and the support of an unseen network. To apply this to your own life, when you feel the scouts of anxiety or self-doubt closing in, follow this step-by-step guidance. First, recognize the physical sensation of the threat. When your heart races and your muscles tense, do not panic, stop, freeze, and ground yourself in the present moment. Breathe deeply, acknowledging the fear without letting it dictate your actions. Second, identify your inner critics. Who or what are the scouts in your life? Are they real threats, or are they ghosts of past judgments that no longer have power over you? Third, trust in your own diversions and support systems. When the pressure becomes too great, look to your network, your practices, your self-care routines, and your allies to help divert the pressure. You do not have to face the searchlights alone. As we bring this chapter to a close, let us reflect on the journey we have taken with Heine. We have witnessed his descent into the foggy underworld, his profound encounter with the Grey Brother, the delicate and dangerous art of coded communication, and the heart-stopping tension of his near discovery. Through these trials, we see a man who is being refined by the shadows. He is learning that survival is not merely about physical strength or clever tactics. It is about trust, connection, and the quiet resilience of the human soul. He has found that even in the deepest isolation, there are threads of hope connecting him to a larger purpose and to others who share his burden. And now, as the adrenaline of his escape begins to fade, Heine stands once more in the quiet mist, the worn book of poetry pressed tightly against his chest. The path ahead remains fraught with peril, the shadows are still deep, and the ultimate destination is far from clear. Yet, something within him has shifted. He is no longer just a solitary fugitive running from the dark. He is part of a silent, powerful tapestry of resistance and hope. As we prepare to transition into the next phase of our journey, let the echo of Heine's heartbeat steady your own. The night is far from over, and the road ahead will demand even greater courage, deeper trust, and new understandings of what it means to survive. Let us carry the lessons of the Grey Brother in our hearts as we step forward, listening closely to the quiet whispers of the mist, waiting for the next signal, the next code, the next step in this grand, unfolding adventure. Chapter 3 of The Star of the East. The human mind is a master of focus, yet it is profoundly, tragically easy to blind. There is an ancient Eastern proverb that suggests we only see the moon when a finger points to the sky, but in our obsession with a pointing finger, we completely miss the stars shining behind us. This is the delicate, dangerous art of diversion. When we look at the high stakes of espionage, at the quiet, shadow-drenched corridors of power, we realize that the greatest treasures are never guarded by iron walls alone. They are guarded by the illusions we build around them. Welcome, dear listener, to Chapter 3, The Star of the East. Let us step together into the year 1912, into the heavy, lavender-scented twilight of Constantinople, a city suspended between two worlds, bleeding history from every stone, and vibrating with the silent, tectonic shifts of impending war. Picture a grand ballroom overlooking the Bosphorus. The water below is a dark, undulating mirror reflecting the flickering torches of the Ottoman palaces. Inside, the air is thick with the aroma of roasted coffee, Turkish tobacco, and the expensive French perfumes worn by the wives of diplomats. Crystal chandeliers cascade from vaulted ceilings, casting a warm, golden glow over a sea of military uniforms, silk gowns, and whispered secrets. Here, in this crowded sanctuary of high society, we find Heine. He does not stand out. Indeed, his greatest talent is his ability to dissolve into the background, to become the very air of the room. Yet, beneath his calm, polite exterior, his mind is operating like a master clockmaker's finest mechanism. He is here to acquire a high-value asset, a set of secret mobilization plans that could decide the fate of nations. But to do this, he must first make everyone in this room look exactly where he wants them to look. He must create a specter, a beautiful, glittering distraction. To understand Heine's plot, we must first explore his absolute mastery over the concept of high-value assets and the diversionary tactics required to secure them. Heine understood that in the theater of human affairs, a direct assault on what is highly guarded is almost always suicide. If you try to steal a secret that is locked in a vault, guarded by men with steel in their hands and suspicion in their hearts, you will fail. Instead, you must make the guards believe that the real threat lies elsewhere. You must give them a crisis that demands their immediate, panicked attention, leaving the true treasure momentarily unattended. Let us journey into the first great pillar of Heine's strategy, the art of the glittering distraction. In the center of the ballroom, displayed within a reinforced glass case resting upon a pedestal of black marble, sits the Star of the East. It is a sapphire of breathtaking proportions, a deep, hypnotic blue that seems to hold the mysteries of the ocean depths. It is owned by Baron von Becker, a man whose wealth is matched only by his vanity. The Baron has brought the sapphire to this garler to display his absolute dominance, unaware that Heine has spent weeks spreading a rumor through the diplomatic channels of Europe. The rumor was simple but intoxicating. A notorious international art thief had arrived in Constantinople with the sole intention of stealing the Star of the East during the gala. Heine's genius lay not in planning to steal the sapphire, but in making everyone believe he was going to. Imagine the psychological tension in that room. The security forces, led by the stern and uncompromising Colonel Cross, are completely focused on that glass case. Their eyes scan the crowd, looking for suspicious movements, their hearts beating in anticipation of a grand heist. They have reinforced the guards around the pedestal, doubled the watch at the doors, and mentally prepared themselves for a cinematic confrontation over a piece of blue stone. Meanwhile, the true asset, the signed mobilization treaty between the Ottoman Empire and the Central Powers, lies in a modest leather portfolio in the Baron's private study on the third floor, protected by nothing more than a simple brass lock and the assumption that no one would dare bypass the ballroom. Let us pause for a moment and look deeply into the psychology of this dynamic. Why does our subconscious fall for this trap so easily? It is because human attention is a scarce resource. We cannot focus on everything at once, so our brains are wired to prioritize the most dramatic, immediate, and visible stimulus. We look at the loud noise, the bright light, the glittering sapphire. In our daily lives, this manifests in how we handle our own challenges. How often do we obsess over minor, glittering anxieties, the loud and urgent distractions of our day, while completely neglecting the quiet, high-value assets of our lives, our emotional well-being, our deepest relationships, our long-term dreams? We allow ourselves to be diverted by the noise of the world, leaving our true treasures unguarded. To apply Heine's wisdom to your own life, you must learn to recognize when you are being diverted. When a crisis arises, or when you find yourself overwhelmed by a sudden, urgent demand on your attention, take a slow, deep breath. Ask yourself, what is the glittering sapphire in this situation, and what is the quiet, high-value asset that I am ignoring? By training your mind to look away from the obvious distraction, you reclaim your power. You become the master of your own attention, refusing to let these illusions of the world dictate where you place your energy. This brings us to the second pillar of Heine's masterclass: his uncanny ability to manipulate high society figures. To pull off a diversion of this scale, one cannot act alone. One must use the pride, the fears, and the desires of others as the strings of a grand marionette show. Heine's target for this manipulation was Duchess Elena, a woman of immense social influence but profound insecurity. She desperately wanted to be at the center of every important conversation, to be the gatekeeper of high society. Heine approached her not as a conspirator, but as a devoted admirer. Imagine the scene: Heine, dressed in a flawless tuxedo, stepping into her orbit with a glass of champagne. His voice is a low, soothing melody, carrying the warmth of absolute sincerity. He does not flatter her appearance; instead, he flatters her intellect. He whispers to her a secret, a delicate, confidential warning. He tells her that he has heard of a plot to steal the Star of the East tonight, and that he believes her social rival, Countess Sophia, is secretly helping the thief as a way to humiliate the Baron. The psychological mechanism here is devastatingly simple. Heine has tapped into the Duchess's deepest vulnerability: her fear of being left out, her need to be the one who knows everything, and her burning desire to triumph over her rival. By presenting this information as a secret meant only for her ears, he binds her to him. She does not question the validity of the rumor because it feeds her ego so perfectly. Within an hour, she has whispered this secret to 5 of her closest allies, who in turn whisper it to 10 more. The rumor spreads through the ballroom like wildfire, gaining weight and detail with every retelling. By the time the clock strikes 10, the entire room is in a state of quiet hysteria, watching Countess Saphir's every move, completely convinced that a grand crime is about to unfold before their eyes. When we analyze this psychologically, we see the profound power of validation. High-status individuals, those who seem to have everything, are often the most fragile. They live in a world of constant comparison, where their self-worth is tied to the perceptions of others. When someone like Heine offers them a chance to feel superior, to feel safe, or to feel uniquely informed, their critical thinking dissolves. They become eager participants in their own manipulation. In your own journey, dear listener, you must guard yourself against this vulnerability. Be cautious of those who feed your ego or play upon your rivalries. When someone whispers a secret that makes you feel uniquely powerful or validated at the expense of another, stop. Recognize that your desire for validation is a handle that others can use to turn you in whatever direction they please. True strength lies in a quiet, self-sustained confidence that does not need the fuel of external gossip or social triumph. By cultivating this inner sanctuary, you make yourself immune to the manipulation of the world's Heine-like figures. Now, let us turn our gaze to the third and perhaps most profound aspect of this chapter: greed as a vulnerability in counterintelligence. Greed is often misunderstood as a simple desire for money. In reality, it is a deep, emotional hunger, a desperate attempt to fill an inner void with external possessions. Heine knew this, and he used it to disarm the one man who stood between him and the mobilization plans: Colonel Cross. Colonel Cross was a man of iron discipline, a veteran who had survived multiple campaigns and possessed an intellect that was highly respected in counterintelligence circles. But he had a flaw: a quiet, festering resentment. He believed his loyalty had never been properly rewarded by the state. He watched mediocre men rise to heights of wealth and power while he lived on a modest military pension. Heine recognized this festering wound. Days before the gala, Heine arranged for a mysterious package to be delivered to the colonel's private quarters. Inside was a single, flawless diamond, accompanied by a note that read, "A small token of appreciation for a man whose true value the Empire has failed to recognize. More will follow when the Star of the East finds its true home." The note did not ask the colonel to betray his country. It did not ask him to do anything at all. It simply planted a seed of greed, a promise of a future where his worth would finally be matched by wealth. On the night of the gala, when the rumors of the theft reached their peak, Colonel Cross did not react with his usual cool, analytical precision. The seed of greed had blossomed into a quiet panic. If the Star of the East was stolen, the Baron would be ruined, but more importantly, the Colonel's chance at a massive, life-altering payoff might vanish. He became obsessed with protecting the sapphire, not out of duty, but out of a desperate, personal greed. He moved his best men to the ballroom, leaving the upper floors of the embassy virtually unguarded. He was so focused on protecting his potential fortune that he became completely blind to the real intelligence threat. While the colonel stood guard over the glittering sapphire in the crowded ballroom, Heine quietly slipped away. He climbed the grand staircase, his footsteps silent on the thick Persian carpets. He entered the Baron's study, bypassed the simple brass lock with a slender silver pick, and retrieved the mobilization plans from the leather portfolio. He replaced the original documents with forged copies that would take days, perhaps weeks, to detect. He then slipped back down to the ballroom, adjusted his cuffs, and took a sip of his champagne, all while the colonel remained glued to the glass case, watching the sapphire with sweat on his brow. Let us look at this with profound psychological clarity. Greed acts as a lens that distorts reality. When we hunger too deeply for something, whether it is money, status, or validation, we lose our perspective. We become hyper-focused on the object of our desire, believing that our happiness, our safety, our very survival depends on securing it. This hyper-focus creates a massive blind spot. We fail to see the risks we are taking, the relationships we are damaging, or the true assets we are leaving vulnerable. To walk the path of the mentor, you must examine your own hungers. What is it that you desire so deeply that it threatens to blind you? Is it the approval of your peers? Is it a certain level of financial security? Is it a title or a position? Whatever it is, recognize that this desire, if left unexamined, is your greatest vulnerability. It is the backdoor through which the world can manipulate you. To protect yourself, you must learn the art of emotional detachment. Appreciate the beautiful things of the world, but do not let them become your masters. Remember that your true value cannot be measured by what you possess, but by the integrity of your soul and the clarity of your mind. As we draw this chapter to a close, let us summarize the profound dance of shadows we have witnessed tonight. Heine did not steal the Star of the East. He did something far more elegant. He used the idea of the sapphire, the greed of its protector, and the vanity of high society to create a perfect storm of distraction. In doing so, he secured the true, priceless asset, the mobilization plans, without ever drawing a weapon or raising his voice. He left the parlor exactly as he entered, a quiet gentleman fading into the misty Constantinople night, leaving behind a room full of people who were still staring intently at a piece of blue stone, completely unaware that the world had just changed around them. Let this story wash over you, dear listener, like a cool breeze after a summer storm. Let it remind you of the quiet strength that comes from understanding human nature. In the chapters of your own life, do not be swayed by the loud, glittering distractions of the world. Keep your eyes clear, your heart guarded, and your focus on the true treasures of your existence. As the carriage carries Heine away from the glowing lights of the embassy into the narrow, cobblestone streets of the ancient city, the air begins to grow colder. The scent of salt water from the Bosphorus rises to meet him, carrying with it the quiet promise of a new journey. The mobilization plans are safe in his coat pocket, but the game is far from over. For in the shadows of the next town, a new adversary awaits, one who does not look at the glittering stones, but who watches the shadows themselves. Join me in the next chapter, where we will follow Heine into the frozen heart of the north, where the illusions are cold as ice, and the stakes are higher than ever before. Sleep well, or journey on with courage, for the night is long, and the stories have only just begun. Chapter 4: The Poison Trust. Welcome, my friend, to this quiet space of reflection. Take a deep breath, let the weight of the outside world gently slide off your shoulders, and allow your mind to settle into the shadows of a time when trust was the rarest, most lethal currency in existence. Today, we step into the cold, rain-slicked streets of Zurich in the year 1915. The world is at war, but the true battles are not fought on the muddy fields of the Somme or in the snowy trenches of the Eastern Front. No, The most devastating wars are waged in dimly lit drawing rooms, over half-empty glasses of absinthe, and in the silent, terrifying corridors of the human heart. This is Chapter 4, The Poison Trust. It is a study in sabotage, in lethal calculations, and in the terrible, beautiful cost of survival. It is here that we meet our protagonist, Heine, a man whose soul has been forged in the furnace of espionage, a man who knows that to trust another human being is to hand them a loaded pistol and press the barrel against your own temple. Let us begin with a truth that lives quietly in the back of your own mind, perhaps in those dark hours before sleep claims you. Have you ever felt the subtle, creeping realization that someone in your circle, someone you let past your guard, was quietly undermining the foundation of your life? That is where our story begins. The air in Zurich on this particular October evening is thick with the scent of roasted chestnuts, coal smoke, and damp wool. Rain falls in a steady, monotonous hiss, transforming the cobblestones into mirrors of liquid obsidian that reflect the amber glow of the gas lamps. Heine sits in the corner of the Café de la Couronne, his face obscured by the collar of his heavy overcoat and the steam rising from a porcelain cup of black coffee. He is not resting. Every muscle in his body is wound tight, like the mainspring of a Swiss watch. He is watching Herr Vance, a man who believes himself to be Heine's ally, but whom Heine has already condemned to social and professional death. To understand Heine, one must first understand his ruthless side when dealing with potential threats. He does not possess the luxury of anger. Anger is loud. Anger is messy. Anger leaves footprints. Instead, Heine operates with a cold, almost surgical precision. He has discovered that Vance has been quietly flirting with the idea of selling information to the French intelligence service. Vance has not done it yet, but the intent is there, blooming like a dark orchid in his greedy, desperate heart. Heine does not wait for the betrayal to mature. He understands that in the world of shadows, prevention is the only true form of self-defense. Consider the scene. Heine watches Vance across the smoky room. Vance is laughing, his gold-rimmed spectacles catching the light, his fingers nervously tracing the rim of his wine glass. He thinks he is safe. He thinks he is clever. But Heine has already woven a web around him that Vance cannot even see. Heine's internal monologue is not one of hatred, but of a profound, melancholic weariness. He looks at Vance and thinks, "What a pity that you chose to trade your loyalty for 30 pieces of silver, when I would have given you my life had you only remained true." Heine does not confront Vance with a weapon. Instead, he uses the most devastating weapon of all, the truth, distorted just enough to cause Vance to destroy himself. Heine has planted a forged diary in Vance's desk, a diary that implicates Vance in a conspiracy against the very French handlers he hoped to court. By tomorrow morning, Vance will be arrested by his own prospective employers, branded a double agent, and cast into the oblivion of a military prison. Heine will not have spilled a single drop of blood, yet Vance will be completely, irrevocably erased. Why does this classic dynamic of preemptive self-defense and ruthless pragmatism resonate so deeply within our own subconscious minds? It is because we all carry the scar tissue of past betrayals. We have all experienced that sudden, sickening drop in the stomach when we realize that someone we loved, or someone we worked with, has acted against us behind closed doors. When we watch Heine act with such ruthless efficiency, a part of our subconscious feels a profound sense of relief, even vindication. We wish we could be that strong. We wish we could see the threats coming from miles away and neutralize them before they can break our hearts. In our everyday lives, we often hold ourselves back because we are afraid of being perceived as unkind or cold. We tolerate toxic friendships, we stay in manipulative relationships, and we allow underhanded colleagues to chip away at our peace of mind because we are afraid of conflict. Heine teaches us that there is a time for mercy, but there is also a time for absolute, unwavering boundaries. If you are listening to this and recognizing a pattern of betrayal or vulnerability in your own life, let me offer you a soothing, guiding hand. You do not need to forge diaries or send people to physical prisons to protect yourself. But you must learn the art of emotional containment. First, you must observe without reacting. When you sense a threat or a betrayal, do not lash out in anger. Anger alerts the other person and gives them control over your emotional state. Instead, adopt Heine's analytical silence. Watch their patterns, document their actions, and let them reveal themselves. Second, you must practice the clean cut. When someone proves themselves to be untrustworthy, you do not owe them an explanation or a dramatic confrontation. You simply step back, close the door, and lock it. Your silence is your shield, and your absence is your ultimate victory. Let us transition now into the second key aspect of Heine's world, the tense, suffocating execution of a covert sabotage operation. It is midnight, 3 days after Vance's quiet disappearance. The rain has stopped, leaving the city wrapped in a freezing, translucent fog. Heine stands before the iron gates of a small private printing press on the outskirts of Zurich. This press is responsible for producing the propaganda pamphlets that fuel the anti-alliance sentiment in the neutral territories. To stop the flow of these pamphlets is to cut off the oxygen to a growing political fire. Heine does not use explosives. He does not use fire. Fire attracts firemen, and explosives attract the police. Instead, Heine slips through a broken cellar window, his movements silent and fluid, like ink spilling across a dark page. The air inside the printing house smells of heavy machine grease, wet paper, and the sharp, metallic tang of lead type. Every sound is magnified 1,000 times in the silence. The slow, rhythmic drip of water from a pipe in the corner sounds like the ticking of a countdown clock. Heine's heart rate is incredibly low, a testament to his years of training, but his senses are dialed to an agonizingly sharp frequency. He can hear the distant whistle of a locomotive, the scraping of a dry leaf across the pavement outside, the soft rustle of his own breath. He approaches the main printing press, a massive, iron beast of gears and rollers. He pulls a small leather pouch from his pocket. Inside is not gunpowder, but a highly abrasive emery powder, mixed with a slow-acting chemical corrosive that he formulated himself. With delicate, steady fingers, he begins to apply the mixture to the main bearings and the delicate gear teeth of the machine. It is a slow, tedious process. He must apply it precisely, ensuring that the machine will run smoothly for the first few hundred revolutions before the friction begins to tear the iron gears apart from the inside out. He works in near-total darkness, guided only by the occasional silver beam of moonlight piercing through the high windows. One slip of his hand, one dropped wrench, and the night watchman sleeping in the front office will be alerted. The tension is thick, almost physical, pressing down on Heine's chest like a physical weight. Yet, he does not hurry. He understands that haste is the father of failure. He finishes his work, wipes his hands with a grease-stained rag, and slips back out into the fog, leaving behind a silent, ticking time bomb of mechanical self-destruction. This act of covert sabotage is a powerful metaphor for the ways we interact with the world and, more importantly, the ways we interact with ourselves. Why do we find the concept of sabotage so fascinating? Because, deep down, we are all master saboteurs of our own lives. We do not need enemies to ruin our happiness. We do it ourselves with alarming regularity. We plant the emery powder of self-doubt, procrastination, and negative self-talk into the gears of our own potential. We watch our dreams begin to spin, only to grind to a halt under the weight of our own internal corrosion. This dynamic holds us back because it operates in the shadows of our subconscious. We do not realize we are sabotaging ourselves until the gears are already broken and we are left standing in the ruins of what could have been. To dismantle your own patterns of self-sabotage, you must become your own counter-espionage agent. Begin by conducting a thorough, objective audit of your daily habits. What are the small, repetitive actions you take that grind your progress to a halt? Is it the late-night doom scrolling that robs you of your energy? Is it the habit of agreeing to things you do not want to do, out of a desperate need for approval? Once you identify these toxic elements, you must treat them as Heine treated the printing press, not with violent frustration, but with methodical, quiet removal. Replace one negative habit with a positive, friction-free alternative. If you struggle with self-doubt, write down 3 cold, hard facts about your past achievements every single morning. Let these facts be your shield against the false narratives your mind tries to spin. Now, let us examine the third and perhaps most profound aspect of Heine's character, the cold, analytical nature of his espionage methods. Heine does not see people as individuals. He sees them as nodes in a vast, interconnected network of cause and effect. To him, human emotions, love, grief, greed, vanity are not mysterious forces of nature. They are leverage points. They are pulleys and levers that can be used to move mountains, if one only knows where to apply the pressure. In this chapter, Heine must extract a vital security code from a high-ranking clerk named Monsieur Dupont. Dupont is not a bad man. He is a dedicated father, a quiet husband, and a meticulous bureaucrat. He cannot be bribed, and he cannot be easily threatened, for he is a man of deep, stubborn principle. A lesser agent would resort to physical violence or blackmail, but Heine knows that these crude methods often produce false information born of panic. Instead, Heine studies Dupont with the cold detachment of a botanist examining a rare specimen. He discovers that Dupont's greatest vulnerability is not a secret vice, but his profound, agonizing love for his chronically ill daughter. Dupont has been searching desperately for a specific, expensive medicine that is currently blocked by wartime trade embargoes. Heine does not threaten the daughter. That would be monstrous, and Heine, despite his coldness, clings to a fragile shred of his own humanity. Instead, Heine arranges for the medicine to be delivered to Dupont's doorstep anonymously. He then ensures that a brief, unsigned note arrives the following day, explaining that the medicine was a gift from a friend who admires Dupont's work, and that more medicine will be made available as long as certain clerical anomalies in the shipping manifests continue to go unnoticed. It is a brilliant, terrifyingly gentle trap. Heine has converted Dupont's purest, most noble emotion, his parental love, into the very instrument of his corruption. Heine watches Dupont from a distance, feeling a deep, hollow pang of empathy for the man. He knows the agonizing choice Dupont faces, and he knows that Dupont will choose his daughter over his country every single time. Heine has won, but the victory tastes like ash in his mouth. This cold, analytical approach to human relationships is something we often view with horror, yet it is a dynamic that plays out in our lives every single day. We live in a world of leverage. Advertisers analyze our insecurities to sell us products we do not need. Algorithms study our anger and our fear to keep us glued to our screens. Even in our personal lives, we are often manipulated by the emotional leverage of those around us, sometimes without them even realizing they are doing it. When we understand this dynamic, we can begin to protect ourselves. We can recognize when our buttons are being pushed, when our guilt is being weaponized, and when our desire to please is being used against us. To protect yourself from emotional manipulation, you must develop what Heine calls a baseline of emotional sovereignty. When someone makes a demand of you, or when you feel a sudden, intense surge of guilt or obligation, pause. Do not react immediately. Ask yourself, what is the leverage being used here? Is this person appealing to my fear of rejection? Are they capitalizing on my need to be seen as a good person? By identifying the leverage point, you strip it of its power. You can then make a conscious, rational choice rather than a reactive, emotional one. You can say no with kindness, firmness, and absolute clarity, refusing to allow your most noble qualities to be weaponized against your own well-being. As we bring this chapter of Heine's journey to a close, let us look back at the landscape we have traversed. We have seen Heine navigate the treacherous waters of Zurich, dealing with the threat of Herr Vance with quiet, preemptive ruthlessness. We have stood beside him in the freezing darkness of the printing press, feeling the breathless tension of his covert sabotage. And we have watched him dissect the human heart of Monsieur Dupont, using the analytical coldness of his craft to secure a victory that costs him a piece of his own soul. Heine's world is a dark one, yes, but it is also a mirror. It shows us that survival often requires us to balance our warmth with coldness, our passion with calculation, and our trust with a healthy, protective skepticism. As the rain begins to fall once more over the cobblestones of Zurich, Heine steps out of the cafe and disappears into the shadows of the alleyways. He has survived another day, but the shadows are growing longer, and the cost of his survival is rising. In our next chapter, we will follow Heine as he faces a challenge that cannot be solved with codes, poisons, or forged documents. He will be forced to confront a ghost from his own past, a person who knows his true name, his true heart, and the one vulnerability he has never been able to calculate or control. Sleep well, my friend, and remember that even in the darkest shadows, you possess the strength to navigate the maze of your own life with grace, wisdom, and an unbreakable spirit. Until we meet again in the quiet spaces of the world, keep your eyes open, your heart guarded, and your spirit free. Chapter 5 The Double Spy. Welcome, dear listener, to a space where the shadows grow long, and the boundaries between truth and deception begin to blur. Sit back, take a deep breath, and let the outside world fade into a soft, distant hum. Today, we journey together into the quiet, fraught landscape of the human soul under pressure. We enter Chapter 5 of The Adventures of Heine, a chapter entitled, simply and chillingly, The Double Spy. To live a life of secrecy is to inhabit a house built entirely of mirrors. Every reflection offers a version of yourself, but none of them show who you truly are when the lights go out. There is a profound, almost sacred psychological strain in the act of double-crossing. It is the art of holding two opposing realities in your mind at the exact same time, knowing that if they ever touch, the resulting explosion will destroy you. Friedrich Nietzsche once wrote that he who fights with monsters might take care lest he thereby become a monster, and if you gaze for long into an abyss, the abyss gazes also into you. For Heine, this was not a mere philosophical observation. It was the daily bread of his existence. Imagine, if you will, a room on the third floor of a crumbling tenement house in the heart of a rain-swept European city. The air smells of wet brick, cheap coal smoke, and the faint, bitter tang of chicory coffee brewing on a small iron stove. Outside, the cobblestones gleam like the scales of a great, sleeping beast under the yellow halo of the gas lamps. Heine sits by the window, his fingers tracing the cold glass, watching the droplets run down and merge with one another. Each droplet is like a secret, distinct for a moment, then swallowed by the larger flow. In his chest, there is a physical weight, a tightness that never truly leaves him. It is the realization that to survive, he must not only lie to his enemies, he must also learn to doubt his allies. This brings us to the core of our exploration today. The introduction of a secondary agent whose loyalties are not just questionable, but entirely fluid. Enter Daniel Vane. He is a man who walks with a slight, almost imperceptible limp, the legacy of some forgotten skirmish, and his eyes carry the tired, yellowed look of someone who has not slept a full night in years. Daniel is a creature of the borders, a man who sells information to the highest bidder, but who claims to hold a secret flame of loyalty to the cause. But can a man who has sold his soul in pieces ever truly buy it back? Let us step into a cinematic moment, a scene frozen in the amber of memory. Heine meets Daniel in the back room of a low-ceilinged tavern called the Broken Anchor. The room is thick with tobacco smoke that hangs in blue ribbons in the dim light. Daniel sits across from Heine, his dirty fingernails tapping a nervous rhythm against a half-empty glass of gin. He leans forward, his voice a dry whisper that barely carries over the clatter of plates outside. He tells Heine that the secret police have discovered the safe house on the canal. He offers a name, a date, a time of the raid. But as he speaks, Heine notices the tiny beads of sweat forming on Daniel's upper lip, the way his gaze flickers toward the door every time the floorboards creak. Heine's inner monologue is a cold, calculating machine. Is Daniel saving my life? Heine asks himself, or is he laying a breadcrumb trail that leads straight to the gallows? The tension in the room is thick enough to taste a metallic, copper flavor of fear. If we look beneath the surface of this encounter, we find a profound psychological dynamic that touches the very heart of the human condition. Why are we so fascinated by the figure of the double agent? It is because, in our daily lives, we all play version of this game. We wear masks. We tell polite lies to keep the peace. We split our loyalties between our careers, our families, our secret dreams, and our public duties. When we see Daniel Vane, we are looking into a mirror of our own subconscious fear of being exposed as an imposter. The strain of double-crossing is the ultimate manifestation of the fractured ego. When you cannot trust anyone, you eventually lose the ability to trust yourself. This internal fracture holds us back, freezing us in a state of perpetual vigilance where we can never truly love, never truly connect, and never truly rest. How do we apply this to our own lives, when we feel torn between different worlds or betrayed by those we thought we could trust? A soothing mentor would tell you to first find your anchor. When the world around you is a shifting sea of loyalties, you must establish an unshakable, internal code. Step 1 is to identify your non-negotiables. What is the one truth you will never sell, no matter the price? Step 2 is to observe without reacting. When you suspect someone in your life is playing a double game, do not confront them with anger. Instead, become like Heine. Watch their patterns, not their words. Step 3 is the gentle boundary. You do not need to banish the double spies from your life immediately, but you must move them to the outer circles of your trust, protecting your inner sanctuary with quiet, absolute resolve. But how did Heine verify the whispers of a man like Daniel Vane? This brings us to his meticulous, almost mathematical methods of testing loyalty. Heine did not rely on intuition alone. He used the cold science of the canary trap. He would plant a specific, highly detailed piece of false information, a unique seed, and then wait to see where it sprouted. Let us journey into another memory, a night of quiet suspense. Heine sits at his writing desk, the nib of his pen scratching against heavy parchment. He is writing 3 separate letters to 3 different contacts, including Daniel. To Daniel, he writes of a hidden cache of gold coins buried beneath the floorboards of the abandoned St. Jude's Chapel on the southern outskirts of the city. It is a beautiful lie, designed with precise detail to entice a greedy mind or a desperate informer. 2 days later, Heine stands in the shadow of a willow tree near the ruins of the chapel. The midnight air is cold, carrying the scent of damp earth and rotting leaves. He watches as a carriage pulls up, its lanterns extinguished. From the carriage step 3 men in the dark woolen coats of the state security forces. They carry lanterns and spades. Heine watches from the dark, his heart beating a slow, heavy rhythm. The trap has sprung. The canary has sung. The pain of this confirmation is sharp, a cold needle in the chest, but the clarity it brings is absolute. Daniel has betrayed him. This process of verification is a crucial psychological tool. In our own lives, we often suffer because we accept assumptions as facts. We allow ourselves to be paralyzed by suspicion, or conversely, we blind ourselves to obvious betrayals because the truth is too painful to bear. Heine's method teaches us that truth is not something to be feared. It is a tool of liberation. When we test the loyalty of our environments, we are not being cynical. We are being responsible guardians of our own well-being. Our subconscious craves safety, and safety can only exist in reality, never in illusion. To apply this, think of a situation where you feel uncertain about someone's intentions. Do not create a dramatic trap, but rather, practice the art of the soft test. Share a small, harmless confidence, a minor vulnerability, and see how it is handled. Does it return to you through the grapevine, distorted and weaponized? Or is it held with care and respect? By setting small, observable milestones of reliability, you allow others to earn their place in your life, step by step, while keeping your heart safe from sudden, devastating storms. Now, let us draw closer to the climax of this chapter, the event that tests the absolute limit of Heine's resolve, the secret midnight rendezvous. There is a particular quality to midnight, a suspension of time where the rules of the day no longer apply. It is the hour of reckonings and confessions. The air is thick with a heavy river fog as Heine walks toward the old watchmaker's shop near the docks. The silence is immense, broken only by the rhythmic sloshing of the dark water against the wooden pilings and the distant, lonely cry of a foghorn out at sea. Every step Heine takes feels heavy, as if he is walking through deep water. He knows he is walking into a trap, but he also knows that to run now is to lose everything. He pushes open the door of the shop. Inside, hundreds of clocks line the walls, their ticks and talks unsynchronized, creating a chaotic, metallic heartbeat that fills the dusty space. In the center of the room, sitting under a single hanging light bulb, is Daniel Vane. His face is pale, his eyes hollow. He looks like a ghost waiting for his executioner. Heine steps into the light. He does not draw a weapon. He simply stands there, letting the ticking of the clocks fill the silence between them. "Why did you do it, Daniel?" Heine asks, his voice soft, almost tender, devoid of anger. Daniel looks up, and for a moment, the mask slips entirely. He speaks of his sister, held in a prison camp in the north. He speaks of the debt he could never pay, the way the state security forces squeezed him until there was nothing left but dust. He was a man caught between two jaws of a great machine, being ground to powder. It is a moment of deep, tragic human connection. They are two men on opposite sides of a war, yet they are identical in their suffering, both trapped in the same web of circumstance. This midnight rendezvous represents the ultimate confrontation with our own shadow. The clocks ticking around them are a metaphor for the relentless passage of time, a reminder that we cannot outrun our choices forever. When we face our own moments of reckoning, when we must have that difficult conversation we have avoided for months, or face the reality of a failed endeavor, we are standing in that watchmaker's shop. The fear we feel is not just of the external consequence, but of what we will see in the other person's eyes, a reflection of our own capacity for weakness, for fear, and for betrayal. When you find yourself at your own midnight crossroads, remember the grace Heine showed in that dark room. Do not run from the confrontation, but do not enter it with a desire to destroy. Approach your reckonings with a quiet, steady heart. Seek understanding before you seek justice. Ask the hard questions, but listen to the answers with a compassionate ear. By facing the shadows directly, you strip them of their power over you, and you find the strength to walk out of the dark shop and back into the clean, morning air. In this chapter, we have journeyed through the labyrinth of the double spy, exploring the heavy psychological toll of living a divided life, the necessity of testing the ground we walk on, and the profound beauty of facing our truths in the dead of night. Heine survived the trap of Daniel Vane, not through violence, but through a deep, sorrowful understanding of human nature. He left the watchmaker's shop alone, the cold fog clinging to his coat, carrying the heavy burden of another secret, but with his soul still intact. And so, as the clocks in the shop continue their endless, disjointed ticking, we prepare to leave this rainy city behind. But the shadows do not disappear. They merely shift. As the first faint light of dawn begins to crack the eastern sky, we look ahead to the next chapter of Heine's journey, where the cold streets of the city give way to the whispered secrets of the high mountain passes, and where a new, even more dangerous game of cat and mouse awaits him in the silent, snow-covered peaks. Sleep well, dear listener, or journey on with courage, knowing that even in the darkest night, the truth is a lantern that can never be fully extinguished. Chapter 6: The Secret of the Moat House. To understand the true nature of a secret, one must first understand the architecture of the walls built to protect it. We spend our lives constructing fortresses around our deepest vulnerabilities, carving deep moats of silence and raising high stone barriers of defense, hoping that no one will ever see the fragile truths we guard so fiercely. But what happens when the very survival of everything we hold dear requires us to cross the dark water, scale the impossible walls, and look directly into the hidden chambers of another? This is the quiet, terrifying reality of infiltration, an art that is far less about physical stealth and far more about the profound psychological mastery of fear. Welcome, dear listener, to Chapter 6 of The Adventures of Heine, titled The Secret of the Moat House. Take a deep, settling breath with me now, and let yourself slide into the cool, shadowed air of a forgotten forest where the past and the future are about to collide in the absolute stillness of a midnight vigil. The moat house did not merely stand. It loomed, a heavy, dark stone monolith rising from the center of a stagnant, black water lake that seemed to swallow the pale light of the crescent moon. Situated at the crossroads of three warring provinces, this ancient estate was far more than an aristocratic playground. It was a silent nerve center of intelligence, a secure vault where the most sensitive diplomatic and military secrets of the realm were whispered behind locked doors. To the casual observer, it was a relic of a bygone era of feudal power, but Heine knew its true strategic value. If he could penetrate its walls, he would gain access to the raw, unedited truths of a conflict that had already claimed far too many innocent lives. He stood at the edge of the tree line, the damp smell of pine needle decay and wet earth filling his senses, his eyes locked on the faint, amber glow of lanterns flickering behind the iron-barred windows of the estate. Let us pause for a moment to contemplate the sheer weight of this scene. Imagine standing in Heine's boots, feeling the cold night air seep through your wool cloak, listening to the rhythmic, metallic clank of the sentries patrolling the high stone battlements. The moat house represents every impenetrable obstacle you have ever faced in your own life. It is that difficult conversation you have been avoiding, the deeply rooted habit you cannot seem to break, or the guarded heart of someone you desperately wish to understand. We look at these fortresses and we feel small, weak, and entirely inadequate. Our subconscious registers the dark, still water of the moat as an impassable gulf, a symbol of our own self-doubt. But Heine's journey reminds us that every fortress, no matter how imposing, was built by human hands, and what human hands can build, human intelligence and quiet patience can navigate. As Heine began his silent descent toward the water's edge, his movements became fluid, almost preternatural, a testament to years of surviving on the razor edge of discovery. He did not rush. He understood that haste is the loudest sound a man can make in the dark. Instead, he attuned his breathing to the natural rhythm of the night, the soughing of the wind through the hemlock branches, the gentle, rhythmic lapping of the dark water against the muddy bank. He watched the light of the guard's torch bounce off the wet stone walls, timing his steps to the exact cadence of the sentry's heavy tread. To slip past such vigilance requires an absolute surrender of the ego. Heine had to forget his own importance, his own fears, and even his own name, becoming nothing more than a shadow moving among shadows, a breath of cold air passing through the ancient pines. Let us examine the profound psychology of this quiet infiltration. Why does this classic dynamic of the silent intruder resonate so deeply within our collective subconscious? It is because we all recognize, on some primal level, that the most significant transformations in our lives do not occur during loud, triumphant battles, but in the quiet, unnoticed moments of stealthy self-observation. The heavily guarded estate is a mirror of our own mind. The sentries are our defense mechanisms. The loud, angry voices of our ego that shout warnings whenever we try to look too closely at our own hidden motives or past traumas. When you attempt to change your life, these internal guards go on high alert, pacing the battlements of your mind, telling you to turn back to the safety of your old, familiar routines. To bypass them, you cannot fight them directly. To fight them is to acknowledge their power and invite defeat. Instead, like Heine, you must learn the art of psychological stealth, slipping past your own resistance with gentle, persistent awareness, moving so quietly that your ego does not even realize you are questioning its authority. For the listener seeking to apply this wisdom to their own life journey, the first step of this gentle mentorship is to identify your own moat house. What is the highly secured area of your life that you are afraid to enter? Perhaps it is a creative dream you have locked away because you fear failure, or a deep-seated emotional wound that you have surrounded with a moat of cynicism and sarcasm. Once you have identified this place, do not attempt to storm the gates with loud, aggressive resolutions that will only alert your internal guards. Instead, begin with quiet observation. Spend 10 minutes each day simply sitting with your fears, observing the patterns of your defensive thoughts without judging them. Watch how your mind tries to distract you, how it tells you that you are not ready, or that it is too dangerous to change. By simply watching these thoughts with a warm, non-judgmental presence, you begin to disarm them. You find the small, overlooked gaps in your psychological armor, the damp basement windows of your soul where you can slip inside and begin the real work of transformation. As Heine reached the edge of the black moat, the water looked like liquid obsidian, cold enough to stop a man's heart if he entered too quickly. He slipped off his heavy boots, tying them securely to his pack, and slid into the freezing water without making a single splash. The shock of the cold was an immediate, physical assault, a tightening band around his chest that demanded he gasp for air. But he forced his lungs to expand slowly, silently, keeping only his nose and eyes above the surface as he began to swim with slow, cis-like strokes toward the base of the stone wall. The water tasted of rot and rusted iron, a reminder of the centuries of secrets this moat had drowned. When he finally reached the opposite side, his fingers clawed at the slimy, algae-covered stones, finding a narrow, crumbling ledge where a drain pipe emptied into the lake. With agonizing slowness, he pulled his dripping body upward, his muscles burning with the strain, until he was wedged inside the dark, dripping recess of the stone foundation, completely hidden from the searchlights above. This physical act of submerging oneself in the freezing water is a powerful metaphor for the emotional discomfort we must endure when we choose to seek the truth. The water is cold, dark, and unpleasant, much like the feelings of vulnerability, grief, or shame that we must wade through to heal our lives. Many of us stand on the safe, dry bank of intellectual understanding, wishing we were different, but refusing to get wet. We want the secrets of the moat house without ever having to swim the moat. But Heine's cold, wet journey teaches us that there are no dry paths to profound self-discovery. You must be willing to feel the discomfort, to let the freezing water of reality shock your system, and to keep moving forward even when every nerve ending in your body is screaming for you to return to the warm, comfortable shore of your illusions. To navigate this cold water in your own life, the practical advice is simple yet incredibly challenging. Cultivate the capacity for voluntary discomfort. Choose to do the hard thing precisely because it is hard and because it leads to your growth. When an uncomfortable emotion arises, instead of reaching for your phone, a drink, or any other numbing distraction, make the conscious choice to sit in the cold water of that feeling for just 5 minutes. Let it wash over you. Notice where it lives in your body, whether it is a tightness in your chest or a knot in your stomach. Breathe into it, just as Heine breathed into the freezing shock of the moat. You will find, to your great surprise, that the water does not drown you. It merely wakes you up, stripping away the unnecessary warmth of your illusions and leaving you stronger, cleaner, and ready to climb the walls of your destiny. Once inside the lower cellars of the moat house, Heine paused to let the water drain from his clothes, his heart hammering a frantic, muffled rhythm against his ribs. The air here was thick with the scent of dry rot, aged wine, and damp earth. He pulled a small, brass-covered pocket lantern from his waterproof pouch, shuttering the lens so that only a pinprick of warm light pierced the absolute darkness. He began to wind his way upward through the labyrinth of the cellar, past racks of dust-covered bottles and ancient iron torture implements from a darker age, his senses strained to their absolute limit. Every creak of the old timber above him, every distant scurry of a rat in the shadows, sent a jolt of adrenaline through his veins. He knew that one wrong step, one loose stone, would bring the guards down upon him, ending not only his mission but his life. Yet he pushed forward, guided by a deep, unshakable sense of purpose that transcended his own self-preservation. Heine eventually reached the grand library on the second floor, a room of dark mahogany shelves stretching toward a vaulted ceiling, filled with thousands of leather-bound volumes that held the accumulated knowledge of generations. But he was not here for the books. He made his way to the large, ornate desk in the center of the room, his fingers tracing the delicate wood carvings until he found the subtle, hidden lever concealed within the clawed foot of the desk. With a soft, hydraulic click, a secret compartment slid open beneath the desk's surface, revealing a thick bundle of documents tied with a faded red ribbon and sealed with a heavy, black wax of the High Chancellor's signet ring. As Heine broke the seal and spread the papers under the faint light of his shuttered lantern, his eyes widened with a mixture of horror and profound realization. These were not mere troop movements or supply lists. These documents were the blueprints for a massive, coordinated betrayal, a plan to sacrifice an entire civilian population to secure a political alliance. The revelation was staggering, a truth so dark that it threatened to extinguish the very hope Heine had carried in his heart for so long. Consider the profound psychological impact of this moment of discovery. When we finally penetrate the secure fortresses of our lives, what we find is rarely a simple, pleasant truth. It is often a complex, painful revelation that challenges everything we thought we knew about ourselves, our families, or our world. It is the realization that the person we trusted implicitly has been dishonest, or that the career path we spent decades pursuing was merely an attempt to win the approval of a distant parent. These moments of revelation are deeply destabilizing. They shatter our carefully constructed worldviews and force us to confront the raw, unfiltered reality of our existence. It is here, in the dark library of our souls, looking at the evidence of our betrayal or our pain, that we face our greatest test. Do we close the secret drawer, pretend we never saw the documents, and slip back across the moat to live a comfortable lie? Or do we take the truth, carry its heavy weight in our hands, and allow it to reshape our lives, no matter how much it hurts? The practical guidance for this crucial stage of your journey is to practice the radical integration of truth. When you uncover a painful reality about yourself or your life, do not run from it, and do not use it as a weapon to punish yourself or others. Instead, treat the truth as a sacred map. It may show a landscape of ruins and valleys of regret, but it is the only accurate map you have, and you cannot find your way to a genuine, authentic life using a false map of comfortable illusions. Look at the documents of your life with compassionate objectivity. Acknowledge the pain they represent, but also recognize the immense power that comes from knowing the truth. The truth, no matter how dark, is a tool of liberation. It frees you from the exhausting labor of maintaining a lie, and it gives you the raw material you need to build a future that is grounded in reality, strength, and genuine self-respect. As Heine carefully folded the documents and secured them inside his waterproof inner vest, he knew his journey was only half complete. The theft of these papers would soon be discovered, and the entire garrison would be unleashed to hunt him down. He had to make his way back through the labyrinth of the moat house, back across the freezing water of the moat, and into the safety of the dark forest before the first light of dawn betrayed his position. The weight of the papers against his chest felt like a hot iron, a physical reminder of the lives that now depended on his survival. He took one last look at the silent library, blew out his tiny lantern, and stepped back into the shadows, his mind already calculating the paths of his escape. This brings us to the end of our exploration of the secret of the moat house, but our journey together is far from over. In this chapter, we have watched Heine stand before the imposing fortress of his enemies, brave the freezing waters of the moat, slip past the vigilant guards of the estate, and uncover the devastating truths hidden in the dark library of power. We have seen how his physical journey mirrors our own internal struggles to bypass our defenses, confront our deepest fears, and integrate the painful truths that can set us free. But as Heine slips back into the cold water to begin his treacherous escape, a new and even more dangerous challenge looms on the horizon. The truth has been uncovered, but the truth is a dangerous flame to carry in a world that prefers the darkness. In the next chapter, we will follow Heine as he flees the wrath of those he has exposed, navigating the treacherous mountain passes where the line between ally and enemy becomes dangerously thin, and where he must decide what he is truly willing to sacrifice to keep the flame of truth alive. Keep your breath steady, dear listener, and let us step together into the gathering shadows of the road ahead. Chapter 7: The Message on the Wall. We are all, in some profound sense, cartographers of our own lives. From the moment we open our eyes to the chaotic, swirling patterns of the world, we are desperately trying to decode the signals around us. We translate a mother's subtle sigh, a lover's brief hesitation, the cold silence of an employer, or the sudden, unexplained shift in a friend's gaze. We live in a world of codes, of hidden messages written not in ink, but in the silent spaces between human actions. It was this deep, universal truth that lay at the very heart of Heine's existence as he stood in the damp, claustrophobic darkness of the abandoned safe house. The air was thick with the scent of wet plaster, decaying wood, and the unmistakable, metallic tang of fear. Outside, the rain beat a relentless, rhythmic tattoo against the grime-encrusted window panes, a sound like thousands of tiny fingers scratching to get in. But inside, the silence was absolute, heavy, and pregnant with danger. Heine held up a flickering paraffin lamp, its weak, yellow glow casting long, monstrous shadows across the peeling wallpaper. And there, scrawled across the crumbling plaster in hasty, charcoal strokes, was the message. It looked like the frantic scratching of a madman, a chaotic jumble of letters and numbers that defied immediate comprehension. Yet, Heine knew that within this apparent madness lay a cold, calculated design. It was a cipher, a barrier erected by the enemy to protect a secret that could alter the fate of nations, or, more intimately, cost him his very life. To understand the cipher system used by the conspirators is to understand the darkest recesses of the human mind under pressure. They did not employ a simple substitution cipher, the kind of schoolboy puzzle where one letter merely stands for another. No, this was a highly sophisticated, polyalphabetic matrix, a shifting labyrinth of meaning designed by a brilliant, albeit twisted, intellect. It utilized a variable key that changed with every line, a system of mathematical displacement that ensured that even if one word was deciphered, the next would remain stubbornly locked in darkness. It was a physical manifestation of deceit, a fortress built of language. Heine stared at the charcoal marks, his eyes reflecting the pale light of the flame. He did not see mere letters. He saw the men who wrote them. He felt their panic, their frantic haste, the way their fingers must have trembled as they pressed the charcoal against the wall, knowing that the authorities, or worse, Heine himself, were closing in. This was a message born of desperation, and desperation always leaves a trace. The conspirators believed their code was unbreakable, insulated by the complexity of their mathematical grid. They relied on the arrogance of their own intellect, assuming that no single mind could untangle the thread of their conspiracy in time to stop them. Let us pause for a moment and look at this dynamic through a cinematic lens, to truly feel the weight of this intellectual struggle. Imagine Heine, his coat collar turned up against the damp chill, standing so close to the wall that his warm breath mists the cold stone. He does not touch the writing yet. He simply observes. His mind begins to construct a mental map of the writer's physical movements. He notices how the letters tilt to the right, how the pressure of the charcoal thins out at the end of each sequence, indicating a hurried exit. His fingers trace the air millimeters away from the wall, mimicking the strokes of the conspirator. He begins to run through the possible key phrases, matching the mathematical intervals of the letters with the known literary preferences of the conspiracy's leader, a man obsessed with classical poetry and obscure historical battles. It is a duel of minds fought across the cold surface of a ruined wall. Heine's brain works with the quiet, humming efficiency of a Swiss watch, discarding thousands of incorrect permutations in a fraction of a second. This is not mere calculation. It is empathy of the highest order. To break the code, Heine must become the enemy. He must think their dark thoughts, feel their mounting paranoia, and share their desperate hope for survival. Why does this classic dynamic of the hidden code and the brilliant decoder resonate so deeply within our collective subconscious? Why does it make our hearts beat faster and our minds sharpen in anticipation? It is because the cipher is the ultimate metaphor for the human condition. We are all born into a world where the most important truths are hidden behind walls of social conditioning, polite lies, and our own psychological defenses. When we encounter a cipher, we are encountering our own fear of the unknown. We fear that we are blind to the forces shaping our destiny, that everyone else has a manual for life that we were never given. By watching Heine dismantle the enemy's code through sheer, unadulterated intellect, our subconscious experiences a profound sense of relief and empowerment. It reassures us that the chaos of the world is only an illusion, that beneath the terrifying complexity of our problems lies a logical, understandable truth waiting to be uncovered. It tells us that we do not have to be victims of circumstances. We can be the decoders of our own reality. If you find yourself facing a seemingly insurmountable, chaotic situation in your own life, perhaps a relationship that has grown incomprehensibly tense, or a professional challenge that feels like a wall of white noise, do not despair. Act as Heine did. The first step is to quiet the panic in your chest. Stop looking at the entire chaotic picture all at once, as that only breeds overwhelm. Instead, isolate a single, recurring pattern. In cryptology, this is known as frequency analysis, looking for the elements that appear most often. In your life, find the recurring argument, the repeating mistake, or the constant source of anxiety. Once you have isolated this element, ask yourself what deeper, hidden need it is trying to express. Every code, no matter how complex, is ultimately a cry for connection or a shield for a vulnerability. By understanding the underlying motive of the chaos, you begin to strip away its power over you. Step by step, with patience and intellectual courage, you can translate your greatest anxieties into clear, actionable truths. As Heine's fingers hovered over the final sequence of letters, the intellectual puzzle suddenly transformed into a visceral, heart-stopping reality. The ticking clock element of the message began to reveal itself as the decoded words fell into place like the heavy, metallic tumblers of a safe. The translation did not offer a vague plan for some distant future. It was a direct, immediate, and terrifying directive. The message read: "The hawk flies at midnight. Burn the nest. No witnesses." Heine's breath caught in his throat. He pulled his silver pocket watch from his waistcoat, the glass cover reflecting the dim lamplight. It was 11:15. He had exactly 45 minutes before the conspirators executed a brutal, coordinate raid on the safe house of his closest allies, a sanctuary where innocent families were currently hiding. The intellectual game was over. The physical race against time had begun. The room suddenly felt smaller, the walls closing in as the gravity of the situation pressed down upon his chest. The silence of the safe house was no longer peaceful. It was the quiet before a devastating storm. Picture the sheer adrenaline of this realization. Heine, who just moments ago was a calm, detached intellectual, is suddenly thrust into a state of hyper-awareness. Every second becomes a precious, finite resource. We can hear the frantic ticking of his pocket watch, a sound that now mimics the rapid, panicked beating of his own heart. He must make a choice, and make it instantly. To run to the safe house himself might mean walking directly into an ambush, but to wait for reinforcements would guarantee the deaths of those he had sworn to protect. He gathers his few belongings, his movements no longer slow and analytical, but sharp, decisive, and filled with a quiet, lethal grace. He blows out the paraffin lamp, plunging the room into a darkness that is suddenly alive with danger. He slips out of the window into the freezing, rain-slicked alleyway, his boots splashing through deep puddles as he runs into the night, his mind already calculating the fastest route through the labyrinth of the city's back streets. This high-stakes scenario taps into one of our deepest evolutionary fears, the fear of running out of time. The ticking clock is not just a narrative device. It is a profound psychological mirror of our own mortality. We all live with the subconscious awareness that our time on this earth is limited, that there is a metaphorical countdown running in the background of our everyday lives. When Heine faces this imminent threat, it triggers our own survival instincts. It forces us to ask ourselves what we would do if our time were suddenly cut short. Would we freeze under the pressure, paralyzed by the enormity of the stakes? Or would we, like Heine, find a reserve of strength we did not know we possessed, transforming our fear into a laser-focused weapon of action? This dynamic teaches us that urgency is not always our enemy. Sometimes, it is the very catalyst we need to shed our doubts and step into our true power. In your own life, when you are faced with a sudden crisis or a deadline that seems impossible to meet, do not allow panic to freeze your limbs. Panic is the noise that prevents you from hearing the solution. Instead, embrace the urgency as a force of absolute simplification. When time is short, all the trivial worries, the self-doubt, and the minor distractions that usually clutter your mind are instantly burned away. You are left with only what is essential. In those moments, trust your training, trust your intuition, and above all, trust the work you have already put in. Break the immediate crisis down into 3 simple, sequential actions. Focus entirely on the first action, then the second, then the third, blocking out everything else. By channeling the energy of the ticking clock into deliberate, sequential steps, you can navigate even the most chaotic storm with the calm, heroic grace of a master strategist. To summarize this pivotal chapter, we have witnessed Heine stand before the ultimate test of intellect and nerve. We saw him deconstruct a complex, multi-layered cipher not through dry calculation, but through a deep, empathetic connection with the enemy's psychology. We watched as his brilliant breakthrough revealed a terrifying, imminent danger, transforming a quiet night of study into a frantic, high-stakes race against the clock to save innocent lives. This chapter is a testament to the power of the human mind to find order in chaos, to face down the most terrifying truths with courage, and to act decisively when every second counts. It reminds us that while the messages written on the walls of our lives may often seem frightening and incomprehensible, we possess the inner strength and the intellect to decode them and chart a path to safety. As Heine runs through the dark, rain-swept streets of the city, the cold wind biting at his face and the image of the decoded message burned into his mind, we can feel the tension rising to a fever pitch. The shadows of the alleyways seem to reach out for him, and every distant sound of carriage wheels or footsteps on cobblestones feels like the approach of the conspirators. He is running not just to save his friends, but to prevent a catastrophe that could plunge the entire city into chaos. The clock is ticking, the rain is falling, and the path ahead is shrouded in darkness and uncertainty. What will he find when he reaches the safe house? Will he be in time to warn them, or will he find only the smoking ruins of a trap already sprung? The answers lie just ahead, in the dark, uncharted waters of the next chapter, where the decoded secrets of the wall will finally clash with the brutal reality of the midnight hour. Chapter 8: The Case of the German Agent. There is a peculiar, chilling weight to the realization that the world is slowly, systematically shrinking around you. It is a feeling that begins not with a sudden shock, but with a quiet, creeping coldness at the back of the neck, a subtle shift in the atmosphere of a room, or the lingering gaze of a stranger standing just a little too still on a rainy street corner. In this 8th chapter of our journey into the shadows of the human soul, we find ourselves standing alongside Heinrich Heine, the master of deception, as the grand machinery of Scotland Yard begins to close its heavy iron gates. The hunter has become the hunted, and the hunter is formidable, patient, and absolutely relentless. Have you ever felt that the invisible pressures of your own life were slowly converging upon you, leaving you with fewer and fewer paths of retreat. Perhaps it is a looming deadline, a mounting debt, or a difficult truth you have spent years trying to outrun. We all know the visceral terror of the tightening circle. For Heine, this is not an abstract anxiety. It is a physical reality written in the damp, soot-stained brickwork of Edwardian London. The fog that usually serves as his protective cloak now feels like a shroud, and every gas lamp flickering through the mist seems to cast a searching, accusatory eye upon him. Let us step into the damp chill of a November evening. Imagine the scent of coal smoke, wet horses, and damp wool hanging heavy in the London air. Heine sits near the window of a modest tea shop off the Strand, his fingers wrapped around a lukewarm porcelain cup. His expression is a mask of perfect, ordinary boredom, but beneath that mask, his mind is operating at a fever pitch. Outside, across the glistening cobblestones, a man in a heavy dark overcoat stands beneath the awning of a closed tobacconist. The man does not look at the tea shop, nor does he appear to be waiting for a bus. He simply exists there, a quiet monument to patience. This is Scotland Yard personified. It is not a dramatic raid with pistols drawn. It is a slow, methodical constriction. The British investigators tracking Heine's movements are not bumbling caricatures. They are men of quiet diligence, civil servants of empire who understand that time is their greatest ally. They do not need to rush. They only need to be constant. This relentless pursuit invites us to examine a profound psychological truth. Why is it that the steady, quiet pressure of an adversary is far more terrifying than a sudden, explosive confrontation? In our own lives, we often find that our greatest source of anxiety is not the sudden catastrophe, but the persistent, whispering doubts that follow us from room to room. It is the feeling that we are being watched, judged, and ultimately found wanting by some invisible authority. When Scotland Yard tracks Heine, they are acting as the external manifestation of his own inescapable past. The subconscious mind recognizes this dynamic instantly. It is the classic archetype of the shadow, that part of ourselves we try to bury, which nevertheless tracks us with footsteps that mirror our own. When we run from our fears, we carry the pursuer within us. To navigate this tightening circle, we must learn the art of the active pause. When you feel the pressures of your life closing in, your instinctual response is to run faster, to scramble, to panic. But the soothing mentor within us advises a different path. First, you must stop running. You must stand still, look directly at the shadow of your pursuer, and acknowledge its presence. Name the pressure that is chasing you. By naming it, you strip it of its formless terror. If it is financial anxiety, look at the numbers. If it is an emotional conflict, speak the unspoken words aloud to yourself. Heine survives not by blind flight, but by observing his observers with a cold, analytical detachment. He does not panic. He calculates. Let us watch Heine as he demonstrates his quick-thinking escape tactics under this immense pressure. The man in the overcoat across the street has adjusted his collar. A second man, equally unassuming, has just appeared at the far end of the alleyway. The trap is spring-loaded, waiting for Heine to make a desperate move. If he runs, he validates their suspicions and invites immediate arrest. He must dissolve into the background, not through magic, but through a deep understanding of human psychology. Heine does not rush. He pays his bill with deliberate slowness, exchanging a pleasant, unremarkable word with the proprietor. When he steps out into the damp evening air, He does not look at his pursuers. Instead, he turns in the direction of the busier thoroughfare, adjusting his pace to match the rhythm of the evening crowd. He understands that to disappear, one must not seek hiding places, but rather become a part of the landscape. He blends with a group of theatergoers, his posture shifting slightly, his gait changing from the alert stride of a fugitive to the relaxed, slightly sluggish walk of a tired clerk heading home. When he reaches the mouth of an underground station, he does not dive down the stairs. Instead, he boards a moving omnibus at the very last second, leaving the two investigators stranded on the pavement, their view obstructed by a passing delivery dray. It is a victory of seconds, a triumph of spatial awareness and psychological timing. This escape sequence is a master class in adaptability. Why do we freeze when we are put under pressure? Psychologically, when our brain perceives a threat, it floods our system with adrenaline, often locking us into a rigid, binary way of thinking, fight or flight. But Heine introduces us to a third, more sophisticated option: flow. He does not fight the current, nor does he run blindly from it. He rides it, using the very environment created by his pursuers to facilitate his departure. This is what modern psychologists call cognitive flexibility. It is the ability to abandon a failing strategy in an instant and adopt a completely new perspective based on unfolding events. How do we cultivate this mental agility in our own lives when the pressure reaches a boiling point? The step-by-step guidance is deceptively simple but requires immense practice. When you find yourself in a high-stress situation, your first step must be to deliberately slow your breathing. This sends a physical signal to your nervous system that you are not in immediate, mortal danger, unlocking your brain's creative problem-solving centers. Second, you must practice the art of the pivot. Ask yourself, what is the opposite of what my fear is telling me to do right now? If your fear tells you to withdraw and hide from a difficult conversation, the pivot may be to step forward and initiate it with gentleness. If your fear tells you to scream, the pivot is to whisper. By interrupting your automatic stress responses, you reclaim your agency. This brings us to the deepest, most intoxicating layer of Chapter 8, the intellectual chess match between Heine and the British detectives. This is not a battle of muscles or weapons. It is a duel of minds. Each side understands the other's rules of engagement. Inspector Holloway, the lead investigator from Scotland Yard, is a man who respects his opponent. He does not view Heine as a mere criminal, but as a brilliant, albeit dangerous, piece on a board. Heine, conversely, possesses a strange, almost affectionate respect for Holloway. He knows that Holloway will anticipate his most likely route of escape, which means Heine must anticipate Holloway's anticipation. Imagine the quiet study of Inspector Holloway late at night, illuminated by a single green-shaded lamp. The walls are covered in maps of London, pinned with red ink marking the locations where Heine has been sighted. Holloway stares at these pins, trying to get inside the mind of the German agent. He asks himself, if I were Heine, cold, tired, and hunted, where would I seek shelter? He knows Heine will avoid the obvious safe houses. He knows Heine will avoid the transport hubs. Therefore, Holloway must look where Heine thinks Holloway would never think to look. It is a hall of mirrors, an infinite regression of thought where each man attempts to occupy the other's consciousness. This intellectual chess match speaks directly to our subconscious desire for validation. We all want to be understood, even by our adversaries. There is a deep, hidden comfort in having an opponent who truly understands your capabilities, because in their vigilance, they acknowledge your power. It is a profound human irony that we are often most intimately connected to those we oppose. In our personal struggles, we often find ourselves locked in similar matches with our partners, our employers, or even our own internalized expectations. We play out these elaborate scenarios in our heads, predicting their reactions, planning our counter-moves, and exhausting ourselves in the process. To find peace in the midst of this mental warfare, we must learn to step off the chessboard entirely. The soothe of the mentor's voice reminds us that you do not have to win every game of wits to find peace. The step-by-step application here is to recognize when you are overthinking, when you are playing a game of hypothetical chess with someone who may not even be playing back. When you find yourself trapped in a loop of what-if scenarios, stop and ground yourself in the present moment. Ask yourself, what is real right now? Not what they might think, not what they might do, but what is actually happening in this exact room, in this exact second. By grounding yourself in the physical reality of the present, you collapse the hall of mirrors and find solid ground beneath your feet. As we look back over the events of Chapter 8, we see a portrait of a man operating at the absolute limits of his psychological and physical endurance. Heinrich Heine has managed, through sheer force of will, cognitive flexibility, and intellectual brilliance, to slip through the fingers of the most sophisticated police force in the world. But he knows, and we know, that this is merely a temporary reprieve. The circle is still there, waiting to contract once more. The rain continues to fall on the cold streets of London, and the shadows are growing longer. The escape has been made, but the chess pieces are being reset for the next move. As Heine walks away into the safety of a temporary sanctuary, he hears the distant, rhythmic chiming of Big Ben echoing through the fog. The clock is ticking, and the game is far from over. Join me in the next chapter, where the stakes will rise even higher, the shadows will deepen, and we will discover what happens when a man who has spent his life running finally runs out of places to hide. Chapter 9: The Code of the Kaiser. The greatest secrets are not those locked in iron safes or written in the complex ciphers of kings. They are the ones we keep from ourselves, hidden in the quiet, dusty corners of our own hearts, waiting for a light we are too terrified to shine. Welcome back, dear listener. Take a deep breath, settle into the warmth of your surroundings, and let your mind drift with me into the shadows of a world on the brink of collapse. Today, we step into a realm of whispers, of hidden ink, and of the agonizing weight of decisions made in the dark. We are entering Chapter 9, The Code of the Kaiser. From the remarkable chronicles of the adventures of Heine, imagine, if you will, the damp, suffocating atmosphere of a late autumn evening in Switzerland, 1915. The air smells of wet slate, coal smoke, and the faint, sweet scent of decaying pine needles drifting down from the Alps. Switzerland, a fragile island of neutrality surrounded by a raging ocean of fire and steel, is not our place of peace. It is a hotbed of quiet desperation, a stage where the actors wear masks of polite indifference while carrying poisons, codes, and the fates of empires in their pockets. Our protagonist, Heine, sits in a dimly lit railway station cafe in Zurich. The warmth of his teacup is the only comfort in a cold, hostile world. He is a man who operates in the gray zones of humanity, where the line between hero and villain is blurred by the cold reality of survival. In this chapter, We explore the dizzying heights of high-level diplomatic espionage, a world where a single misplaced syllable can cost 10,000 lives on the Western Front, and where the human heart is the ultimate battlefield. Let us pause for a moment to consider the sheer scale of the deception that Heine was tasked with unraveling. During the height of the Great War, the official channels of communication between warring nations were severed, but the necessity for dialogue never truly died. Instead, these communications mutated. They found their way through neutral channels, flowing through the embassies of Spain, Sweden, and Switzerland like a slow, toxic river. It was a massive, unseen network of letters, telegrams, and diplomatic pouches that bypassed the trenches and the barbed wire, carrying secret peace feelers, economic conspiracies, and betrayal. Heine's immediate objective was both simple and terrifyingly complex. He had to intercept a critical diplomatic pouch belonging to a German courier known only as the Red Rider. This was not a mere theft. It was an act of high-wire psychological warfare. To steal the pouch would alert the enemy and render the information useless. Heine had to access the contents, copy the highly classified Kaiser's personal code, and reseal the pouch without leaving a single trace of his presence. It was a task that required not just physical dexterity, but a profound understanding of human nature, vulnerability, and the paralyzing grip of fear. Let us journey into our first cinematic moment. Imagine the Zurich to Geneva night train, hurtling through the pitch-black Swiss countryside. The carriage wheels scream against the iron rails, a rhythmic, hypnotic sound that echoes the racing pulse of our protagonist. Heine is sitting in a second-class compartment, his collar turned up against the draft, his eyes fixed on the man sitting across from him. This is the courier, Herr von Richter, a man of aristocratic bearing whose outer shell of supreme confidence masks a deep, systemic exhaustion. Between the courier's feet rests a heavy, black leather pouch, secured with a brass lock and sealed with the red wax of the German Imperial Foreign Office. Heine watches the courier's eyes. He notes the slight tremor in the man's fingers as he lights a cigarette, the way his gaze repeatedly darts to the leather bag, and the heavy, ragged sigh that escapes his lips when he believes no one is watching. Heine recognizes this exhaustion. It is the weariness of a soul carrying a weight too heavy for any mortal to bear. The tension in the compartment is thick, almost tangible, like the air before a summer thunderstorm. Heine knows that to succeed, he must not use force. Force creates noise, noise creates resistance, and resistance leads to failure. Instead, he must use the art of psychological alignment. He must become a mirror to the courier's secret desires. In a voice as smooth and comforting as aged velvet, Heine strikes up a conversation, not about politics or war, but about the simple, aching beauty of the German forests in autumn. He speaks of the smell of wood smoke in the Black Forest, of the quiet dignity of the pine trees, and of the simple peace of a home left behind. Slowly, imperceptibly, the courier's defenses begin to crumble. The shared humanity of their longing creates a bridge across the chasm of their opposing allegiances. The courier, starved for genuine human connection in a world of suspicion, lets his guard down just enough. He accepts a flask of tea from Heine, a tea laced not with a lethal poison, but with a gentle, fast-acting sedative derived from valerian root. As the courier's eyelids grow heavy and his chin sinks toward his chest, the real work begins. The ticking of Heine's pocket watch sounds like a sledgehammer in the silent compartment. Every second is an eternity. Let us analyze this dynamic from a deeper, Psychological perspective. Why does this classic spy and courier dynamic resonate so deeply with our subconscious? It is because we, too, are couriers carrying our own secret pouches through the neutral territories of our daily lives. We go to work, we interact with our families, we smile at strangers, all while desperately guarding the heavy, locked bags of our deepest insecurities, our unfulfilled dreams, and our secret shames. The fear that Heine exploits in The Courier is the universal human fear of exposure, the terror of being seen for who we truly are, stripped of our titles, our uniforms, and our defenses. When we look at Heine's manipulation, we see a dark reflection of our own desire for connection. The courier did not fall victim to the drug. He fell victim to his own loneliness. His subconscious was desperate to share the burden of his secret, and he chose to trust a stranger simply because that stranger spoke to his heart rather than his intellect. This dynamic holds us back when we allow our fear of loneliness to make us vulnerable to those who do not have our best interests at heart. But it also guides us forward, reminding us that true security does not come from locking our secrets in a leather bag, but from building genuine, authentic relationships where we no longer need to wear a mask. For you, listening to this in the quiet comfort of your own life, how do you apply this realization? Think of a secret or a burden you are currently carrying, something you guard as fiercely as the courier guarded his pouch. The step-by-step guidance here is not to lock it away tighter, but to practice the art of conscious vulnerability. Start by identifying one person in your life who has earned the right to hear your truth. Slowly, gently, open the clasp of your own protective pouch. Share a small piece of your inner world. In doing so, you will find that the terrifying weight of the secret begins to dissipate. You will realize that the code you have been protecting is not a matter of life and death, but a self-imposed prison that you have the power to dismantle at any moment. Now, let us return to the train. The courier is asleep, his breathing deep and even, but the danger has only just begun. Heine kneels on the vibrating floor of the carriage, his hands steady despite the adrenaline surging through his veins. He produces a set of custom-made tension tools and a delicate wire pick. This is the moment of supreme focus, where the physical world shrinks to the size of a keyhole. He inserts the pick, feeling the microscopic pins of the lock, listening with his fingertips to the subtle clicks that signal alignment. The physical description of this act is a master class in tension. The train sways violently as it rounds a curve, throwing Heine off balance. His tool slips, and for a terrifying second, he hears a sharp metallic scrape. He freezes, his eyes darting to the sleeping courier. The man stirs, mumbles something incoherent, and shifts his weight. Heine holds his breath, his heart hammering against his ribs like a trapped bird. The silence stretches, filled only by the rhythmic clanking of the train. The courier settles back into sleep. Heine takes a slow, silent breath, resets his tools, and tries again. With a soft, metallic click, the lock yields. Inside the pouch lies a single, linen-bound envelope sealed with blue wax bearing the Kaiser's personal crest. Heine does not break the seal. Instead, he uses a technique developed in the dark underbelly of the espionage world. A thin, heated wire slid beneath the wax, softening it just enough to allow the paper flap to be lifted without fracturing the delicate imperial seal. He slides the document out. It is a list of coordinates, dates, and a sequence of seemingly random letters and numbers, the Kaiser's personal diplomatic code. Heine quickly produces a miniature, high-sensitivity glass plate camera, positioning it perfectly to capture the document under the dim, flickering light of the carriage lamp. He takes the photograph, slides the document back into its sleeve, reheats the wax with the heat of a small pocket hand warmer, and presses the seal back into its exact original position. He locks the bag, sits back, and closes his eyes just as the train begins to slow down for the approach to Geneva. This scene is a metaphor for the search for hidden truth. Why are we so obsessed with looking behind the curtain? Why does the idea of intercepting a secret message thrill us so deeply? Psychologically, it is because we are all searching for the ultimate key to understand our own lives. We feel that there is a secret code, a hidden manual for existence that everyone else has received, but we somehow missed. We look at the successful, the happy, and the serene, and we assume they possess a cipher that we do not. This search for the code is what drives our curiosity, but it can also become a destructive obsession if we believe that the truth is always hidden, always out of reach. The truth is, there is no secret code to life. The patterns we seek are already written within us. When Heine decoded the Kaiser's message, he did not find a magical formula. He found a list of cold, calculating military maneuvers, a testament to the harsh reality of human greed and ambition. The illusion of the secret was far more powerful than the secret itself. In your own journey, when you find yourself searching desperately for answers, analyzing every look, every text message, and every silent pause from those around you, stop and take a breath. The practical advice here is to embrace the beauty of the obvious. Stop trying to decode the hidden meanings behind everything. Often, people mean exactly what they say, and situations are exactly as they appear. By releasing the need to find a hidden subtext in every interaction, you free up immense cognitive and emotional energy. You allow yourself to live in the present moment, rather than in a state of perpetual, anxious investigation. You become the master of your own narrative, rather than a spy in your own life. Finally, let us zoom out from the narrow confines of the railway carriage to the grand, sweeping canvas of the global conflict. Heine's successful interception of the code was not just a personal victory. It was a tiny, vital cog in a massive, global machine of underground warfare. This was a war fought not in the mud of the Somme, but in the elegant salons of Madrid, the smoke-filled cafes of Copenhagen, and the quiet telegraph offices of Washington. It was a conflict of invisible lines, where a code cracked in a Zurich train carriage could redirect an entire British naval fleet in the North Sea, saving thousands of sailors from a watery grave. This global scale of conflict reminds us of our own place in the grand tapestry of existence. We often feel so small, so utterly insignificant in the face of the massive, overwhelming forces of the world. We look at global economy, societal shifts, and the relentless march of time, and we wonder if our tiny, daily struggles even matter. We feel like Heine, a solitary figure on a dark train, surrounded by a world at war, wondering if his small act of thievery will make any difference at all. But the psychological truth is that there are no small acts. Every choice we make, every word of kindness we offer, every boundary we hold, and every secret we heal ripples outward in ways we can never fully comprehend. Heine's action on that train did not end the war, but it altered the course of specific events, saving lives and shifting the balance of power just enough to pave the way for peace. My dear friend, you must understand that your life is also a series of small, incredibly significant actions. The step-by-step application here is to recognize your own agency. When you feel overwhelmed by the vastness of your problems or the chaos of the world, focus on your immediate sphere of influence. Act with integrity in the small things. Speak the truth in your immediate relationships. Protect your peace in your daily routines. These small, localized victories are the code by which you build a life of profound meaning and quiet strength. To summarize Chapter 9, we have witnessed Heine's master class in high-level diplomatic espionage. We have felt the tension of the neutral channels, the heart-stopping suspense of the train carriage lock-picking, and the vast, invisible web of the global conflict. We have learned that the codes we guard and the secrets we chase are mirrors of our deepest human needs for connection, safety, and understanding. As the train pulls into the fog-shrouded station of Geneva, Heine slips away into the mist, the precious film plates secured in his inner pocket. He has the code, but the weight of his triumph is heavy on his shoulders. He knows that the game is far from over. The acquisition of the code has painted a target on his back, and the shadows are closing in. And so, as we close this chapter, we leave Heine walking down a rain-slicked platform, his head down, his collar up, disappearing into the dark. But the story does not end here. For in the next chapter, the code must be translated, and the true cost of this knowledge will be revealed. Join me in the next chapter, where we will delve even deeper into the mysteries of the human spirit, and uncover what happens when the secrets we fight so hard to protect finally see the light of day. Stay safe, stay curious, and listen closely to the silence. Chapter 10: The Inverted Triangle. There is a profound and deeply unsettling truth that whispers to us in the quietest hours of the night, a truth that reminds us that the deepest wounds are never inflicted by our enemies, but by those who once held our absolute trust. To look into the eyes of a foe is to expect a blow, to steel oneself for the impact, and to find a grim comfort in the clarity of conflict. But to look into the eyes of a companion, a confidant, a keeper of your secrets, and to see the subtle, chilling flicker of treachery is to experience a violence that breaks more than the body. It breaks the very framework of how we perceive reality. This is the heavy, suffocating atmosphere that envelops us as we open Chapter 10, a chapter aptly titled The Inverted Triangle. In the lexicon of geometry, a triangle is the most stable structure known to man, a symbol of balance, strength, and mutual support. But when that triangle is inverted, it balances precariously on a single, fragile apex, holding a heavy burden above a yawning void. It becomes a symbol of instability, of a structure waiting to collapse under the weight of its own internal tension. Picture, if you will, a cold, rain-slicked street in the heart of a European winter. The gas lamps cast long, wavering reflections on the wet cobblestones, like golden needles piercing the thick, damp fog. Heine sits in the dim corner of a smoky tavern, his collar turned up against the chill, his fingers tracing the rim of a lukewarm glass of tea. The air smells of burnt tobacco, cheap spirits, and wet wool. On the surface, he is a picture of absolute composure, a man blending seamlessly into the background of a weary city. But beneath that calm exterior, his mind is a labyrinth of calculation and profound, aching sorrow. He has just intercepted a coded dispatch, a string of seemingly innocent numbers hidden within a shipping ledger. To anyone else, it would look like a dry record of grain and textiles. But to Heine, who designed the cipher with his own hands, the numbers read with a terrifying clarity. There is a leak. A deep, systemic rot has compromised the topmost tier of his network. The very people he relied upon to shield his movements have begun to sell him piece by piece to the highest bidder. Let us delve into this first critical dimension of our journey, the uncovering of a conspiracy within one's own network. This is not merely a plot point in a thrilling tale of espionage. It is a direct mirror to the moments in our own lives when we discover that the support systems we spent years building are, in fact, the sources of our greatest vulnerability. For Heine, the realization did not come with a dramatic confrontation or a sudden explosion. It came in the quiet, agonizing deciphering of a single letter, a letter that could only have been written by someone who knew the secret names of his safe houses. Let us follow Heine in his mind as he sits in that tavern. He remembers Stefan, a man he had pulled from the wreckage of a failed uprising, a man whose children he had helped feed, whose loyalty he would have sworn upon his own life. The cipher contained a specific detail, a reference to a hidden basement beneath an old bakery on the edge of the city, a location known only to Heine and Stefan. The psychological weight of this discovery is immense. When we are betrayed by an outsider, our ego remains intact. We simply fight back. But when the betrayal comes from within, our subconscious undergoes a form of psychological vertigo. We begin to question our own intelligence, our own intuition, and our own worth. We ask ourselves, how could I have been so blind? What is the flaw in me that invited this deception? This classic dynamic matters profoundly because it touches upon our primal fear of exile and abandonment. In the ancient wilderness of our ancestors, to be cast out or betrayed by the tribe meant certain death. Today, that ancient fear translates into a paralyzing anxiety that prevents us from opening our hearts, from building deep partnerships, or from trusting our colleagues. We hold ourselves back, locked in a self-imposed prison of isolation, because we believe that to trust is to invite ruin. If you find yourself standing in this cold space of realized betrayal, let a soothing mentor's hand guide you through the process of recovery. The first step is not to lash out, nor is it to sink into despair, but to sit with the shock. Allow the reality of the situation to settle without immediate reaction. Heine did not run to Stefan with an open blade. He sat, he breathed, and he let the cold clarity of the truth wash over him. Second, you must perform a meticulous audit of your emotional boundaries. Just as Heine mapped out every piece of information Stefan had access to, you must objectively evaluate what parts of your life, your dreams, and your vulnerabilities you have exposed to toxic influences. Third, and most importantly, you must separate the betrayer's actions from your self-worth. Their deception is a reflection of their character, their weakness, and their choices, not a verdict on your intelligence or your capacity to be loved. This leads us to the second, darker phase of Heine's journey in this chapter, his ruthless elimination of internal threats. There is a chilling necessity in the world of shadows, a rule that dictates that once a cancer is discovered, it must be excised completely, without hesitation, and without mercy. To do otherwise is to invite the destruction of everything and everyone you have sworn to protect. For Heine, the path forward was clear, though it weighed upon his soul like a leaden shroud. He could not simply walk away. He had to dismantle the betrayal at its source. Imagine the scene of their final meeting. It takes place in an abandoned clock tower on the outskirts of the city. The air inside is thick with the scent of rusted iron, grease, and ancient dust. Massive brass gears, frozen in time, loom like silent, mechanical giants in the shadows. The wind howls through the broken slats of the wooden walls, sounding like the distant cries of lost souls. Stefan arrives, thinking he is meeting Heine to plan their next escape. He greets Heine with a warm smile, a smile that would have once warmed Heine's heart but now only sends a shiver of ice down his spine. Heine does not return the smile. He stands in the center of the dusty floor, his hands deep in his pockets, his eyes reflecting the pale, gray light filtering through the massive clock face behind him. The dialogue between them is quiet, almost gentle, which makes it all the more terrifying. Heine slowly reveals his knowledge, not with anger, but with a profound, quiet disappointment. Stefan's smile fades, replaced by a desperate, frantic realization that he has been caught. In that high, cold tower, the confrontation is swift. Heine does not allow sentimentality to dull his edge. The elimination of the threat is precise, a clinical execution of duty that leaves Heine standing alone among the unmoving gears, the silence of the tower returning, heavier than before. This act of ruthless elimination is a metaphor for a vital psychological process we must all undergo if we are to grow and survive. In our personal and professional lives, we often harbor internal threats, toxic relationships, paralyzing self-doubt, or obsolete habits that drain our energy and compromise our future. We hold onto them out of a misplaced sense of loyalty, a fear of change, or a hope that things will somehow get better on their own. But the subconscious lesson of Heine's cold resolve is that survival requires boundaries that are absolute. It tells us that there are times when we must make the hard, painful choice to cut off what is rotting, even if that rot is a part of something we once cherished. To apply this to your own life, you must first identify the primary leak in your personal network, whether it is a draining relationship, a toxic work environment, or a self-sabotaging belief pattern. Write it down, make it concrete, and strip away the excuses you have made for it. Second, prepare yourself for the clean cut. Do not drag out the ending. Do not engage in endless arguments or seek dramatic closures that only serve to prolong the pain. Like Heine in the clock tower, speak your truth clearly, establish your boundary, and walk away. Finally, allow yourself to grieve the loss. Even when an ending is necessary and healthy, it is still a death. Acknowledge the sadness of what could have been, but do not let that sadness draw you back into the trap. This brings us to the third and perhaps most haunting theme of the chapter, the intense paranoia and profound loneliness of the spy life. After the clock tower, Heine walks back into the city, but the world has changed. The rain continues to fall, but now every drop feels like a cold needle of suspicion. Every shadow hiding in an alleyway is a potential assassin. Every passerby who lingers a second too long is an agent of his enemies. Every friendly face is merely a mask waiting to be slipped off. He returns to his safe house, a sparse, uninviting room with a single window overlooking a bleak courtyard. He sits on the edge of his cot, his pistol resting on his knee, listening to the creaking of the floorboards, the wind rattling the glass, the distant, muffled sounds of a city sleeping. He is utterly, completely alone. This loneliness is not just the absence of people. It is the absence of safety. It is the realization that to survive, one must always remain hidden, that to reveal your true self to another is to hand them the weapon they will eventually use against you. It is a state of perpetual vigilance that exhausts the spirit and hollows out the heart. Psychologically, this paranoia represents the extreme consequence of hypervigilance. a state that many of us experience when we have been repeatedly hurt or let down. We build walls so high and thick that no one can scale them, convincing ourselves that we are protecting our hearts, when in truth, we are only starving them. We look at the world through a lens of suspicion, interpreting innocent gestures as hidden threats, and pushing away those who genuinely wish to draw near. If you are trapped in this cold fortress of your own making, hear this soothing advice. Paranoia is a shield that has outlived its usefulness. To break free, you must begin by cultivating a small, sacred space of vulnerability, starting with yourself. Learn to sit with your secrets and your fears without letting them define you. Second, practice the art of measured trust. You do not have to throw open the gates of your fortress all at once. Instead, lower the drawbridge just a fraction. Share a small, non-critical truth with someone and observe how they hold it. Let trust be built slowly, stone by stone, through consistent, small actions rather than grand, sweeping gestures. Finally, seek connection in shared humanity rather than shared secrets. Understand that while the world contains betrayal, it also contains profound loyalty, and the only way to find it is to remain willing to look. As we bring this chapter of the inverted triangle to a close, we find Heine still sitting in the dim light of his safe house, the rain tapping gently against the window pane. The conspiracy within his network has been uncovered, the traitor has been eliminated, and the structural integrity of his mission has been preserved, but at a terrible, heartbreaking cost. He has survived, but he is more solitary, more guarded, and more deeply scarred than ever before. The inverted triangle has been shattered, its precarious balance broken, leaving him to stand alone on the cold ground. But even in this darkness, there is a glimmer of a transition, a quiet promise of what lies ahead. As the night begins to soften into the pale, cool light of dawn, Heine rises from his cot. He packs his few belongings into a small leather bag, washes his face with cold water, and looks at his reflection in the cracked mirror. The weariness is there, deep in the lines around his eyes, but so is an unyielding, unbreakable resolve. He has cleared the rot from his foundation, and though he stands alone, he stands on solid ground. In the next chapter, we will watch as Heine steps out of the shadows of betrayal and into the blinding light of a new, external storm, where the lessons of the inverted triangle will be put to the ultimate test. Rest now, absorb the silence, and prepare your heart for the journey that awaits us in the chapters to come. Chapter 11: The Golden Box. It has been said by the ancient philosophers that the deepest wars we fight are never recorded in the archives of nations, but are instead waged in the silent, drafty corridors of the human heart. We spend our lives chasing relics, symbols, and treasures, believing that if we can only lay our hands upon that one elusive prize, the chaotic storm within us will finally fall still. This is the profound truth that greets us as we open the pages of Chapter 11, entitled The Golden Box. Let yourself settle into this moment. Take a deep, slow breath, and allow your mind to drift back to a cold, rain-slicked autumn evening in late 19th century Europe. The air smells of wet stone, burning coal, and the faint, sweet scent of roasted chestnuts drifting from a street vendor's cart. The gas lamps cast long, wavering golden reflections across the cobblestones, looking like tears shed by the city itself. In this atmosphere of shadow and secrets, we find Heine, standing in the deep recess of an arched stone doorway, his collar turned up against the biting wind. He is not merely waiting. He is listening to the heartbeat of a continent on the verge of ruin. He is chasing a priceless artifact of Wa, a legendary metallic container known simply as the Golden Box. The Golden Box is not precious because of the gilded filigree that adorns its edges, nor because of the precious gems encrusted upon its heavy lid. Its true, terrifying value lies within. Tucked inside its velvet-lined compartment are the secret treaties of 3 empires, fragile sheets of parchment signed in hurried, desperate ink. If these papers are brought to light, they will expose a web of betrayal so vast that kingdoms will crumble, and millions of innocent lives will be swept into the furnace of war. For years, this box has traveled a dark and winding path, passed from hand to hand like a cursed inheritance. It has rested in the iron safes of corrupt ministers, been buried beneath the floorboards of safe houses in Vienna, and traveled in the false bottoms of diplomatic carriages crossing the snow-capped Alps. Every hand that has touched it has been stained by paranoia. Every eye that has looked upon it has lost its sleep. Think for a moment about the secrets you carry in your own life. We all have our own version of the Golden Box. It is that quiet, hidden space in our minds where we keep our unuttered truths, our old wounds, and the secret treaties we have made with ourselves just to survive. We believe that by lock and key we can keep the past from hurting us, but the burden of carrying such weight is exhausting. Like the empires chasing Heine's box, we spend immense emotional energy protecting our secrets, terrified of what might happen if they are ever brought to light. Let us journey into the heart of the city, where the Grand Autumn Festival is underway. This is not a quiet affair. It is a dizzying spectacle of humanity. Thousands of people fill the great public square, their voices merging into a roar like the breaking of waves. There are brass bands playing triumphant marches, street performers eating fire, and children laughing as they run beneath the colorful silk banners hanging from the balconies. It is in the very center of this joyful madness that the Golden Box is scheduled to be transferred from a foreign emissary to a ruthless military commander. The security is absolute. Gendarmes in polished boots and brass-buttoned coats stand at every corner, their hands resting on the hilts of their sabers. But Heine knows that the best place to hide is always in plain sight. He understands that when the world is screaming, it is easiest to whisper. The plan is a masterpiece of timing and audacity. Heine does not approach the emissary as a thief in black velvet. Instead, he has spent hours transforming his very physical essence. To look at him now, you would not see the sharp-eyed, athletic Heine. You would see a stooped, elderly flower vendor, his face etched with the deep lines of a lifetime of labor, his eyes clouded with simulated cataracts, his voice a gravelly, trembling whisper. He moves through the crowd with a slow, limping gait, carrying a basket of faded blue violets. As the crucial hour approaches, the tension in the air becomes almost tangible. The emissary, a man of immense self-importance dressed in a fur-trimmed coat, walks briskly through the crowd, flanked by 2 towering bodyguards. The Golden Box is concealed within a leather satchel slung across his chest. Heine, in his disguise as the old flower vendor, begins to stumble. It is a calculated, perfectly executed fall. He trips over a loose cobblestone just as the emissary passes. The basket of violets flies into the air, showering the wealthy gentleman in a blue rain of petals. The old man collapses to his knees, crying out in a voice of pathetic, trembling apology, grasping at the emissary's coat as if trying to steady himself. For a single, breathless second, there is chaos. The bodyguards push the old man away with disgust. The emissary curses, brushing the blue petals from his fine wool coat. In that 1 second, while all eyes are on the spilled flowers and the weeping old man, Heine's fingers move with the speed and precision of a concert pianist. With a single, fluid motion, his hand slips inside the emissary's satchel, disengaging the complex brass clasp of the inner compartment, sliding the heavy, cold golden box out, and replacing it with a decoy lead weight of the exact same dimensions. It is over before anyone can even blink. Heine apologizes again, gathers his empty basket, and hobbles back into the crowd, dissolving into the sea of laughing, shouting festival goers. By the time the emissary realizes his satchel is light, the old flower vendor has vanished into the autumn mist. This daring heist is a master class in focus and execution, but let us look deeper. Let us examine the profound psychological dynamics at play here. Why does this story resonate so deeply with our subconscious? It is because Heine's heist represents our own struggle to reclaim what has been stolen from us by life. We live in a world that is constantly screaming for our attention. Our minds are like that crowded festival square, filled with the noise of daily responsibilities, social expectations, and the endless chatter of our anxieties. In the midst of this overwhelming noise, our true essence, our peace, our self-worth, is often taken from us, locked away in a golden box by the demands of others. To reclaim your life, you do not need to fight the crowd. You do not need to wage a loud, violent war against your circumstances. Instead, you must learn the art of the quiet shift. You must learn to focus your attention with such absolute clarity that the noise of the world fades into the background. When you practice this, you are practicing mindfulness. You are learning to let the chaotic thoughts, the spilled flowers of your daily worries, fall to the ground without letting them disturb your inner mission. How can we apply this to our lives today? Let us walk through this process together, as if I were holding your hand, guiding you through a crowded, noisy street. First, you must identify your own golden box. What is the one thing you are chasing that you believe will bring you peace? Is it validation from someone who cannot give it? Is it a perfect future that always seems just out of reach? Take a moment to name it. Once you have identified it, look at the disguise you are wearing. We all wear masks. We wear the mask of the successful professional, the tireless caregiver, the person who has everything under control. These masks are useful. They help us navigate the world. But the danger arises when we forget that we are wearing them. We begin to believe that the mask is our true face. Heine's power lies in his ability to put on a disguise, play his part perfectly, and then shed it the moment it is no longer needed. He does not become the old flower vendor. He merely uses the character to achieve his purpose. My friend, you are not your job. You are not your mistakes. You are not the expectations that others have placed upon you. You are the quiet, powerful observer behind the mask. When you realize this, a profound sense of freedom washes over you. You can walk through the noisiness of your life with a light step, knowing that whatever happens on the outside cannot touch the core of who you are. As we reach the conclusion of this chapter, we find Heine standing on a lonely stone bridge overlooking the dark, swirling waters of the river. The noise of the festival has faded into a distant, rhythmic hum. The cold rain has begun to fall again, washing the grime from the cobblestones. In his hands, he holds the golden box. It is heavy, cold, and beautiful. He looks down at it, and for a moment, His face shows the immense weariness of his journey. He has won the prize, but he knows that his work is far from finished. The secrets inside this box are a heavy burden, and the forces that want them back are already closing in. Heine takes a deep breath, slips the box inside his coat, close to his heart, and turns his face into the wind. He does not run. He walks with a steady, purposeful stride into the gathering darkness, ready for whatever lies ahead. And so, we prepare to leave the damp, narrow streets of Chapter 11. But as we do, we carry the lessons of the Golden Box with us. We carry the understanding that our secrets do not define us, that our masks are ours to wear and discard as we choose, and that even in the middle of the loudest crowd, we can find the quiet strength to reclaim our lives. Take this quiet strength with you now as we turn our gaze toward the horizon, where the first faint light of dawn is beginning to break, and let us step forward together into the mystery of the next chapter. Chapter 12: The Capture of the Courier. The night does not merely fall. It drapes itself over the city like a heavy, damp woolen coat, absorbing the sounds of footsteps, the distant rattle of carriages, and the quiet, desperate breaths of those who walk in the shadows. Welcome, dear listener, to a space where the air is thick with anticipation, and every whisper carries the weight of a life-altering decision. We find ourselves at a critical juncture in our journey through the labyrinthine mind of Heine, a place where the invisible threads of conspiracy are pulled tight, and the fragile nature of human loyalty is tested to its absolute limits. Let us begin by stepping into the damp, cold night of Chapter 12, titled The Capture of the Courier. It is a title that promises action, yet what unfolds is far more profound than a mere physical confrontation. It is an exploration of the delicate art of interception and the quiet, devastating power of psychological interrogation. To intercept is to disrupt the flow of destiny. It is to step between a man and his purpose, to sever the connection between a sender and a receiver, and to leave the messenger stranded in a terrifying vacuum of isolation. Consider the philosophy of the secret. We all carry them, do we not? We walk through our daily lives with hidden chambers in our hearts, holding truths we fear to speak aloud, believing that if they are ever brought into the light, our world will crumble. The courier in our story is the physical embodiment of this universal human condition. He is a man defined entirely by what he carries, a vessel for a truth that does not belong to him, yet one that he must protect with his very life. Close your eyes and picture the scene. The cobblestones of the narrow alleyway are slick with a recent autumn rain, reflecting the feeble, flickering amber glow of a distant gas lamp. The air smells of wet stone, decaying leaves, and the sharp, metallic tang of coal smoke. Down this alley walks a young man named Julian. He is a courier for the Allied forces, a young man of promise, whose heart beats a frantic rhythm against his ribs. He clutches his heavy overcoat tightly around his chest, his gloved hand resting unconsciously over the inner pocket where a sealed envelope rests. This envelope contains troop movements, names of informants, and the key to a counteroffensive that could shift the balance of the entire conflict. Julian believes he is alone. He believes his footsteps are the only ones breaking the silence of the midnight hour. But the shadows in this part of the city are alive. They do not merely exist. They watch, they wait, and they breathe. From the darkness of a recessed doorway step two figures, their movements so fluid and silent they seem to be made of the mist itself. These are the associates of Heine, men who have trained their senses to operate in the margins of reality. There is no sudden shout, no dramatic clash of steel. Instead, there is only the soft rustle of heavy fabric, a sudden, firm grip on Julian's elbows, and the cold, unmistakable press of a pistol barrel against the nape of his neck. In an instant, the trajectory of Julian's life is permanently altered. The trap has snapped shut, not with a roar, but with a whisper. He is pulled backward into the darkness of a waiting carriage, the door clicking shut with a sound that signifies the end of his freedom and the beginning of an agonizing psychological trial. This dramatic capture is our first point of entry into the deep waters of human vulnerability. Think of the sheer shock that Julian experiences in that moment. It is the sudden, violent realization that one is no longer the author of one's own journey. Psychologically, this dynamic touches upon our deepest, most primal fear, the loss of control. We spend our lives building walls of security, planning our routes, and convincing ourselves that we are safe. Yet, in a single, unheralded moment, the unexpected occurs, and we are left completely disarmed. When we analyze why this classic narrative dynamic resonates so deeply within our subconscious, we find that it mirrors the moments in our own lives when we are intersected by tragedy, sudden change, or betrayal. We are all couriers carrying precious cargo, our hopes, our dreams, our vulnerabilities, and when we are suddenly stopped in our tracks, the psychological shockwave can be paralyzing. It holds us back because our instinct is to freeze, to capitulate to the terror of the unknown. If you find yourself in a season of life where you feel intercepted, where your plans have been violently disrupted and you feel captured by circumstances beyond your control, let this story be a gentle guide. The step-by-step application advice here is simple yet profound. Do not panic in the silence. When the carriage door shuts and you find yourself in the dark, breathe. Acknowledge the fear, but do not let it become your master. Understand that the capture of your plans is not the capture of your spirit. You must gather your inner resources, quiet your racing mind, and prepare for the quiet conversation that is about to begin. This brings us to our second key point, the psychological battle during the subsequent interrogation. The carriage travels through the winding streets, eventually stopping at a secluded safe house on the outskirts of the city. Julian is led down a flight of stone steps into a dimly lit cellar. There are no torture devices hanging from the walls, no dark instruments of physical pain. There is only a simple wooden table, 2 chairs, and a single, unshaded oil lamp that casts long, dancing shadows across the damp stone walls. Sitting on one of those chairs is Heine himself. He does not look like a monster. He looks like a tired, intellectual gentleman, sipping a cup of chicory coffee, his eyes reflecting the soft, warm glow of the lantern. When Julian is pushed into the room, Heine does not rise, nor does he raise his voice. He merely gestures to the empty chair across from him and says, in a voice as smooth and comforting as aged velvet, "Please, sit down. You must be freezing." This is where the true battle begins, a psychological duel where the weapons are not blades or bullets, but words, pauses, and the terrifying weapon of absolute silence. Heine understands a fundamental truth about human nature. Physical violence breeds resistance. It hardens the resolve of the captive, turning them into a martyr. But kindness, understanding, and a quiet, unrelenting pressure can dismantle even the strongest fortress of the mind. Consider the cinematic tension of this interrogation. Heine pours a second cup of coffee and pushes it across the table toward Julian. The young purrier, trembling with cold and fear, stares at the steaming liquid. He knows he should not drink it. He knows he should remain defiant. But the warmth radiating from the cup is a powerful seduction. Heine begins to speak, not of the letter, not of the war, but of Julian's home, of the small village where Julian's mother waits for him, of the fields of lavender that bloom there in the summer. How does Heine know these things? The realization crawls like an icy finger down Julian's spine. He is not just facing an captor. He is facing an entity that seems to know the very contours of his soul. Heine speaks with deep empathy, acknowledging the burden that Julian carries. He tells Julian that he understands how heavy the weight of duty can be, and how lonely it is to hold a secret that could destroy so many lives. This psychological battle is a masterpiece of manipulation, and it matters immensely to our understanding of human interaction. Heine is utilizing a technique known as cognitive alignment, wherein the interrogator aligns himself, not as an enemy, but as a sympathetic partner who wishes to help the subject relieve themselves of an unbearable burden. In our subconscious, we crave validation and relief. When we are under immense stress, the pressure to confess, to share our burden, becomes almost physical. It is a desperate desire to end the isolation of holding a secret. In your own life, you may encounter individuals who seek to dismantle your boundaries, not through aggression, but through a calculated, empathetic curiosity. They ask questions that feel a little too personal. They offer comfort that feels a little too convenient. To navigate this, the practical advice is to cultivate a quiet, inner watchfulness. When someone attempts to disarm you with sudden warmth, do not automatically retreat into hostility, but do not surrender your inner sanctuary either. Learn to observe your own emotional reactions. Ask yourself, am I sharing this because I trust this person, or am I sharing it simply because I am tired of holding it alone? True emotional safety is built over time, through consistency and mutual respect, not through the sudden warmth of an opportunistic encounter. As the night deepens, the interrogation enters its third and most critical phase, maintaining high narrative tension without resorting to outright violence. This is the hallmark of Heine's genius. He does not threaten Julian with death. Instead, he paints a vivid, terrifying picture of the consequences of silence. He speaks of the passage of time. He places his pocket watch on the wooden table between them. The ticking of the watch is incredibly loud in the quiet cellar, a steady, relentless heartbeat counting down the minutes. Heine explains, with absolute clarity and calm, that the letter Julian carries is already obsolete. He tells him that the forces he seeks to warn have already been compromised, and that every minute Julian remains silent, more of his comrades are walking into a trap of their own making. It is a lie, of course, a brilliant, desperate bluff designed to turn Julian's own sense of duty against him. The young courier is trapped in a horrific paradox. If he speaks, he betrays his mission. If he remains silent, he believes he is sentencing his friends to death. The tension in the room is suffocating, yet it remains entirely cerebral. Julian's eyes dart from the ticking watch to the calm, patient face of Heine. He is sweating despite the chill of the cellar. His hands shake as he grips the edge of the table. The silence stretches, expanding until it fills the room like a physical presence. Heine does not prompt him. He simply waits, letting the silence do the work. He knows that the human mind cannot tolerate a vacuum. It will fill the silence with its own worst fears, its own doubts, and its own guilt. This dynamic of high tension without violence is a profound metaphor for the internal conflicts we face within our own minds. Often, the greatest battles we fight are not against external enemies, but against the scenarios we construct in our own imagination. We torture ourselves with what-ifs, with imagined catastrophes, and with the relentless ticking of our own internal clocks. We worry that we are running out of time, that we have made the wrong decisions, and that our silence or our speech will lead to ruin. To master this tension in your daily life, you must learn the art of the pause. When your mind begins to spin a web of catastrophic scenarios, take a step back. Look at the ticking clock not as an enemy, but as a neutral marker of time. Understand that the urgency you feel is often an illusion created by your anxiety. When faced with a high-pressure situation, do not rush to speak or to make a decision simply to relieve the discomfort of the moment. Sit with the tension. Let it wash over you without carrying you away. In that space of calm restraint, you will find the clarity to make a choice based on truth rather than fear. Back in the cellar, the climax of the chapter approaches. Julian's resolve begins to crack. Not because he is a coward, but because he is human, and he has been pushed to the very edge of his emotional endurance. Tears well up in his eyes as he looks at the gentle, expectant face of Heine. He reaches slowly into his inner pocket, his hand trembling so violently he can barely grasp the envelope. He places it on the table. Heine does not snatch it greedily. He receives it with a solemn, almost reverent nod, acknowledging the immense cost of the surrender. He looks at Julian with genuine pity and says, "You have done enough, my boy. Go rest." In this moment of capitulation, we see the profound tragedy of the courier's journey, but we also see a strange, quiet resolution. The secret is out, the burden is gone, and though the consequences will be severe, the agonizing tension of the unknown has finally been broken. To summarize this powerful chapter, we have witnessed the dramatic capture of Julian, a moment that reminds us of the fragility of our own security and the suddenness with which life can disrupt our plans. We have explored the intense psychological duel of the interrogation, revealing how empathy and silence can be far more disarming than any physical threat. And finally, we have examined the high-tension standoff that takes place entirely within the mind, illustrating how our own fears can be used against us if we do not learn to sit quietly with our discomfort. As we close the book on Chapter 12, the echoes of the ticking pocket watch linger in the damp cellar air. The letter is now in Heine's possession, its seal unbroken, its secrets waiting to be laid bare. What will he find within those pages? How will this captured intelligence reshape the shadows of the conflict that looms over them all? The answers lie just beyond the horizon, in the whispering gallery of the next chapter, where the consequences of this night will ripple outward, touching lives that do not yet know the storm is coming. Let us walk forward together into the quiet dark, prepared for whatever truth awaits us in the light of the coming dawn. Chapter 13: The Eye of the Needle. There is an ancient truth, whispered by the desperate and the brave alike, that the narrowest gates require the lightest burdens. To pass through the eye of a needle, one must shed everything that makes them heavy. One must cast aside pride, fear, and even the comforting weight of a past identity. Welcome, dear listener, to Chapter 13, The Eye of the Needle. Imagine, if you will, the city of London in the dead of winter, wrapped in a suffocating shroud of yellow-gray fog, a pea soup so thick that it swallows the gaslight before it can reach the cobblestones. The air is cold, damp, and heavy with the scent of coal smoke, sulfur, and the salty, rotting breath of the River Thames. The city has become a gilded cage, an airtight trap where every escape route, every dark alleyway, every train station, and every shipping dock is watched by cold, calculating eyes. Heine stands in the deep shadows of a brick archway near Wapping, his collar turned up against the biting wind, listening to the distant, rhythmic clatter of police boots on wet stone. For Heine, this is not merely a physical blockade. It is a test of the soul. He is a man hunted, and the net is drawing tighter with every passing second. Every highway leading out of the capital is blocked by armed checkpoints, and every vessel leaving the harbor is being searched down to the very bilge water. To run is suicide, to hide is slowly to starve, and yet, to survive, he must do the impossible. He must slip through an airtight blockade. This brings us to our first profound truth, the illusion of the dead end. When we find ourselves trapped by circumstances, when every familiar avenue of escape is barred by the watchmen of our fears, our immediate, instinctual response is panic. We feel the walls closing in, and our vision narrows until we can see nothing but the barriers. Let us look closely at Heine as he stands under that wet brick archway. His heart is hammering against his ribs like a trapped bird, yet he forces his breath to slow. He looks toward the great railway stations, Waterloo and Victoria, knowing they are swarming with detectives who know his face as well as their own. He looks toward the roads heading north, knowing they are choked with guards. This is a cinematic landscape of absolute surveillance, a physical manifestation of that terrifying psychological state where you feel there is simply no way out of your current life pattern. Consider the profound psychological reality of this moment. Why does the feeling of being trapped hold such a paralyzing power over our subconscious? It is because our minds are wired to seek the path of least resistance, the well-trodden highways of habit and convention. When those standard routes are suddenly closed to us, whether by a sudden crisis, a broken relationship, or a professional ruin, our internal map shatters. We experience a form of psychic vertigo. The subconscious interprets the lack of an obvious exit as an impending death sentence. But it is precisely in this moment of absolute constriction that the true genius of the human spirit is forged. The dead end is not the end of the road. It is merely the end of the easy road. It is an invitation to look where others refuse to look, to find the hidden gaps in the seemingly solid wall. If you are currently standing in your own version of a blocked London, feeling the cold weight of inevitability pressing against your chest, here is the gentle, steady hand of mentorship to guide you. First, you must halt your forward momentum. Stop trying to force your way through doors that have been locked against you. Take a deep, deliberate breath and allow the panic to wash over you without letting it dictate your next move. Next, you must systematically deconstruct the blockade in your mind. Ask yourself, what are the conventional routes I am mourning? Once you identify them, let them go. Acknowledge that the old ways of moving through your life are gone, and that survival now demands an entirely new vocabulary of movement. You must train your eyes to look for the unconventional, the overlooked, and the seemingly insignificant cracks in your current reality. This leads us to our second key point, the descent into the dangerous and the unusual. Finding no safety on the well-lit avenues, Heine turns his back on the dry land entirely. He recognizes that to slip through the eye of the needle, he must embrace a transit method so hazardous, so repulsive to the ordinary mind, that the authorities have deemed it impossible for anyone to attempt. He chooses the subterranean artery of the city, The black, treacherous waters of the River Thames, navigating not by a grand steamer, but by a tiny, leaking coal barge manned by a silent, suspicious smuggler who demands Heine's last gold coins. Heine must climb down slippery, green slime-covered wooden ladders into the pitch-black void of the riverbanks, where one misstep means falling into a freezing, sucking current that would drag him beneath the barges to drown in the dark. Close your eyes and feel that cold, greasy mud clinging to Heine's boots. Listen to the creak of the rotting timbers, the slap of the dirty water against the hull, and the low, menacing rumble of the city above them, unaware of the desperate drama unfolding in its wet underbelly. Heine is crouched in a tiny coal locker, surrounded by jagged, dusty lumps of anthracite that stain his skin and tear at his clothes. The air is so thick with coal dust and dampness that every breath is a struggle, a silent battle against coughing that would betray his presence to the river police patrolling just yards away. This is not just a physical journey. It is a descent into the underworld of his own existence. He has stripped himself of the dignity of a clean coat, of a comfortable carriage, of his very name. He has become nothing but a shadow among shadows, a breath held in the dark. Why does this dynamic matter so deeply to our inner life? It is because true transformation always requires us to go through the dark, neglected places we would normally avoid. The unusual and dangerous transit methods Heine employs are metaphors for the uncomfortable, messy, and often painful inner work we must do to escape our own mental blockades. It represents the willingness to look into the shadow self, to engage in the dirty, unglamorous struggle of healing, and to use methods that others might look down upon. We cannot find freedom by remaining comfortable. The subconscious knows that the only way to truly escape a trap is to go through the dark basement of the self, to navigate the murky waters of our deepest vulnerabilities, and to embrace the chaos of radical change. To apply this to your own journey, you must ask yourself what difficult, unconventional paths you have been avoiding because they seem too messy or beneath your dignity. Perhaps it is the path of radical vulnerability, of admitting a deep failure, or of seeking help in places you never thought you would look. Step down into that metaphorical coal barge. Embrace the discomfort. Understand that your willingness to get your hands dirty, to lose your polished exterior, and to walk through the damp, quiet spaces of your life is your greatest strength. Do not fear the shadows of transition. They are your protective coloring. When you abandon the need to look respectable and successful to the outside world, you gain the ultimate freedom of the invisible traveler who cannot be caught because he no longer plays by the rules of the captors. Our third point brings us to the razor-thin margin of error that defines this clandestine journey. As the coal barge slips silently beneath the massive, iron span of London Bridge, the heavy thrum of a steam patrol boat begins to vibrate through the water and into the very bones of the barge. A bright, searching beam of a carbide lamp cuts through the fog, sweeping across the dark river like the eye of an angry deity. Heine holds his breath in the coal locker, his body frozen, his fingers dug into the cold coal. The beam of light pauses, illuminating the very hatch cover of his hiding place. A single sneeze, a sudden shift in weight, a stray tear of coal dust in his eye causing him to blink loudly, would mean immediate detection and ruin. The margin between freedom and a cold cell is reduced to a fraction of an inch, a single heartbeat, the absolute suspension of all human sound. In this moment of supreme suspense, time seems to stretch into an eternity. Heine's mind becomes extraordinarily clear. The noise of his past, his regrets, his fears for the future, all of it evaporates, leaving only the absolute present moment. He is not thinking about tomorrow. He is not dwelling on yesterday. He is only the silence of his own lungs. This is the psychological crucible of the narrow margin. It is the threshold where our survival depends entirely on our ability to achieve absolute internal stillness under maximum external pressure. This dynamic is vital for us to understand because most of our life's failures do not occur during the easy, comfortable times, but during these precise, high-stakes thresholds. When we are on the verge of a major life transition, the pressure reaches a boiling point, and the margin for error becomes microscopic. Our subconscious often panics at this stage, causing us to make impulsive, erratic moves that ruin our progress. We self-sabotage because the tension of holding still is too painful to bear. But if we can learn the art of the absolute pause, if we can cultivate that deep, inner quietude when the searchlights of life are sweeping right over us, we can survive any crisis. The practical guidance for navigating these high-stakes moments in your own life is both simple and profoundly difficult. When you feel the pressure peaking, when everything depends on your next move, you must consciously practice the pause. Do not react. Do not speak in anger. Do not make a desperate choice out of fear. And do not rush to relieve the tension of the moment. Sit still in your metaphorical coal locker. Let the light of the crisis sweep over you without reacting to it. Train yourself to find comfort in the silence, to let the storm rage around you while you remain the calm, quiet center of the tempest. This is how you slip through the needle's eye intact, leaving the guards of your old life searching the empty fog behind you. As we look back on Heine's journey through the dark, cold waters of the Thames, we see that his escape was not a triumph of physical strength, but of spiritual yielding. He survived the airtight blockade of London because he had the courage to abandon the easy path, the humility to embrace the dirty and dangerous transit of the coal barge, and the profound discipline to hold himself in absolute, breathless stillness when the enemy's light was upon him. He squeezed through the eye of the needle by becoming as small, as quiet, and as light as a whisper in the dark. And now, as the coal barge slowly drifts past the final checkpoints of the river mouth, the heavy fog begins to thin, revealing the vast, dark, open expanse of the North Sea ahead. The suffocating grip of the city is finally beginning to loosen, and the salt spray of the ocean promises a cold, hard-won freedom. But the open sea brings its own perils, its own vast and uncharted challenges that will test Heine to the very limit of his endurance. Join me in the next chapter, where we will follow Heine out into the deep, dark waters, where the path to survival requires not just hiding in the shadows, but navigating by the distant, silent stars. Let us breathe in the cold ocean air together, and prepare for what lies beyond the horizon. Chapter 14: The Midnight Visitor. It is often said that we are defined not by the friends we keep, but by the enemies we choose to let across our threshold. In the deepest, most quiet hours of the night, when the rest of the world has surrendered to the soft oblivion of sleep, the mind becomes a theater of ghosts. We replay our failures, we rehearse our fears, and we guard the fragile sanctuaries we have built for ourselves with a desperate, white-knuckled grip. For Heine, that sanctuary was a decaying, third-floor room above a defunct tailor shop on the damp, cobblestoned edge of the city. The air inside smelled of dry rot, singed candle wax, and the bitter, metallic tang of cold rain leaking through the floorboards. Outside, the storm clawed at the window panes like a dying beast, casting long, weeping shadows across the peeling wallpaper. Heine sat in the single high-backed chair, his fingers wrapped around a lukewarm mug of chicory, listening to the rhythmic, hypnotic dripping of water in the corner. He believed he was safe, or at least as safe as a man with a price on his head could ever hope to be. But safety, as he was about to learn, is the most fragile illusion of all. Have you ever felt that sudden, icy spike of adrenaline when the quiet of your safe space is shattered? It is a primal sensation, a legacy of our ancestors who watched the cave entrance for the glint of a predator's eye. For Heine, that spike came not with a crash, but with a soft, almost imperceptible click of a brass door latch. The sound was so delicate it might have been mistaken for the settling of the old house, but Heine's body knew better. His pulse hammered against his ribs. He did not move a muscle, keeping his gaze fixed on the dying embers of the hearth, but his entire being became an instrument of listening. Slowly, the heavy oak door creaked open, emitting a gust of freezing night air and the unmistakable, sharp scent of expensive tobacco and wet wool. Standing in the threshold, illuminated by the faint, amber glow of the dying fire, was a figure Heine knew all too well. It was Julian, his fiercest rival, the man who had spent the last 3 years trying to dismantle Heine's reputation and secure his downfall. Julian did not hold a weapon, yet his very presence was an assault. He stepped inside, closing the door behind him with a gentle, deliberate click that sounded like the firing pin of a rifle. This moment of intrusion represents a profound psychological threshold. In our own lives, we construct safe houses of comfort, routines, and beliefs that shield us from the harsh realities of competition and self-doubt. When an uninvited guest, a rival, a critic, or a sudden crisis breaches those walls, our immediate instinct is to panic or lash out. We feel violated, exposed, and helpless. But look closer at Heine. His silence was not weakness. It was a gathering of forces. He allowed the tension to fill the room, recognizing that the first person to speak is often the first to lose control. Imagine the scene. Julian stood there, water dripping from the brim of his leather hat, his eyes reflecting the amber embers of the hearth like a cat in the dark. Heine did not stand up. He did not reach for the pistol hidden beneath his coat. Instead, he took a slow, deliberate sip of his bitter chicory, letting the warmth coat his throat. Why do we react so violently to confrontation? It is because we view our rivals as external monsters rather than mirrors of our own unresolved shadows. Julian was everything Heine was not: polished, ruthless, and unburdened by the weight of a conscience. Yet, in this dark room, they were equals, stripped of their public personas. Two men shivering in the cold. The silence stretched, thick and suffocating, until Julian finally spoke, his voice a low, velvet purr that seemed to slide over the sound of the rain. He remarked on the modesty of the lodgings, suggesting with a cruel smile that Heine's fortunes had taken a turn for the worse. The verbal duel had begun. It was a massed class in psychological warfare, a chess match played with whispers and half-truths. Julian was testing the waters, looking for a crack in Heine's armor, while Heine remained a stone wall, absorbing the insults and turning them back with quiet, devastating observations. When Julian threatened to reveal Heine's location to the authorities, Heine merely pointed out that if Julian had wanted to do that, he would have brought the guards with him. The fact that Julian was here alone meant he needed something. He needed Heine. This exchange reveals a classic dynamic of human interaction, the theater of mutual threat and negotiation. When you find yourself in a conflict, whether it is in a boardroom, a family living room, or within the confines of your own mind, the temptation is to build higher walls and scream louder. But true power lies in understanding the unmet need of your adversary. What does your rival actually want? Behind every threat lies a vulnerability, and behind every insult lies a fear of being irrelevant. By remaining calm, by listening to the subtext beneath Julian's arrogance, Heine was able to locate the fracture point in his rival's resolve. He did not engage with the anger. He engaged with the reality of the situation. Let us look at a real-world example of this dynamic. Consider two business partners who have spent years undermining each other's projects, driven by jealousy and a desire for creative dominance. They meet in a silent, empty office late at night after a disastrous board meeting. The tension is palpable. One begins to accuse the other of sabotage, but instead of shouting back, the second partner pauses, breathes through the panic, and says, "We are both going to lose everything if we keep this up." In that single moment of vulnerability and raw truth, the entire energy of the conflict shifts. The armor of pride cracks, revealing the shared human struggle beneath. This is what happened in that damp room above the tailor shop. Heine looked at Julian and saw, beneath the expensive wool coat and the arrogant posture, a man who was running out of time. Julian's hands were trembling slightly, a detail that did not escape Heine's sharp eyes. The psychological reality of rivalry is that our enemies are often our greatest teachers. They show us where we are weak, they force us to abandon our complacency, and they demand that we grow. To hate your rival is to give them power over your emotional state. To understand them is to master the situation. How can you apply this to your own life? When you face an adversary or a deeply challenging situation, your first step must be to regulate your nervous system. Take a deep, quiet breath. Do not react immediately. Allow the silence to act as your shield. Second, look for the hidden motive. Ask yourself, what is this person truly afraid of? What pain is driving their hostility? By reframing the conflict from a battle of egos to a navigation of fears, you disarm the emotional charge of the confrontation. You step out of the role of the victim and into the role of the observer. As the candle guttered, casting erratic shadows across their faces, Julian finally dropped his guard. He admitted, with a bitter laugh, that the very organization they had both been fighting against had marked him for elimination as well. He was no longer the hunter. He was the prey. The revelation was stunning. These two bitter enemies, who had spent years trying to destroy one another, were now standing on the same sinking ship. A surprising alliance of convenience was born in the cold dark of the safe house. It was an uneasy alliance, built not on trust, but on the absolute certainty that neither could survive without the other. They were bound by necessity, a pair of wolves forced to share a cave to escape the winter storm. This shifting of dynamics from hostility to pragmatic cooperation is a beautiful testament to the complexity of the human spirit. It reminds us that our enemies are not permanent fixtures of malice, but fluid entities shaped by circumstance. When we allow ourselves to see the shared humanity in those who oppose us, we unlock new pathways for survival and growth. The very person who sought to destroy you may possess the exact key you need to unlock your own freedom. To integrate this profound truth, you must be willing to let go of your grievances. Holding onto resentment is like drinking poison and expecting your enemy to die. It binds you to the past and blinds you to the opportunities of the present. If Heine had let his pride dictate his actions, he would have rejected Julian's offer. choosing a satisfying moral victory over physical survival. Instead, he chose life. He chose the messy, uncomfortable, and deeply challenging path of collaboration with a shadow. As we bring this chapter to a close, let us reflect on the quiet transformation that occurred in that small, rain-swept room. Heine and Julian, once separated by an ocean of animosity, sat side by side at the small wooden table, poring over a map by the light of a single, dying flame. The anger had evaporated, replaced by the cold, sharp focus of survival. They had crossed a threshold from which there was no return. They were no longer just rivals. They were accomplices in a dangerous game where the stakes were life and death. As you prepare to journey into the next chapter, carry this truth with you. The visitors who arrive in your darkest hours, the ones who terrify you and challenge your peace, are often the very catalysts you require to find your strength. Do not fear the midnight visitor. Open the door, invite them to the fire, and listen to what they have to say. For in the heart of your greatest conflict lies the seed of your ultimate liberation. The rain continues to fall, the wind still howls against the glass, but the dark is no longer a place of fear. It has become a crucible of hope, and as the first light of dawn begins to bleed through the cracks in the shutters, Heine and Julian prepare to step out into the storm together. Chapter 15: The Vanishing Scientist. Chapter 15. The Vanishing Scientist. Knowledge, once unleashed, is a beast that cannot be easily returned to its cage. We begin our journey today on the damp, gaslit streets of London in the autumn of 1912, a time when the world stood on the precipice of a terrifying new dawn. Close your eyes and imagine the smell of coal smoke, damp wool, and river mud clinging to the air. Feel the chill that seeps through the soles of your shoes, a physical manifestation of the cold anxiety that gripped Europe as the great powers raced toward an inevitable conflict. In this era, the most valuable currency was not gold, but the whispered secrets of military technology. Industrial espionage was not merely a game of thieves, but a silent, desperate war fought in the shadows of laboratories and drawing offices. It is a human struggle that resonates deeply with our own contemporary fears of being observed, of having our personal innovations stolen, and of losing control over the things we have spent our lifetimes building. Consider the plight of Dr. Arthur Sterling, a leading British ballistics expert whose mind held the mathematical keys to the future of artillery. He was a man of quiet habits, a gentle soul who looked at the universe through the pristine lens of equations. On a particularly foggy Tuesday evening, as he walked his usual route from the Woolwich Arsenal toward his modest home, the fog seemed to swallow his footsteps. The street lamps were mere halos of amber light suspended in the gloom. He did not hear the approach of the carriage, nor did he register the sudden shadow that detached itself from the brick wall. In a fraction of a second, a gloved hand pressed a cloth soaked in sweet, sickening chloroform over his face. His world spun, his umbrella clattered against the cobblestones, and Dr. Arthur Sterling vanished from the face of the earth. This terrifying abduction was the work of none other than Heine, the master of espionage whose cold brilliance was matched only by his absolute dedication to his cause. Heine understood that to win the wars of tomorrow, one must capture the minds of today. What does this dramatic abduction tell us about our own psychological landscape? Why does the story of a kidnapped intellectual strike such a sensitive chord in our subconscious? It touches upon our primal fear of vulnerability, the realization that despite our intelligence and achievements, we can be easily overpowered by the ruthless forces of the world. It reminds us of those moments in our own lives when we feel blindsided, when our hard work and personal sanctuaries are suddenly invaded by external pressures we did not see coming. When you find yourself feeling vulnerable or overwhelmed by forces beyond your control, remember the lesson of the vanishing scientist. You must learn to build internal sanctuaries that cannot be touched by external chaos. Begin by identifying your core values, the mental blueprints of who you are, and keep them guarded. Practice the art of situational awareness in your emotional life. Ask yourself, who or what is draining your energy? What subtle encroachments are you allowing into your personal space? By establishing clear emotional boundaries, you protect your inner genius from being co-opted by the demanding voices of your daily life. Let us follow Heine into the damp basement of a safe house in the heart of London's Docklands, where Dr. Sterling woke to find himself bound to a heavy wooden chair. The room smelled of wet timber and river water. Heine stood before him, not as a caricatured villain, but as a polite, terrifyingly reasonable gentleman. Heine did not offer threats of physical violence. Instead, he laid out Sterling's own mathematical formulas on a table beneath a single flickering bulb. Heine's voice was warm, almost sympathetic, as he began to dismantle Sterling's resistance. He spoke of the inevitability of progress, of the folly of patriotism, and of the scientific immortality that awaited those who helped shape the future of warfare. Heine was trying to extract the formula for a new, highly stable smokeless gunpowder, a chemical compound that would give his nation's artillery an unprecedented advantage. The psychological tension in that basement was suffocating. It was a battle of wills, a chess match where the board was the human conscience. Heine knew that every man has a price, not necessarily in gold, but in his desire to see his life's work validated. He whispered to Sterling, suggesting that the British government would never truly appreciate his genius, that they would lock his formulas in a dusty vault, while Heine's compatriots would bring his mathematical dreams to life. This is the classic dynamic of temptation and compromise. It is a mirror of our own daily struggles when we are tempted to compromise our integrity for quick recognition, or when we allow our talents to be used for purposes that do not align with our deeper morals. How do we navigate these psychological crossroads when the pressure to yield is immense? When you are faced with a situation that demands you compromise your principles, pause and breathe. Ask yourself, is the reward worth the loss of your peace of mind? A useful practice is to visualize the long-term consequences of your concessions. Imagine yourself looking back on this moment 5 years from now. Will you feel pride in your resilience, or will you feel the slow, corrosive burn of regret? By anchoring your decisions in your future self's perspective, you gain the strength to withstand the seductive arguments of those who wish to exploit your talents for their own ends. As we look closer at this early 20th century scientific warfare, we see the tragic innocence of a generation of scientists who believed their discoveries would bring peace, only to watch them be transformed into engines of industrial slaughter. The formulas Heine sought were not just numbers on a page. They were the precursors to the devastating barrages of the Western Front. The tragedy of science in this era was its divorce from human empathy, a cold calculation that prioritized efficiency over human life. This historical reality speaks to our collective shadow, our capacity to compartmentalize our creations and ignore the damage they might cause in the wider world. To heal this division within ourselves, we must strive for holistic creation. Whatever you build, Whatever projects you undertake in your professional or personal life, always ask how they impact the well-being of those around you. We must reconnect our intellect with our hearts. When you design a system, write a piece of code, or make a business decision, take a moment to consider its human cost. This simple act of mindful empathy acts as a soothing balm, ensuring that our progress does not come at the expense of our humanity. In summary, this chapter has taken us on a dark journey through the fog of London, tracking the abduction of Dr. Arthur Sterling and Heine's chillingly elegant attempts to extract the secrets of modern warfare. It has forced us to confront the vulnerability of our intellect and the moral dilemmas of modern progress. As we leave the damp docklands of London, we must prepare ourselves for the next turn of the wheel. The formula has been compromised, the scientist has made his choice, and the balance of power is shifting. In our next chapter, we will follow the trail of these stolen secrets across the English Channel, into the heart of a continental conspiracy where the stakes are nothing less than the survival of nations. Keep your eyes on the horizon, for the shadows are growing longer, and the true test of Heine's ambition is yet to come. Chapter 16: The Trap on the Moor. There is an ancient, terrifying beauty in the realization that you are completely and utterly alone, stripped of the comforting illusions of civilization, standing on the precipice of survival. When we are cast out into the wild spaces of the world, we are also cast into the deep, untamed wildness of our own souls. It is here, in the silence of the waste, that we discover who we truly are. Welcome back, dear listener. Take a deep, slow breath with me, and let the noise of your modern world begin to fade away. Let the walls around you dissolve. In their place, feel the sudden, biting chill of a damp wind rising from an ancient landscape. We are standing together on the bleak, endless moors of England. It is a place where the earth itself seems to hold its breath, swallowed in a dense, suffocating blanket of gray fog that crawls across the heather like a silent phantom. The air is thick with the scent of wet peat, rotting vegetation, and the sharp, metallic tang of coming rain. This is a landscape designed to swallow secrets, a labyrinth of treacherous mires, hidden sinkholes, and jagged granite towers rising like broken teeth against a leaden sky. And it is here, in this unforgiving wilderness, that our journey takes a dark and dangerous turn. In this 16th chapter, which we call The Trap on the Moor, we find our protagonist, Heine, facing the ultimate test of physical endurance and psychological fortitude. He is not merely running for his life. He is engaged in a high-stakes, breathless cat-and-mouse chase across a terrain that actively conspires to destroy him. Behind him, relentless and unseen in the mist, are the hounds and the men who seek his ruin. Before him lies nothing but the treacherous, deceptive beauty of the bog. To truly understand Heine's struggle, we must first look at the sheer weight of his isolation. Imagine the sensation of running until your lungs burn with the fury of breathing crushed glass. Imagine the mud clawing at your boots, each step requiring a monumental effort of will, as if the earth itself is reaching up to drag you down into its cold embrace. Heine can hear his own heartbeat, a frantic, rhythmic drumming that seems to echo off the silent hills. Behind him, muffled by the heavy fog, comes the distant, terrifying sound of a whistle, and the low, baying rumble of a tracking hound. They are closing in. The space between life and death is shrinking with every passing minute. Why does this classic dynamic of the chase hold such a profound grip on our subconscious minds? Why do our hearts race when we hear of a soul hunted through the wilderness? It is because, deep down, we all know what it feels like to be pursued. We may not have hounds on our heels or trackers in the mist, but we are pursued by our debts, our regrets, our deepest anxieties, and the terrifying fear of failure. The moor is a physical manifestation of our darkest psychological landscapes. The fog represents our confusion, the times in life when we cannot see 3 feet in front of us, when every path seems treacherous, and we are forced to make decisions with incomplete information. The sinking mire is our self-doubt, the paralyzing fear that one wrong step will sink us into a depression or a ruin from which we can never escape. Consider Heine in this pivotal moment. He stops, pressing his back against a cold, slick granite boulder. His breath comes in ragged, white plumes. He must make a choice. If he continues to run blindly, he will either fall into the clutches of his pursuers or be swallowed by the black waters of the Grimpen mire. This is where his wilderness survival skills, his profound resourcefulness, must rise to save him. Heine does not panic. He understands a fundamental truth of the wild. To survive the wilderness, you must not fight it. You must become a part of it. He closes his eyes, shutting out the terrifying visual of the encroaching fog, and listens. He listens to the wind, noting the direction of the dampness on his cheek. He listens to the texture of the soil beneath his feet, feeling for the subtle difference between the firm, gravelly earth of the high paths and the spongy, deceptive moss of the low bogs. Heine remembers an old piece of lore, a lesson whispered to him by an old shepherd years ago. Where the cotton grass grows, the water is deep and deadly. He looks through the swirling mist and spots the tiny, white, tufted heads of the cotton grass nodding gently in the breeze. They are markers of death, but to Heine, they are a map. He uses them to chart a serpentine path through the swamp, stepping only on the hidden ridges of stone and tough heather roots. He moves like a shadow, light and deliberate, leaving no deep footprints for the trackers to follow. When the baying of the hound grows desperately close, Heine does not run faster. Instead, he does the unthinkable. He slides down into a narrow, muddy peat hut, burying himself in the cold, black muck, pulling a shroud of dead bracken and heather over his body. He reduces his breathing to shallow, silent sips of air. He becomes the moor itself. As he lies there, frozen in the freezing mud, the trackers pass so close that he can hear the wet squelch of their boots and the heavy, excited panting of the hound. The beast pauses, sniffing the air, confused by the overpowering scent of the wet peat and the cold mud that masks Heine's human scent. For an agonizing minute, life hangs by a single thread. Heine's mind is a vortex of terror, yet he forces his muscles to remain completely flaccid, his mind completely still. He practices what ancient sages called the active surrender, a state of profound calm in the midst of absolute peril. And then, with a sharp whistle from its handler, the hound moves on, its paws splashing away into the fog. This cinematic moment of evasion is not just a thrilling escape. It is a profound lesson for us all. When you feel hunted by the pressures of your own life, when the fog of uncertainty rolls in and you feel trapped by your circumstances, what is the survival strategy that will save you? It is not blind panic. It is not running faster in a direction you do not know. The practical, step-by-step guidance that Heine's journey offers us is simple yet deeply challenging. First, you must stop running blindly. When the crisis hits, your instinct is to flee, to make frantic movements to escape the discomfort. But running in the fog only leads to falling into the mire. Stop, breathe. Press yourself against the solid stone of your core values and find your bearings. Second, map your terrain. Learn to distinguish between what is solid in your life and what is deceptive moss. Look for the cutting grass, those warning signs of toxic situations or false promises that look beautiful but will swallow you whole. Third, and perhaps most importantly, learn the art of psychological camouflage. Sometimes, survival requires you to lie still, to lower your profile, to accept the cold discomfort of your current situation without fighting it. Let the storm pass over you. Do not waste your precious energy fighting things you cannot control. Let the trackers of your anxieties pass by while you remain anchored, quiet, and hidden in the stillness of your own soul. As we bring this chapter to a close, let us reflect on the incredible resilience of the human spirit. Heine emerges from the muddy ditch, shivering, covered in black peat, but he is alive. He has outsmarted the trap, yet, as he climbs to the top of our high, wind-swept tor and looks back through a sudden tear in the fog, his heart sinks. The danger is far from over. In the valley below, a new set of lights is flickering, moving in a perfect, sinister grid. The trap on the moor was only the beginning of a much larger, much more terrifying conspiracy. The hunters have changed their tactics, and the landscape ahead is even more barren and hostile. Join me in the next chapter, where the shadows deepen, the cold wind grows teeth, and Heine must face a betrayal from the one person he thought he could trust. Stay close, keep your footing secure, and let us walk together into the dark heart of the next mystery. Chapter 17: The False Passport. Who are you when the world demands you prove your existence on a single sheet of paper? Consider the terrifying fragility of a human life reduced to the stroke of a pen, the imprint of a rubber stamp, and the quality of dyed wood pulp. We live in a world obsessed with categorization, where the vast, unmappable landscape of the human soul is treated as an undocumented entity until a bureaucrat signs a document. In this 17th chapter of the Adventures of Heine, we find ourselves standing on this razor-thin edge between survival and erasure, exploring the dark, quiet room where identities are born from nothingness, and where a single slip of a steel nib can mean the difference between life and a firing squad. Close your eyes and let your mind drift to a cold, damp evening in late autumn. The year is 1916, and the air of Brussels is thick with the smell of wet coal smoke, horse manure, and the omnipresent, suffocating static of military occupation. In a small, suffocatingly tight attic room overlooking a cobbled alleyway, Heine sits in absolute silence. The only sound is the rhythmic, mechanical ticking of a cheap tin clock and the soft, rhythmic scrape of a scalpel against heavy parchment. A single gas jet flickers on the wall, casting long, trembling shadows across the desk where Master Vate, a man whose fingers are permanently stained a deep, indelible indigo, works with the devotion of a medieval monk. Vate is crafting a false passport. This is not merely an act of forgery. It is an act of dark magic. To create a passport during the Great War was to perform a delicate, high-stakes surgery on reality itself. Every country had its own unique paper chemistry, its own secret watermarks, and its own proprietary ink formulas that reacted differently to light and moisture. Vate is currently holding a sheet of heavy German consular paper up to the light. He has spent the last 3 weeks splitting the paper in half with a razor blade, a task of such agonizing precision that a single sneeze would have ruined a month of preparation. Inside the split pages, He has laid a microscopic watermark made of silk thread, before pasting the two halves back together with a special starch paste that leaves no scent and no stiffening of the fiber. As Heine watches this silent performance, a cold sweat pools at the base of his spine. He realizes that his entire physical presence on this earth, his thoughts, his memories of his mother, his dreams of a peaceful future, are all about to be bound inside this small, blue booklet. If the ink is too bright, he dies. If the stamp of the German authorities is even a fraction of a millimeter too symmetrical, he dies. For in the real world, official stamps are applied by bored, tired clerks who strike the paper with uneven force, leaving faint, imperfect smudges. A perfect forgery is, ironically, an immediate giveaway. Veit must deliberately introduce human error into his masterpiece. He must mimic the fatigue of a Prussian clerk who has stamped 500 documents before lunch. Let us pause here and reflect on this profound paradox. Why does the world of authority demand perfection, yet can only be deceived by simulated imperfection? In our own lives, we often strive for a flawless presentation. We polish our resumes, we curate our social media profiles, we craft an image of ourselves that is smooth, unblemished, and entirely free of doubt. Yet, just like the border guards of 1916, the world around us instinctively distrusts absolute perfection. It is our flaws, our smudges, our slight inconsistencies that make us believable, that make us human. When you try to present a perfect, forged version of yourself to the world, you are often met with suspicion. It is only when we allow our true, uneven nature to show through that we establish genuine connection. To succeed in this desperate game of administrative evasion, Heine cannot rely solely on the genius of Master Veit. A document is dead unless it is animated by the living breath of the system itself. This brings us to Heine's interaction with the deep-cover administrative moles, the quiet, gray men who inhabit the dusty corridors of the German general government. These are not heroic figures of the resistance who carry rifles or plant explosives. They are tired, middle-aged men in shiny sleeve protectors who have spent 30 years archiving files. One such man is Albert, a chief registry clerk who has agreed to meet Heine in the damp, vaulted crypt of the Cathedral of St. Michael and St. Eudular. The meeting is empty of drama, which only heightens its terror. There are no whispered passwords, no dramatic handshakes. There is only the soft rustle of wool coat against stone, and the dry, paper-like cough of a man who has inhaled dust for half a century. Albert does not look Heine in the eyes. To do so would make the danger too real, too human. Instead, Albert slides a small, official ledger page from his pocket and slips it into a hollow brick behind an altar of the Virgin Mary. This ledger page contains a real, active serial number from the passport registry of the Berlin Police District. It is a genuine identity that has been declared dead, but whose file has not yet been processed by the central registry due to wartime backlog. Heine is about to inhabit the ghost of a dead man. The psychological toll of this constant identity switching is a heavy, invisible weight that slowly crushes the soul. As Heine takes the ledger page and memorizes the details of his new life, his mind begins to fracture. He is no longer Heine. He is now Karl Weber, a Swiss commercial traveler representing a textile firm from Zurich. He must memorize the names of Swiss streets he has never walked, the flavor of a specific brand of Swiss beer he has never tasted, and the exact accent of the German language spoken in the canton of Zurich. If he is awakened in the middle of the night by a loud bang or a rough hand on his shoulder, his first spoken word must be in the Swiss dialect. If he reacts to his real name, he is lost. What does it do to the human subconscious to systematically murder your own identity day after day? When you look in the mirror and cannot remember which set of memories belongs to your actual childhood and which belongs to the file you memorized last Tuesday, a profound, terrifying emptiness sets in. You begin to feel like a ghost haunting your own body. This is the true price of survival in the shadow world of espionage. It is not the fear of physical pain, but the slow, agonizing dissolution of the self. Think of your own life. Have you ever felt the exhaustion of wearing a mask that does not fit? Perhaps you have taken on a professional persona that requires you to suppress your true passions. Or perhaps you have adopted an emotional armor to protect yourself from a toxic relationship. You walk through the world under a false name, speaking a dialect of convenience, terrified that someone will look too closely at your passport and realize you do not belong. The subconscious mind does not know the difference between a wartime spy and a modern professional trying to survive an unbearable corporate culture or a suffocating family dynamic. The psychological stress is identical. The constant vigilance, the fear of being exposed as an imposter, and the deep, aching loneliness of knowing that no one truly sees you are universal human struggles. If you find yourself carrying a false passport in your own life, let me offer you a soothing, guiding hand. Understand first that your mask was created to protect you. Do not judge yourself for the survival strategies you had to adopt when the world felt hostile or unsafe. Heine did not choose to become Karl Weber because he hated his own name. He did it to survive. But survival is not the same as living. To reclaim your authentic self, you must begin by acknowledging the mask. Gently, without anger, look at the false passport you have been carrying. Identify the areas where you are pretending to be someone you are not. Step by step, begin to introduce your true self into your daily life. You do not have to throw away your armor all at once. But you can begin by loosening the straps. Let your true voice speak, even if it is only in a whisper, to someone you trust. As our chapter draws to a close, we return to that cold attic room in Brussels. The ink on the false passport is finally dry. Master Vate blows a fine dusting of gray powder over the pages to simulate years of handling. Then hands the document to Heine. It feels heavy in his hand, like a cold stone. He slips it into his breast pocket, right over his heart. Outside, the rain has turned to sleet, and the searchlights of the military police are beginning to sweep across the wet rooftops. Heine stands up, adjusts his hat, and walks down the creaking wooden stairs into the darkness of the street below, ready to face the border guards at the railway station. In our next chapter, we will follow Heine as he takes this fragile piece of paper and walks directly into the lion's mouth, testing the boundaries of human courage and administrative deception at the heavily guarded frontier. Will the ink hold? Will his Swiss accent betray him? Or will the ghost of Karl Weber protect him for one more night? Let us step forward together into the cold, rain-swept darkness of the unknown. Chapter 18: The Shadow of Scotland Yard. There is a profound, almost sacred terror in the realization that you can no longer run. It is the moment the winding labyrinth of your own design finally meets a dead end, and you are forced to turn and face the dawn. In the quiet, damp streets of Edwardian London, where the yellow gaslight struggles to pierce the heavy, sulphurous shroud of the autumn fog, Heine stood by the window. His fingers, usually so steady, so practiced in the art of deception and delicate lock-picking, trembled just slightly as they held back the heavy velvet curtain. Below, on the glistening cobblestones of Whitehall, the shadow had finally materialized. The shadow of Scotland Yard. We have all, in our own ways, run from something. We have spent nights looking over our shoulders, hoping our secrets, our failures, or our deepest vulnerabilities would not catch up to us. For Heine, the master spy, this was not a metaphor. It was a physical reality represented by three men in dark overcoats, their bowler hats slicked with rain, standing motionless beneath the amber glow of a street lamp. They did not rush. They did not shout. They simply stood, an inescapable force of gravity pulling the net tight. Consider the sheer weight of that moment. Let yourself feel the damp chill that seemed to seep through the window pane and directly into Heine's bones. The British counterintelligence team had not just arrived at his doorstep. They had brought the entire weight of an empire with them. This was the culmination of a chess game played across continents, a silent war of whispers, coded telegrams, and stolen blueprints. And now, the board had shrunk to a single, dimly lit room above a tailor's shop. Think of a time in your own life when the illusion of control shattered. Perhaps it was a relationship ending, a career path collapsing, or a truth you had hidden even from yourself finally coming to light. The psychological impact of this threshold is immense. When the pursuers are at the door, our subconscious undergoes a violent shift. We are stripped of our masks. Heine, who had lived 1,000 lives and spoken a dozen languages, was suddenly reduced to a single, beating heart in a quiet room. The archetypal hunter and the hunted are deeply embedded in our collective unconscious. This dynamic matters because it forces us to ask, who are we when we can no longer hide? It holds us back by paralyzing us with fear, but it also guides us forward by demanding absolute, unvarnished honesty. To navigate these moments when the walls are closing in, we must learn the art of radical acceptance. If you find yourself in your own metaphorical corner today, take a deep, slow breath. Do not waste your remaining energy clawing at the walls. Instead, mimic the quiet dignity that Heine sought to find in his final moments of freedom. Acknowledge the reality of your situation without judgment. The shadow at your door is not there to destroy you. It is there to initiate the next chapter of your evolution. As the seconds ticked away, the suspense in that small room grew suffocating. The ticking of the mantel clock seemed to expand, filling the space between Heine's heartbeats. He watched as the lead inspector, a man whose face was etched with a grim satisfaction of a long hunt ended, nodded to his subordinates. The heavy oak door downstairs would not hold for long. Heine turned back to his desk. The fireplace was a heap of glowing embers, and on the desk lay the final pieces of his life's work. Cipher keys, names of contacts, maps marked with delicate red ink. The buildup of suspense in our lives is often more agonizing than the climax itself. Our minds are built to fear the unknown, to paint the worst possible outcomes in the darkest colors. Heine's inner monologue was not a panic-stricken scream, but a cold, logical assessment of his options. Should he burn the papers? Should he take the small glass vial hidden in his waistcoat pocket? Or should he simply open the door? In our own lives, when tension builds to a crescendo, we must practice the step-by-step discipline of centering ourselves. First, identify the physical sensation of your anxiety. Is it a tightness in your chest, a coldness in your hands? Name it. By naming the sensation, you detach from it. Second, focus only on the immediate next action. Do not think about the trial, the aftermath, or the years ahead. Focus only on the match in your hand, the paper in your hearth, or the breath in your lungs. Heine chose to strike a match. The small, yellow flame illuminated his face, casting long, dancing shadows against the floral wallpaper. He touched the flame to the corner of his ledger. The paper caught, curling into black ash, carrying his secrets away in a plume of gray smoke. Then, the sound came. A heavy, rhythmic pounding on the outer door downstairs. It was a sound that vibrated through the floorboards, through the soles of Heine's boots, and straight into his chest. This brings us to the heart of London, to the dramatic confrontation itself. The lock downstairs gave way with a sharp, splintering crack. Heavy footsteps began their slow, deliberate ascent up the wooden staircase. Each step was a heartbeat. Each step was a promise. Heine did not run to the fire escape. He did not reach for his revolver. He stood in the center of the room, his hands empty, his posture straight. When the door to his room was finally breached, there was no explosion of violence. Instead, there was a heavy, profound silence. Inspector Melville stepped across the threshold, his coat dripping rainwater onto the carpet. The two men looked at each other. In that gaze, there was no hatred, only a deep, mutual understanding. They were both servants of different masters, caught in the same tragic gears of history. Why does this quiet confrontation touch us so deeply? Because it represents the ultimate reconciliation with reality. It is the moment we stop fighting the tide and allow ourselves to be carried by it, trusting that whatever lies on the other side of the storm is where we are meant to be. The subconscious craves this resolution. The tension of the chase is exhausting, and there is a strange, paradoxical peace that descends when we are finally caught. It is the peace of knowing that the hiding is over. If you are facing a confrontation in your life, whether with a person, a truth, or a consequence, enter it with your head held high. Do not cower, and do not lash out in anger. Speak your truth quietly. Look your challenger in the eye. Remember that your dignity is something that can never be taken from you. It can only be surrendered. Heine, in facing Melville, reclaimed his humanity. He was no longer a shadow shifting in the dark. He was a man standing in the light of his own choices. As we close this chapter of Heine's journey, we see him being led down the narrow staircase, out into the cool, damp night air of London. The carriage doors opened, swallowing him into the dark interior, and the horses' hooves clattered away into the fog, leaving Whitehall behind. The shadow of Scotland Yard had fallen, but the story of Heine was far from over. For in the heart of every ending lies the quiet, unseen seed of a new beginning. In our next chapter, we will follow Heine into the cold, grey stone walls of Brixton Prison, where the battle of wits takes on a dangerous new form. The physical walls may have closed in, but the mind of a master spy knows no boundaries. Prepare yourselves, for the deepest psychological chess match is about to begin. Chapter 19: The Last Trick. The great illusion of human existence is not that we are fooled by the world around us, but that we are so desperately, so exquisitely willing to fool ourselves. We spend our lives building elaborate fortresses of deception, believing that if we can just arrange the mirrors correctly, no one will ever see the fragile, trembling truth of who we really are. Welcome, dear listener, to Chapter 19, The Last Trick. As we step into this final, breathless movement of Edgar Wallace's masterful tapestry. The atmosphere is thick, almost suffocating, with a scent of damp wool, coal smoke, and the cold, metallic tang of fear. Imagine a dimly lit room in the heart of London. The fog outside does not merely press against the window panes. It seems to breathe against the glass, a gray, shifting shroud that isolates our protagonist from the rest of humanity. Inside, the only sound is the rhythmic, relentless ticking of a grandfather clock, a sound that feels less like the passage of time and more like a slow, deliberate countdown to execution. Heine sits at a scarred oak table, his fingers tracing the edge of a single, unmarked envelope. He is a man who has lived 1,000 lives, spoken a dozen languages, and worn countless faces. Yet tonight, he is down to his very last card. The game has reached its absolute limit, and Heine is about to play a gambit so daring, so terrifyingly close to the edge, that failure means not just defeat, but complete erasure. Let us pause for a moment and look closely at Heine's eyes. In their reflection, we do not see the spark of a triumphant mastermind, but rather the deep, hollow exhaustion of a soul that has spent too long in the shadows. This brings us to our first profound revelation, the final, unexpected twist of Heine's mission. For months, he believed he was the hunter, tracing the delicate threads of British counterintelligence with the precision of a surgeon. But the ultimate trick of espionage, and indeed of life, is the realization that when you gaze too long into the labyrinth, you discover that you were never the visitor. You were the prey being guided toward the center. To understand this dynamic, imagine a weary traveler who has spent years navigating a dense, treacherous forest, using a highly complex map handed down to him by his ancestors. He climbs mountains, crosses roaring rivers, and avoids deadly traps, all while believing his superior intellect is guiding him to safety. But upon finally reaching the highest peak, he looks down and realizes that the pathways of the forest were artificially carved by his adversary, designed specifically to lead him to this exact, inescapable precipice. The map was a lie, and every choice he made was merely a pre-selected option on a menu of doom. Heine's final trick is the sudden, jarring awakening that his entire network, his brilliant codes, and his most trusted contacts were all part of a beautifully orchestrated mirror play. The very intelligence he thought he was sending back to Berlin was curated by the British handlers, who used his own brilliance as the delivery mechanism for their own deception. Psychologically, this dynamic represents the collapse of the illusion of control. Our subconscious minds crave certainty. We construct elaborate mental frameworks to convince ourselves that we are the masters of our destiny. When these frameworks shatter, it triggers a profound existential vertigo. We realize that the systems we trusted, and even our own perceptions, can be turned against us. Yet, there is a strange, liberating grace in this collapse. When you realize you cannot control the game, you are finally free to stop playing by its rules. If you find yourself in your own life feeling as though you are running a race where the finish line keeps moving, or if you feel that despite your best efforts, you are being guided by unseen forces, here is your practical guidance. Breathe. Step back from the chessboard. Recognize that your need to control every variable is actually a shield protecting you from your fear of vulnerability. To apply this, identify one area of your life where you are desperately trying to force an outcome. It could be a relationship, a career path, or a personal expectation. Consciously decide to surrender the need for a specific result for 48 hours. Observe how the universe adjusts when you stop pushing against the river. you will find that true power lies not in controlling the storm, but in learning how to float upon its waves. As the narrative progresses, we witness the resolution of the major character arcs and the knotting of the plot threads that Edgar Wallace has so meticulously spun. The confrontation is not one of gunfire and explosions, but of quiet, devastating words spoken in the soft glow of a dying fire. Heine's nemesis, the quiet and unassuming British agent, enters the room. There are no shouts, no dramatic gestures. There is only the mutual recognition of two men who have sacrificed everything for causes that will never know their names. This is the tragic beauty of the espionage world, and indeed, of our own societal struggles. We build our identities around our roles, our titles, and our duties, forgetting that underneath the uniform, we are all just lonely children searching for warmth in a cold, indifferent universe. Picture a cinematic moment where these two adversaries share a silence that is heavier than any dialogue. They look at each other, and in that gaze, the masks melt away. They see the shared gray hairs, the lines of worry etched deep into their foreheads, and the mutual understanding that they are both prisoners of the same machine. Heine's arc resolves not with a grand escape, but with a quiet surrender of his persona. He realizes that the man named Heine was just a phantom, a collection of habits and lies, and that by letting go of this character, he might finally find peace, even if that peace comes in a prison cell or at the end of a rope. This resolution speaks directly to our secret fear of insignificance. We worry that if we stop performing, if we stop wearing our masks of strength, intelligence, and capability, we will cease to exist. We hold onto our pain and our struggles because they define us. But the subconscious truth is that your essence is not defined by your struggles. You are not the burden you carry. You are the one who has the courage to carry it, and the wisdom to know when to set it down. To integrate this wisdom into your own journey, practice the art of intentional unmasking. Once a day, sit in silence for 5 minutes and mentally strip away your titles. Say to yourself, I am not my job, I am not my bank account, I am not my mistakes, and I am not my achievements. Let yourself feel the empty space that remains when all these labels are removed. In that emptiness, you will find a profound, unshakable peace. You will realize that you do not need to perform to be worthy of existence. Finally, we are left with a chilling realization of the espionage world's enduring nature. As Heine is led away into the damp London night, the clock in the room continues to tick. The fire in the hearth slowly turns to ash, but the room itself remains, waiting for its next occupant. The system does not mourn Heine. It does not celebrate his captor. The machinery of statecraft, of power, and of secrecy is completely indifferent to the human cogs that keep it running. A new spy will take Heine's place tomorrow. New codes will be written, new lies will be told, and the endless, silent war will continue without a pause. This is the ultimate, lingering chill of Edgar Wallace's tale. It is the realization that the structures we build to protect ourselves often become the very prisons that confine us. We see this in our modern world, where the systems of consumerism, social comparison, and digital noise continue to spin, demanding our attention, our energy, and our souls, completely indifferent to our well-being. It is a game designed to never end, keeping us perpetually running on a hamster wheel of desire and anxiety. How do we break free from an endless game? The secret lies in realizing that you do not have to win the game to be free of it. You simply have to choose not to play by its metrics. Define your own success. Create a sanctuary in your life that the systems of the world cannot touch. This could be a daily walk in nature without your phone, a creative practice done solely for the joy of creation, or a deep, unconditional commitment to loving the people immediately around you. By investing your energy in what is real, local, and human, you reclaim your sovereignty from the giant, faceless machinery of the modern world. In summary, Chapter 19. The last trick is not just the climax of Heine's adventures. It is a profound mirror held up to our own lives. It challenges us to examine our deceptions, to face the collapse of our illusions with courage, to shed the masks that suffocate our true selves, and to find peace in a world that is constantly demanding we be someone else. As the carriage carrying Heine disappears into the impenetrable London fog, we are left with a haunting, beautiful sense of closure, mixed with a quiet anticipation. The story does not end in the darkness, for even as one chapter closes, the faint, golden light of a new dawn begins to filter through the cracks of the next. Prepare yourself, dear listener, for the journey is about to take an even more unexpected turn, as the shadows of the past give way to the unfolding mysteries of the future. Let us move forward together, stepping softly through the fog, ready to discover what lies just beyond the edge of the next page. The 7-Day Spycraft Action Plan. Close your eyes for a moment and listen. Beneath the gentle hum of your modern existence, there lies a silent, invisible current of strategy, human intention, and subtle influence. We often walk through our days as if we are mere passengers in our own lives, reacting to the sudden storms of circumstance, feeling vulnerable to the whims of others, and wondering why we feel so profoundly disconnected from our own personal power. But there was a man who understood that life is not something that simply happens to you. It is a landscape to be navigated with absolute precision, quiet grace, and unwavering awareness. That man was Heine. To Heine, the world was a vast, interlocking web of secrets, tells, and hidden pathways. He knew that the difference between survival and ruin lay not in brute strength, but in the quiet mastery of observation and strategic foresight. Today, we are going to translate his timeless spycraft into a modern, 7-day action plan designed to awaken your sleeping senses, reclaim your personal sovereignty, and fortify your inner world. This is not about becoming paranoid or looking at the world with suspicion. No, this is an act of deep self-love. It is about transitioning from a passive observer of your life into an active, sovereign navigator of your destiny. Let us begin our journey on the first 2 days of this transformation, where we focus on developing acute situational awareness and environmental observation. Imagine yourself walking into a crowded, rain-slicked city train station or a bustling, local cafe. The air is thick with the scent of roasted coffee beans, the low murmur of dozens of voices, and the heavy vibration of passing trains. For most people, this environment is a blur, a background noise to be ignored while they stare down at the glowing blue screens in their palms. But for you, these 2 days will be different. Consider the story of Clara, a young woman who found herself feeling constantly overwhelmed and anxious in her daily commute, feeling like a leaf swept away by a chaotic tide. One rainy Tuesday, she decided to apply Heine's first principle. Instead of burying her face in her phone, she took a deep breath, anchored her feet to the floor, and began to truly look. She noticed the subtle shifts in the crowd. She saw a man near the entrance whose eyes were restlessly scanning the room rather than looking at his laptop. She noticed the sudden, tense stiffening of a security guard's shoulders long before any alarm was raised. She identified 3 separate exit routes she had never even consciously processed before. In that moment, Clara's anxiety did not increase. It dissolved. By actively mapping her environment, she moved from a state of victimhood to a state of calm readiness. Psychologically, when we walk through life in a digital trance, we leave our subconscious minds vulnerable to sudden shocks, leaving us constantly on edge. When you reclaim your sight, you reclaim your safety. Over these first 2 days, your task is to practice the baseline method. Every time you enter a new room, quietly identify 3 things that seem slightly out of place, note the 2 nearest exits, and quietly observe the emotional baseline of the people around you. Feel the earth beneath your feet and know that you are no longer blind to your surroundings. As we move into the 3rd and 4th days, we shift our focus from the eyes to the ears, mastering the delicate art of active listening and detecting verbal discrepancies. In our daily interactions, we often listen only to reply, waiting for our turn to speak rather than truly absorbing the human being in front of us. Heine understood that people will always tell you who they are, if only you have the patience to let them. Imagine sitting across a polished wooden dining table from someone you care about, or perhaps a business partner in a quiet, sunlit office. Let us look at Julian, who was negotiating a critical partnership for his small business. His partner was speaking smoothly, spinning beautiful narratives of future success with broad, sweeping gestures. But Julian, practicing the discipline of the 3rd day, did not get swept away by the melody of the words. He listened to the rhythm, the pacing, and the microscopic pauses. He noticed how his partner's voice rose slightly in pitch when discussing the project's financial timeline, and how his hands suddenly clasped tightly together when the word transparency was mentioned. Julian did not interrupt. He allowed a heavy, intentional silence to stretch between them after his partner finished speaking. In that quiet space, the partner became uncomfortable and voluntarily began to elaborate, eventually revealing a hidden conflict of interest that could have ruined Julian's venture. Psychologically, we are hardwired to fill silences and to accept pleasant lies because we fear the discomfort of conflict. But a true master of communication knows that the truth lies in the gaps, in the hesitant breaths, and in the sudden shifts from plural pronouns to singular ones. For these 2 days, practice the 3-second pause. When someone finishes speaking to you, hold your tongue and count to 3 in your mind. Watch their face, listen to the lingering resonance of their tone, and give the truth room to breathe. By the 5th and 6th days, we turn our gaze inward, focusing on enhancing your personal information security and securing your digital footprints. In this modern era, we live in a culture of forced transparency, where we are encouraged to broadcast our deepest vulnerabilities, our daily locations, and our intimate thoughts to a nameless, faceless digital void. We do this in a desperate search for validation, yet we do not realize that we are leaving the doors to our inner castles wide open. Think of Sarah, who felt a strange, lingering sense of vulnerability, as if she were constantly being watched and judged. One evening, she sat down in her quiet study, turned off all her notifications, and began a systematic audit of her digital footprint. She searched her own name with a cold, objective eye of an investigator. She saw the old blog posts, the geotagged photos revealing her daily routines, the casual comments that painted a roadmap of her anxieties and desires. She realized that she had been giving away her power for free. Over these 2 days, Sarah began to prune her digital garden. She closed old, forgotten accounts, tightened her privacy settings, and made a conscious decision to keep her private victories private. The psychological impact of this is profound. When we overshare, we dilute our personal mystery and make ourselves easily readable, and therefore, easily manipulated. By creating a boundary around your life, you build a sanctuary of self-respect. During these 2 days, treat your personal information as currency. Do not give it away easily. Refuse to participate in the mindless broadcast of your private moments. And remember that there is immense power in being quietly enigmatic. Finally, we arrive at the 7th day, the culmination of your journey, where you practice strategic thinking and contingency planning under stress. Life is unpredictable, and when a crisis strikes, our primal minds want to panic, freeze, or flee. Heine survived because he possessed a mind like a frozen lake, capable of deep calculation even when the world was burning around him. Picture Heine himself, trapped in a dimly lit safe house, hearing the heavy, deliberate footsteps of his pursuers ascending the creaking wooden stairs. His heart hammers against his ribs, his breath is shallow, but his mind remains perfectly clear. Why? Because he had already run this exact scenario in his mind a dozen times. He did not have to think. He'd only had to execute his contingency plan. He knew exactly which window to slip through, which alleyway to navigate, and where his secondary safe house was located. For you, the stakes may not be a matter of physical evasion, but they are just as vital to your peace of mind. On this 7th day, identify the single greatest anxiety that is currently looming over your life. Instead of ignoring it or letting it paralyze you, sit with it. Write down the absolute worst-case scenario. And then, write down your primary, secondary, and tertiary responses to that scenario. This is the if-then matrix. If this door closes, then I will take this path. If that person departs, then I will take this action. By pre-programming your decisions, you strip fear of its power. When the storm comes, you will not panic, because you have already built your lighthouse. As we look back at the week we have shared, we see that these 7 days are not just a set of instructions. They are a bridge to a new way of being. You have learned to see the invisible, to hear the unsaid, to guard your sacred boundaries, and to stand unshaken in the face of the unknown. You are no longer just surviving the currents of life. You are mastering them. Take a deep, slow breath, and feel the profound strength that comes from this quiet clarity. Let these practices settle deep into your bones, for they will protect you in the days to come. And now, as we stand on the threshold of this newly forged strength, we must prepare ourselves for the next step of our journey. In the quiet hours of the night, when the world is still, a different kind of challenge begins to take shape. Let us step forward together into the shadows of our next chapter, where we will uncover the darkest, most elusive secret of all, the silent art of reading the human soul in a single glance. Epilogue and Summary. The rain taps against the window pane, a soft, rhythmic heartbeat that accompanies the turning of the final page. We have reached the end of a long, winding road through the shadows of early 20th century intrigue, and it is here, in the quiet aftermath of the storm, that we must pause. Let us sit together in this warm, dimly lit space, perhaps with the scent of old paper and fading ink lingering in the air. and let the dust settle around the adventures of Heine. Why are we so deeply drawn to the shadows? Why does the figure of the spy, moving silently through the fog-slit streets of a long-forgotten London, speak so intimately to our collective soul? It is because we all, in our own quiet ways, carry secrets. We all know the aching burden of wearing a mask, of presenting one face to the highly demanding world while our true self remains hidden in the dark, watching, waiting, hoping to be understood yet terrified of being fully exposed. Let us look closely at Heine himself, not as a simple caricature of wartime malice, but as a mirror of our own complex humanity. Over the course of Edgar Wallace's brilliant narrative, we have watched a man of immense intellect, a master of disguise and deception, slowly unravel. It was not her lack of skill that defeated him, but the exhausting, cumulative weight of his own duplicity. Imagine him for a moment in a cold, rented room in the heart of Westminster. The gaslight flickers, casting long, distorted shadows across the peeling wallpaper. He looks at his reflection in a cracked mirror, adjusting his collar, realizing with a sudden, freezing pang of loneliness that he has worn so many different disguises that he can no longer remember the true contour of his own face. This is the tragedy of the trickster. Psychologically, Heine represents our deepest fear of alienation, the terror that if we show our true selves, we will be rejected. When we constantly adapt to please others, when we spy on our own emotions to keep them in check, we risk losing our core identity. To apply this to your own life journey, take a deep, grounding breath right now. Ask yourself, what masks have you been wearing lately to feel safe? Slowly, gently, give yourself permission to lay them down, if only for a brief moment, and stand in your quiet, adorned truth. Now, let us reflect on the brilliant architect of this world, Edgar Wallace. He did not merely write an engaging story. He laid the very bricks and mortar for the entire temple of modern spy fiction. Before the Cold War thrillers, before high-tech gadgets and cinematic explosions, Wallace understood that the true, most terrifying battlefield of espionage is the fragile human heart. Picture Wallace sitting at his wooden desk late at night, the room filled with the warm, heavy smell of pipe tobacco and fresh ink. His pen moves with urgent, passionate energy across the page as he captures the profound paranoia of an empire on the precipice of global conflict. He understood that secrecy breeds fear, and fear, when shaped by a master storyteller, becomes a powerful lens through which we view our own vulnerability. Why does this classic dynamic of hunter and hunted hold us in such a tight grip? Because it speaks to our subconscious desire for order amidst chaos. We desperately want to believe that there are clever people behind the scenes, pulling the strings, even if those people are deeply flawed. In your own life, when the world feels overwhelmingly chaotic and unpredictable, remember that you do not need to control every variable. Like a writer crafting a complex plot, you can learn to trust the unfolding of your own story, accepting that suspense is not a threat, but simply growth in disguise. Think of how the landscape of intelligence has evolved since those cold, damp nights of the First World War. In Heine's world, critical secrets were carried in handwritten codebooks, whispered in the dark corners of smoky taverns, or hidden in the hollowed-out soles of leather boots. Today, our secrets are digital, floating silently in a vast, invisible cloud of surveillance. Yet, despite this massive technological leap, the raw human element remains entirely unchanged. Imagine a modern archivist brushing a thick layer of dust off a yellowed file from 1914, feeling the faint, physical indentation of the spy's pen on the paper. In that moment, the realization hits home. The fear of betrayal felt by an operative a century ago is identical to the anxiety we feel today when our personal boundaries are crossed. This evolution teaches us that, while the tools of observation change, our need for trust remains absolute. To navigate this modern, hyperconnected world, we must cultivate a sanctuary of inner privacy, a sacred space within our own minds that no external eyes can reach and no algorithm can predict. As we close this chapter on the adventures of Heine, we do not simply leave him behind in the yellowed pages of history. We carry his hard-won lessons forward with us. We understand now that survival may require adaptability, but true peace requires absolute authenticity. Let the lingering echoes of his footsteps in the fog fade away, leaving you with a profound sense of clarity and self-awareness. In our next chapter, we will venture even deeper into the quiet corners of the human psyche, exploring how these delicate themes of trust, betrayal, and redemption manifest in our closest everyday relationships. Take a deep, settling breath. Let the tension leave your shoulders, and prepare to step forward into the bright, welcoming light of understanding. There is a profound, almost frightening silence that settles over a room when a story comes to its temporary resting place. It is the quiet that exists in the space between the final spoken word and the return of the world's mundane noise. Imagine, if you will, standing at the edge of a rain-swept pier in the dead of night. The water below is black as ink, swallowing the faint glow of the distant harbor lights. You are alone, holding a heavy, brass-keyed transmitter, waiting for a signal that may never come. This is the reality of the storyteller, and in many ways, it is the reality of our protagonist, Heine, as he navigates the labyrinthine alleyways of a world built on secrets, whispers, and sudden, violent shifts in allegiance. The philosopher Friedrich Nietzsche once wrote that we have art so that we shall not die of reality. But what happens when the art itself is cast out into the void, unanswered, unacknowledged, drifting like a ghost ship in the dark? To listen to a story is to enter into a silent compact with the voice in your ears. It is an act of trust, a willingness to let another soul guide you through the shadows of human experience. Yet, so often, we remain passive observers, sitting in the dark theater of our minds, watching the shadows dance upon the wall without ever letting the projectionist know that we are there, that we are breathing, that our hearts are racing in tandem with the rhythm of the narrative. This chapter, this moment we share right now, is a disruption of that passive silence. It is an invitation to step out of the shadows, to step up to the transmitter, and to send a signal back through the fog. Your mission, should you choose to accept it, is not merely to consume, but to connect. It is to rate, to review, and to subscribe. Let us begin with the first objective of your mission, leaving a review and sharing your favorite chapter. To understand the psychological weight of this act, we must journey back to a cold November evening in 1962, in a cramped, poorly insulated safe house on the outskirts of Vienna. A young intelligence operative, code-named Echo, sat hunched over a wooden table. His fingers were stiff with cold, tracing the edges of a decrypted ledger that held the names of those who had crossed the Iron Curtain. He had spent months in isolation, communicating only through dead drops and encrypted bursts. He did not know if his reports were reaching his handlers, or if they were being intercepted and burned. The silence was a physical weight, pressing down on his chest, making every breath an effort. One night, a knock came at the door. Not the frantic, rhythmic knock of danger, but a soft, deliberate sliding of a slip of paper under the door. On it was written a single sentence: "The packages have arrived safely, and the blue bird has flown." In that moment, the crushing isolation dissolved. Echo was no longer a ghost drifting through a hostile city. He was part of a chain, a vital link in a grand, unseen endeavor. When you leave a review, when you take a moment to write down the chapter that gripped your soul or the twist that made you catch your breath, you are sliding that slip of paper under our door. You are telling us that the signal has been received, that the blue bird has flown. Psychologically, the act of articulating your experience does something extraordinary to your brain. When we experience art, our emotions are often a chaotic, swirling mass of subliminal reactions. By forcing yourself to translate those feelings into words, to say, for example, that the betrayal in Chapter 4 echoed a pain you once felt in your own life, or that the suspense of the chase in Chapter 8 made you forget the stress of your daily commute, you are engaging in a form of cognitive integration. You are taking a fleeting, subconscious spark and forging it into a permanent, conscious realization. It is an act of self-discovery as much as it is an act of feedback. You are mapping your own emotional landscape. To apply this to your own life, do not let your thoughts remain unexpressed. When you finish this session, do not simply close the application. Pause. Take a deep, slow breath. Ask yourself, what was the exact moment in Heine's journey that made me feel the most alive? Was it the quiet tension of the interrogation? Was it the desperate hope of the escape? Once you have identified that moment, write it down. Share it. Let your voice be the one that pierces the silence of the digital void. This brings us to the second objective of your mission: subscribing to this channel for more classic thriller audiobook adaptations. To illustrate the power of this commitment, let us look at the concept of the safe house. In the world of espionage, a safe house is not merely a physical structure with 4 walls and a roof. It is a promise. It is the knowledge that no matter how hostile the territory becomes, no matter how closely the hounds of fate bay at your heels, there is a sanctuary waiting for you. A place where the fire is lit, the tea is hot, and the doors are barred against the storm. Consider the story of an operative who spent 3 weeks fleeing across the frozen plains of Silesia. He had no compass, no rations, and the winter wind howled like a wounded beast. What kept his feet moving, step after agonizing step, was the absolute certainty that if he could reach the coordinates at the edge of the forest, the cabin would be stocked, and the contact would be waiting. That certainty is what a subscription represents in our modern, chaotic lives. We live in an age of overwhelming noise, of endless scrolling, and fractured attention. We are bombarded by information, yet starved for meaning. By subscribing, you are establishing a mental safe house. You are making a conscious decision to return to this sanctuary of storytelling, to ensure that the next chapter of the thriller, the next unraveling of the conspiracy, will be waiting for you. It is a commitment to consistency in a world that is desperately inconsistent. From a psychological standpoint, our minds crave narrative continuity. We are, at our core, storytelling animals. When we subscribe to a narrative journey, we are training our brains to anticipate, to look forward with hope rather than anxiety. It counteracts the modern affliction of doom scrolling, replacing the chaotic, cortisol-inducing unpredictable nature of the news cycle with a structured, cathartic tension of a masterfully crafted thriller. It gives your subconscious a horizon to look toward. The practical step here is beautifully simple, yet profound. It is the act of claiming your space. By clicking that subscribe button, you are telling the algorithms that govern our digital lives that you refuse to be fed a diet of random, superficial content. You are demanding depth. You are choosing to invest your time in narratives that challenge, provoke, and elevate your spirit. You are setting your coordinates for the safe house, assuring that when the world becomes too loud, your sanctuary is always prepared. And finally, we arrive at the third objective, the sign-off. A thematic, spine-inspired farewell. In the old days of the Cold War, shortwave radio stations known as number stations would broadcast seemingly random sequences of numbers and phonetic letters into the ether. To the casual listener, it was nothing but eerie static and monotonous voices. But to the agent in the field, equipped with a one-time pad, those numbers were a lifeline, a message of hope, a command to move, or a warning to vanish. The sign-off of those broadcasts was often a brief, haunting melody or a sudden, abrupt return to static. It was a reminder that the connection, while temporary, was real, and that the mission continued in silence. When we part ways at the end of each session, it is not an ending. It is a transition into the deep cover of your daily life. You step back into the roles you play, the masks you wear, the operations you must conduct to survive and thrive in your own world. But you carry the secret code of our shared journey within you. The thematic sign-off is our way of acknowledging that you are not just a listener, but an active operative in this grand conspiracy of imagination. As we summarize this chapter of our collective journey, let us reflect on what we have built together. We have established that your engagement is the lifeblood of this endeavor. Your rates, your reviews, and your subscriptions are the fuel that keeps the lamps burning in our creative workshop. They are the signals that tell us our voices are reaching you through the darkness. Without you, Heine's adventures are merely ink on paper, silent and dead. With you, they become a living, breathing reality that echoes across the digital landscape. So, as the shadows lengthen and the rain continues to beat against the window of our safe house, prepare yourself. The frequency is clear, the coordinates are set, and the transmitter is warm. Leave your mark, secure your connection, and prepare for the next drop. The fog is rolling in over the river, and the street lights are beginning to flicker. Our next contact is waiting just around the corner, in the damp chill of the alleyway, holding a dossier that will change everything. Keep your eyes sharp, your collar turned up against the wind, and your hand close to your pocket. The mission is far from over, and the shadows are beginning to speak. Until our paths cross again at the next dead drop, stay vigilant, stay safe, and remember, the signal must never go silent. As the final echoes of our tale fade into the quiet of the room, I want to invite you to take a long, deep breath with me. We have traveled a remarkable path together, you and I. On behalf of all of us here at Stories of Crime, I want to thank you from the very depths of my heart for lending us your time, your imagination, and your spirit. To share a story is to share a piece of one's soul, and having you alongside us on this intellectual and emotional journey has made every word worth speaking. It is your presence, listening in the quiet corners of the world, that breathes true life into these narratives. If the adventures we have shared today have touched your heart, if they have stirred your mind or brought a moment of comfort to your day, I gently invite you to become a permanent part of our gathering here. Please, consider subscribing to Stories of Crime, and let us walk together through many more mysteries to come. If you could leave a like on this video, Write a few words in the comments to let me know how the story spoke to you, or share this journey with someone you love who might appreciate its warmth. You would be helping our quiet community grow in ways that mean the world to us. Through the winding, brilliant paths of the adventures of Heine, we are reminded of a beautiful truth about our shared human journey. We live in a world of complex shadows and sudden light, yet it is not force or anger that untangles the knots of life, but wisdom, patience, and a quiet, understanding heart. Even in the deepest mystery, there is always a thread of grace waiting to be found by those who look closely enough. May you carry that wisdom with you into the world. Until our next story begins, may your path be bright, your mind remain curious, and your heart be at peace. Thank you for listening, my dear friends, and goodbye for now.